and find the Order versus Giants game. And here we go. Bring up my good old spreadsheet from that. Maybe we can have a bit of a comparison. And in fact, Order and Giants went 3-3 on each half. And eventually, Giants won it with the attack and defensive laundry in overtime. But Order were pretty good on their attacks and defenses. But they never defended kitchen dining. It was only between laundry and dorms constantly.
Oh my god, Cutie, there's so much noise there. Get away, run! Run for your life and run for the hills. So much information for Team Bliss, and well, they've worked off the back of it as well. Repix and Oda now both in. The Nomad, being brought. And that is, and it's one thing we didn't see from Order. And maybe the adaptation that could cause Order a bit of strife, as we know they are more than happy to go for a bit of a flank just like this.
This could be the play for Itby. Drone, he's standing just behind. Knifes it so as to not give away his position, but Bliss completely vacated the space.
So with both hatches already open, I'm not sure about lobby hatch. I don't know. Couldn't imagine they have lobby hatch open. Not that it's very much as needed as something like freezer or meeting. There you go. Still reinforced. Not really the point of contention for them right now. And this is just gnarly. Ippy. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, surely not, Ippy. Surely not.
What is this cheeky business from Itby? He gets droned out, looking through a punch hole into meeting. So he moves 10 meters and makes another punch hole and holds the same angle. But I think Bliss have started to read into this and started to realize that they're aware Itby's style is going for something like this. Now Bliss turn their attention here to blue. Todd running forward, Itby's style. Keen may find the pick here. How does he get away with that? And Bliss begin to fall apart. Jack Daddy's so eager here with the M590. He's taken down, but Repix can't hold against Joker and Cutie. Order lock it in and continue their winning streak 4 rounds in a row.
Surely we are not going to see 7 rounds straight from Order. Surely Bliss can stand up and say no, no more. This onslaught is too much. But from that round alone, you can see the confidence that Order are playing with. You can see how willing they are to take these 1v1s, Itby style again. Just, I mean, one of the cheekiest players you'll ever see. And it's just proving that through and through.
Well, I'm starting to be a bit more convinced now for Order, Manic, because really going into this game, Bliss, 3 rounds in a row on their defense, that was pretty scary for Order. Looking at it in the context of Order really struggling through OCN and APAC South so far. They lost to 7th Heaven in APAC South, who we definitely rated Order to take that. And they also lost just last week against Rhythm in OCN. We definitely rated Order to take that. At least they got the 1 point out of it, but come on, man. I mean, surely Order shouldn't even be dropping a point here against Bliss. This really should be, you know, a 7-4, 7-5, maybe 7-3, 7-2.
Yeah.
On the cards for Order, especially if these guys are looking to be in contest for that #1 spot that we already talked about so much in that Elevate Rafflecopter game. Even Digital in his interview said that one of Elevate's biggest contenders will still be Order, Wildcard, Knights. And Order, like, they need to start racking up some serious points and rocket up the standings from playing teams like Blitz. Otherwise, that's just never going to happen.
Yeah, definitely needing to get a move on here. And fair bit of intel that Team Bliss are going to be able to play off here. Nomad for the floor. Oh, Repix needs to be cautious. Oh!
Almost a one-tap wall bang.
So hard. I got baited so unbelievably hard there. Well, Never mind. We move forth and prosper here. Like, just look at the timing here from Bliss. They've taken Armory. They've also started to take Bedroom and Trophy control. And of course, with the Nomad, they will be able to stop Order from at least being cheeky from behind for now. I say for now.
Well, Cutie is certainly looking to do something a little bit cheeky. Some great vertical angles, but he pulls the trigger a bit too early. And so they know he's downstairs. As he runs off, though, I don't think Bliss intend to give chase.
No. The Green saying so as well. No deny coming through from the Selma charges here. So uncontested, they now have games, or rather closet open into games. Joker's playing on the hard line. Jack Daddy's still across into Addict here. So Order are relatively split.
Okay, the smokes come out, I believe, caught by Magnets. Order have a lot of players on site now, but Nazgul's on the double window, so he's the player to watch out. And also going to get some info here. Cutie finds the first pick on that flank, and immediately the E1D goes through. Nazgul's got some great info, and Bliss is starting to fight back. Shade finds a double. Nazgul to toss in a nade and find the headshot as well. 50 seconds. Order have to claw their way back into this.
A 2 versus 4 like this from Ippy style just gets into a safe position, plays prone, and nothing's going to come from it just yet. That at least gives them a look back into it, but specking out, there's absolutely no chance at the top of White Stairs. What a round from Team Bliss. From start to finish, they took the control early, Dev, and they run away with that.
Massive one from Shade as well on the line. 4 kills. Pushing from Attic. And it certainly fell to pieces for Order. Despite finding that opening pick, Cutie on that roam, Bliss just had some great entries. I love the way as soon as that first pick came out, at Lion E1D did roar through, suppressing any kind of immediate aggression or response from Order and preventing that trade. And at that point, it was just Bliss stacking on. And players everywhere. I really like the use of the Yana as well from Nazgul playing that double window position. He can just, it's like a free drone every, however long it takes to regen that Yana charge. If you,
I think it's 40 seconds if shot or 7 seconds if not shot.
Exactly. So if you just deactivate it like he did rather than waiting for the time to lapse, you can use that so frequently. And you just jump in the window, have a look around. You can spot out any utility. Like, for example, the Banshees that he decided to nade, or you see, oh, there's no one in that corner. It's just so good, and I really think Bliss set themselves up for that success.
Sorry, I was just looking to see if I could find the exact timing of the Yana Gemini replicator. Never mind. I'm going to move on from that. I'll look at the break.
I'll have a look later.
Yeah, we'll have a geese in the break and talk about it a little bit later on. Regardless, though, I do really enjoy that. I feel like today we've seen a lot of Yana just being used to gain the ground, and more often than not, it is being shot. So that time, the delay in it is quite massive, but Nazgul played perfectly there, just like you said, and big fan of that. Big fan. Now, for Order, that was, you know, the four-round streak broken, and I would say that Team Bliss would be feeling really confident now on the back of that.
110%. Another thing you'd mentioned in the last round is the fact that Bliss wasted no time breaching open the game's wall, and there was no real denial. Hello, goodbye. Another one! Go off, Repix! He's just found a massive double and put Bliss back into the driver's seat.
Repix looking to pick up Team Bliss, put them on the shoulders and put them on the map in OCN. And just like that, it's exactly what they've looked to do. I love that. How sharp was that second shot as well? And, well, that's a little ring out. There we go. Now just needing to be cautious. But so far, so good, Dev.
It's the next step here, Todd, to breach Game's wall. And once again, no denial, so it only takes the single Selma charge. Jack Daddy trying to hold Attic as best he can, but it's Shade. Push that avenue. Todd punishes an over-aggressive Joker. Repix droning out that side, the E1D to call out, and it just looks like Bliss are running away with it.
Shade now going to burn through those magnets. Should have the information. Still the mute jammer on the wall, so it's going to remain uncontested and a little bit difficult for him to make his way in. Oh, not the play. You're in a 2 versus 5. If you play 1 for 1, you're going to give them the openings they need. Jack Daddy could go nuclear here, but Rex, my God, just putting in the work. Currently sitting at a 2 versus 1. Make it a 1v1. What is going on? It's fallen apart for Team Bliss here. And Specker, his back's up against the wall. Repix looking to go this round, but what is that from Specker? Order, take round number 9. What?
Enjoy the haircut, bud. Specker just clutched it up massively. Man, there were some pretty nasty shots that round, kicking it off with this lovely 2K from Repix, but man, Specker certainly did not want to let up. Even though he didn't land all those headshots, this one was crisp. And then that final one to close it out as well. He wouldn't have even known that they were all downed. He wouldn't have known it was a 1v1 necessarily. But that fortitude to stand stalwart in the face of extreme opponents, and Specker gets the job done every day of the week.
And let's just take a moment there, step back and have a look at that round and what happened. Shade pushes through Attic window on the back of the E1D charge. That's fine. However, there's no potential for a trade there. Jack Daddy also has the mute jammer on the wall, so there's no line of sight for for Team Bliss to be able to play off to at least try and put the pressure on Jack Daddy to move or do anything. And from there, it's just winning the ones. I mean, the swing from Jack Daddy across the closet to deny the player coming through the vault into games, just nutty. Regardless, that is 100% going to cost Team Bliss. I would almost say the game at this rate, because Specker is the last person on this earth that you want to give any kind of momentum to like that.
That's exactly right. You know that he's just going to take it and run with it. Starting to feel confident after that one. And confidence is king in this game, as Specker himself loves to point out. And Bliss as well. Look, they've got a lot of potential, this roster. I know, speaking to Oda going into the season, he was convinced that it's anyone's game. He was convinced that it was possible for Bliss to crack into that top 4, maybe even top 3. And certainly contesting Order here would be a massive strike in their column to achieve that. They've got to not allow these opportunities to be taken by Order. And you've got a player like Specker, or rather Ippy Style, all the way upstairs. I've seen him do massive damage against really strong teams here.
See that they have the inkling there. Shade was holding the line, now going to be pushing aggressively. Oh, droned out at Ippy Style, not expecting from behind. No bueno. On the back of a live drone. It's now Team Bliss's opportunity to get back into this and to squash any kind of confidence Order would be gaining.
Still a good setup though for Order in this 4v5. A minute 30. There's a lot of time for Bliss to make this work. They've just got to dot all their I's and cross all their T's. I think with these mirrors are going to be the big challenge though. Fortunately, there's a lot of smoke grenades on Bliss's roster. They've got the 2 on Ace. Oh, and that's massive.
Oh, what?
Who just shot that? Did someone just swing out and shoot that mirror?
It's Shade! It's Shade!
That is amazing. That is huge. That could completely pick apart Order's defense.
Oh, and you can see it now. Oh, Specker standing strong, though, over a freezer. Oda has to think twice about his next move. 3 drones left for Bliss here, Dev. 40 seconds.
That open mirror, Specker sees as an opportunity to fight back. Such a difficult position, though. The flashbang will likely flash Specker indeed. Is Oda able to capitalize on this? There's the E1D. Lots of info for Bliss, but Specker, somehow, they managed to down Oda. Now Specker again in a strong position, still holding fast, 15 seconds to go. And it's just a scrappy execute for Bliss, but Shade and Todd together step up massively.
What?
Shade, again, it's all on Joker. In a 1v3, make it a 1v2. He's got to clutch this. He's got to get through Todd first, just barely dealing any damage. Shade on the other side as well has got that plant down, and now Joker has to retake.
Oh, see you later. What a round from Bliss. How have they managed to make that work? It looked like Order had everything that they needed. Specker played incredibly well, denying any freezer access or control. All those kills came off cam. We have absolutely no idea what's happened there. But winning your ones will win your game. And just like that, Team Bliss are right back in it.
We're at the linchpin moment in this game, Rob. Right now, one of these teams is going to take this next round and put themselves onto 6 rounds. And that means that they're walking away with 1 point minimum. And if I'm Order, I'm not satisfied with 1 point. Order need to lock out this in a 7-5. Otherwise, that's just not good enough. These guys have hyped themselves up. They've been so excited, so eager, and so keen to finally crack away from being the bridesmaids and take that #1 spot. Knights is weakened this season. This is their chance. They haven't played against Elevate yet, who you would think on paper would be Order's closest rivals, but they need to stop dropping rounds against these other teams that you wouldn't expect to be in the top 4. A loss against Rhythm last week, and now taken to the wire by Bliss. Order cannot let another round slide.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
Every point just counts for so much.
Attackers must
Backing it up for Team Bliss. This is the mentality that will make you champions. This is the mentality that will keep you in OCN and keep you at top flight R6 in OS. And I love it. I love to see it. Confidence is absolutely peaking. You have to take your hat off to Repix right now. Look at the early contact. My God, Order with the warning shots to back away. And so they listen.
B-Style was null and void in that round past. Caught off guard in Armory. He needs to have an impact here.
Oh, no. I don't even know if it was looking the right way or not. I couldn't see that.
It could have even been baiting, like deliberately pretending it hadn't seen him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, I tell you what, it baited me like no other. So I guess it did its job, didn't it? So regardless now, it's a very... it is an interesting storyline here. It's been back and forth ever since we saw that monstrous clutch from Specker and Jack Daddy. And for me, that was the tipping point. That was all the weight going to Order. And how have Team Bliss been able to bring this back? It's a storyline for the ages if they can manage to claw 1 point, 2 points. But if they pull it out with 3, whew, there are questions to be asked.
And Shade has been the difference maker for Bliss. He has been stepping it up with multi-kills, 4Ks, even that round just past, popping that mirror. What a massive play that was. Hello? See you later, Spec. I hope you enjoy that haircut. Repix just pushes straight on in there, but B-Style fights back, repicks with a trade once again, but Shade is out of the game. We are at a 4 versus 3. Bliss decide to rotate.
The thing is, with what Team Bliss have been able to do, the Lion, the E1Ds just cause so much havoc here. Joker just needs to be cautious of these people behind him. He knows full well little bit of a cheeky rotate coming out. 1 for 1. 30 seconds left, Dev. It's looking pretty good for Bliss.
Anyone's game. It's about to get a lot hotter. Oda looking to push on through. That's massive. That's the diffuser down, Rob. 3v2 now, advantage Order. But Todd has made it a 2v2. Repix has already gone large this game, but peeking on through, it's Joker. Todd has to drop, he has to make it work. It's a 1v1, Rob. Rounding the corner. Jack Daddy, he clutches it. Order take match points.
God damn. The tension can be cut with a knife. Constantly coming down to the wire. Fortunately enough, a shotgun in the face is extremely hard to miss. And just like that, we are on match point. We are coming to the conclusion of this matchup. And boy, has it been intense. Just look at that. Literally a shotgun. I mean, you're bringing a knife to a gunfight. You're bringing a spoon to a knife fight. It's just that close. And now it's all on Order.
This is their chance to take those 3 points that they so desperately need this season. It's been a very lackluster opening for Order in Oceanic Nationals. OCN 21 already lost out to Rhythm last week. They let that overtime slip away from them. Surely they won't even let it get to overtime this time around. Please just settle for a moment with this brief pause. Gives us a moment to consider what the stakes are for Bliss here, because yeah, for Order, they've really on the back foot this season and they're not achieving what they hope to. They need the 3 points here. But I feel like Bliss, this is a great opportunity for them. They've already won the 1 game and got the 1 overtime loss, sitting them at 4 points, currently tied with Order. If Bliss could at least cop the 1 point here, that would still keep them in that top 4 position. I do believe they would be just above Knights. And, yeah, believe that or not. and if Bliss can win this, they'll actually be in 3rd place. Potentially even, oh wait. Yeah, I think they would be in 3rd place. They would be tied for points with Ruffle. But still, imagine Bliss in 3rd place in OCN.
Again, it's the season for it, Dev. We said it as we came into the intro for the show. It really is anyone's season. Elevate right now, I am saying, are looking the best that we have seen them ever. And whether it's pickups from, you know, people like Fisho Guy, Milo, blah, 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 you can put any amount of, not excuses, but reasons to why they've been able to kind of perform so well. They are making the most of this season. They are putting points on the board and they are beating some of the best teams. And definitely, this is where we need to be asking the questions. Who is up there with them for OCN? Who is up there with them for Stage 1? And right now, Order have a great opportunity at staying neck and neck, at keeping the pressure on and making sure that no one gets too far away from them.
Really like this strat from Order, something a little bit different, something we haven't seen thus far for Dorms. An extension into Trophy, and Jack Daddy with his 1.5 times scope all the way over in Tier 3 of Tower, just begging to be flushed out, or for them to at least try, but he's the perfect operator for staying alive as long as possible. That proximity alarm goes off, so Jack Daddy can actually all the way from Tower peek down to this window where Repix is, and you can see he's just knife baiting at the moment. Jack Daddy can support his teammates all the way from over here in the tower by aiming down that hallway.
And obviously, you know, even if necessarily not to contest straight away, it's just the pressure on there. The timing, though. Has Repix found the timing? It looks like it's see ya Itby style ever since Specker hit him with the nice haircut. He's been giving them left, right, and center like a barber.
Now Now Jack Daddy's starting to feel like, am I really helping over here? May well be able to get back to sight unscathed, reinforcing off Attic as he goes. At least that puts another body on site for Order, but Repix starting to encroach upon that bomb site. C4 misses though from Specker. Tried to be thrown over the top. That could have been a massive double kill, but alas, Order once again flounder. 6-5. They're so close to the victory, they can taste it, but Bliss is holding on for dear life.
Very interesting games left. Oh, that's big. Cutie's gone down. They have games controller at the very least to look in for games control. Jack Daddy now, they're getting pinched. It's Jack Daddy and Specker again in a 2 versus 5. Surely not this time. Is it looking very similar? Shade edging his way in here. They're just going to absolutely crunch Specker. There's 4 of them and down he goes. We are headed to overtime.
What a round from Bliss to send us to OT. Not a chance in the world for Jack Dad in the 1v4. Specker completely abused on the objective. Bodies thrown at him. Didn't even need the refrag. Bliss have turned it up. We have been trading rounds back and forth this half, 1 for 1. And here we settle it in overtime.
Now, the last time Order played in OCN, Playday 2, very similar. We saw them go up against Rhythm, who I would put in the same category as Bliss. Good, competitive, but not the best that OCN has to offer. And they took them to overtime. Rhythm won 8-6. This has to be playing on the back of Order's mind. They've already lost at least 1 point here. Bliss could make it 2. I can't even believe I'm saying that.
Self-proclaimed best team on Oregon in OCE, but Order lost it to Rhythm. They lost it to Giants, and now they're looking to lose it to Bliss. Now, we might be even at the scoreline, but I'm starting to feel that momentum flip once again. I'm totally with you. This is getting very scary for Order.
10 seconds to go.
Well,
5 seconds.
the implications of this, look, it's Playday 3. The implications may not be
Attackers must locate
shown for another couple of days.
Exactly. Well, we might not know, but right now, like, you look at Order, the only teams they've played so far, 7-3 against Wildcard, a loss against Rhythm. If they lose here, like, they've still got to play Knights. They still got to play Elevate. There are so many teams that Order have still got to face. So many teams that they're going to really struggle to cop those 3 points, if any points at all. And if Bliss can start to steal some of those points, not only does that have massive repercussions for Order, but it also does so for Bliss, who have taken the scalps of one of OCE's best teams and one of the APAC South contenders.
Certainly the year for it, that is one of the best drones I have ever seen thrown.
That is pretty sick.
Whether he meant that or not, that was gnarly.
That is so cool.
Oh, Jack Daddy? Going to be backing? Okay, thought for a second there was a point to back away, but once again, Yana playing full effect here on Nazgul. Looking to get so much information.
Thought to breach the electrical hatch now. 2 Summers will do the trick. Order, almost a full site presence, except for Ippy style. Ever that cheeky Roma looking to make a play, but he has been punished more often than not. It's not been his best game, not his finest hour. Shade, what is that? Ippy style's gone!
What is happening right now? That's the second time Order have been caught unaware of a player in laundry. Last time it was just the mirror window. This time it was a kill. And look at that, a minute left on the clock. Bliss still have so many drones to work with, but that's what we need to see from Joker now. He can start to buy a little bit more time with those magnets. They're going to have to do a lot of work to get him away here.
Oh, no!
Oh, no, they're not. Bliss is to send it in. Nestor gets caught reloading, but it's okay. The trade's there and Specker falls. Just like that, Team Bliss blitz the site.
This is it, Manic. Bliss have put themselves onto match point against Order in overtime. What a match this has been, back and forth, but the winner is yet to be determined. I'm feeling it creep up on us, Rob. I'm feeling it start to haunt us and haunt Order through it. We are going to need to see a massive effort from Order, from one of Oceania's favorites, to claw their way back into this and take the 2 points at the end of this epic journey back onto the attack. It's been a damn long time. We saw how much damage Specker could do on the zero and how much better Order did once they started to adapt and play differently. Or if you recall, they lost their first 3 attack rounds and then came back, retaliated with 3 in a row once they switched to that zero. But Order, I don't know, you better prove it right now.
That's the thing, the second we went to that second half, Dev, it was back and forth and back and forth. Just something of beauty to see. Now, if we're gonna look at Bliss's defense of this basement site, currently they're 1 for 3. They've only won 33% of their attempts in this map alone. So this is Order's best opportunity at clawing back and pushing the map point, going the full distance, the full 15. But it has to start here. They cannot make any mistakes. Look at Repix, 14 and 9. He has hit some nutty shots.
You know, talk about impact players for Bliss. It's also, I've got to highlight Shade. Not only is he racking up a lot of kills on the scoreboard, but every one of those kills has had a massive impact. He's always been instrumental in these plays. And, well, from Order, it hasn't quite been the Joker and Cutie show that we saw in their game against Wildcard. Not to say they haven't had their moments, but it certainly hasn't been what we were expecting going up against a team that, by all rights, Order should be cleaning through and leaving by the wayside. Bliss have given them a run for their money, and now on Order's attack, they turn to this roam clear, which was so good for them in the past.
Wow. And
while they were effective and efficient at clearing the map, they didn't find a kill because Bliss decided to 5-man anchor site.
Order's timing is on beat right now. It is really burning through that clock as they try to open up these hatches. And there's that secondary hard breach. That's
Nice.
a big impact from Jack Daddy there.
Yeah, Specker bringing that secondary hard breach means that they can open that hatch so much faster. They've still got Jack Daddy, as you said, for other hard breach, plus Joker, who's already done that hatch. Now, this is really the critical point, the mid-round for Order. They had such a strong early round. They've given themselves so much time. You just got to use that time. If they let this slip away, it will have all been for nothing.
Buddy system over on Big Tower Stairs right now. Look at all the information they've just got off the drones. Cutie's allowed Joker to push forth. And Specker's dropped. This is huge for Order. They've gained so much room to work with here. Dev, that's huge from Joker. That opens up the kill board, and now Order, the game is in their hands. If they crumble here, it's all over.
50 seconds left. They don't need to rush, but they need to make progress. They don't have full control of Elbow, but they do have Blue. Joker shut down. Shade, another massively impactful kill, still has the C4 primed and ready. It goes deep. See you later, Cutie. Suddenly, Bliss have regained their man advantage. No! Specker falls to the nade, uncooked when Cutie fell, and it's all in it be style. Against a full stack of Bliss, 4 players to find. There's no chance. He's locking this one in. Blitz may well have done it. 15 seconds, this is a massive task. He sees the other player, but Todd holds down the last player. Bliss with the comeback. An 8-6 overtime win over Order.
A taste of their own medicine for Order. That's 3 rounds straight from Bliss to finish it out 8-6. unbelievable. What a matchup it was. 3 of Bliss players above double digits. Putting in the work here in Oceanic Nationals 2021 Stage 1. It's been responded on, but here we go. Haywood in a 1 versus 3 to save their chances. It doesn't look like it's going to be doable. The Chiefs are clawing bit by bit, inching their way closer and closer to the throne of OCN. They are right on the cusp, and it's digital. Of course it's digital. He gives the Chiefs their first ever title, and it's OCN Nationals Stage 1. They are your champions.
Welcome to OCN.
Winning Stage 1 definitely has been a bit of a uplift in spirits after our disappointing year last year. We put in a lot of time to improve our in-game performance as well as early game performance, how we prepared for matches.
Before the start of the last stage, we took a different approach to the game. We had a look at things we felt like we were doing wrong in the way we were practicing, and we just try to make everything that we do in and out of the game as efficient as possible.
We changed up our role structure in-game, heading into the 6 Invitational qualifiers. After a brief run there, it looked promising, looked a lot better, but heading into the Stage 1 of OCN and Apex South, Fisher Guy IGL became available after his previous team disbanded, and we felt it was just an opportunity we couldn't pass up. So we made a roster move, brought him in with about 2 weeks notice, and we ended up winning OCN Stage 1.
I think me joining the Chiefs, they sort of all knew that I was going to be dead weight, and there was a really big responsibility for all 4 of them to step up and really start carrying me, which I think they realized and managed to pull off pretty good.
The way we incorporated Fisho into our team was kind of giving him that freedom. We allowed him to come in and be the IGL of the team and have freedom over how we play.
I think bringing in Fisher Guy as a roster shakeup prior to the season starting was definitely a huge part of our reason for success. He did bring a lot of new ideas in game and out of game that helped us, but I think everyone played their own part towards our success in Stage 1.
I think all the players were already really skilled and talented when I joined. I think just giving them the freedom to really shine.
The reason we succeeded in Stage 1 is just everyone put in the time, everyone put in the effort. There was a lot of hard work from everyone behind the scenes and just showing up on game day, week in, week out. Eventually, we did get to a point where we were burning out, but it all paid off in the end.
Winning the first stage was awesome. I've been working towards winning OCN for such a long time, and I finally did it, and it feels awesome.
So the secret to our success, I guess just making sure that everyone's ready for anything on game day.
I think something that we're doing quite inefficient was scrimming without any goals in mind. At the start of the first stage, we started implementing more of a goal system in the way we scrim, and it's helped so much.
In practice, sometimes I like to get sneaky, give intentional missed calls when I'm droning and just make things really hard on them to, a bit of resistance training before game day.
As the Stage 1 champions, I think there are quite a few good teams in OCN. It's a competitive league.
Yeah, pretty much every team, I reckon, across the board seen a pretty big improvements. So yeah, every game is going to be hard.
It's definitely going to be really difficult. A lot of teams are getting a lot stronger.
They're all tough contenders, and they're definitely going to be looking at us to try to take us down. It's just about playing our own game and trying to do what we do best.
Winning the championship has changed nothing for us. We don't want to get complacent. We have bigger goals, such as winning Apex South.
We're just as ready as we can be.
Heading into Stage 2, we're a lot hungrier. We want to win OCN again, but we also want to push for international events and try to compete there at the highest level.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of money on a feeling song. I'm running out of time. I'm running out of time.
And now, it's all on the save to play a heroic.
I'm running out of time. I'm so empty, so empty.
At least on the song, the music's going to go, oh, Friday night, and there's no place you would rather be than at the Oceanic Nationals, presented by, of course, Samsung. It is one of your favorites, Dev Mata, and just some other guy that gets to join the desk with him, Manic, of course, myself joining him. We're very keen to be bringing you all of the action for Playday 5, but what a night we've got installed, Dev.
Hell yes, and man, I'm just so energized because of that bumper. Every single time we start with Clockwork by North Lane, every single time I come into these opening desks, just feeling like I could jump up and run around. So yeah, it could not be more pumped, Rob.
to be fair, it is an absolute banging song. And you know what's also a bit of a banger?
What is?
Say what? Just say what? You took far too long there. The standings. Let's have a look at them. Let's dive in and have a bit of a snuff out of what we could expect. Team Bliss leading the charge by a country mile. Not really a country mile. They are currently out in front by at least 3 points, Deb. Could they make it even further tonight?
Oh, totally. Like, it is just absolutely ridiculous. Bliss, they did have a bit of an upset in stage 1. They went really deep in the regular season standings, but going into playoffs, they were knocked out early. This is a team that has never gone that deep before. For them to be flawless is ridiculous. Let's see if they can retain that for the rest of the night. But of course, something really important to keep in mind is the playoffs format for OCN. Top 5 go to playoffs, but it's a gauntlet. What that means is that if you come first in the regular season, you just go straight into that grand final. Second place will have to play the winner of the third versus fourth, and then to progress to the grand final, etc., etc. So what that means is there's just so much weight on the regular stage standings.
It's insane because when we saw the impact of it last season, well, I mean, we saw the fact that Knights just got to kind of breeze through to that final. Unfortunately, they obviously just weren't ready. You know, the other teams have played a couple of games by the time we got there, but seriously, I love the format. I think that it gives teams the best possible opportunity and also the biggest reward. It just gives you an incredible a chance that if you turn it on mid-season, early season, it's all yours, right? Totally. It's all yours in stage 2. So certainly a highlighted point. I think we're going to be careful when we start talking about Rhythm and LFO now, because really they're heavily in the danger zone, Dev. There is some serious worries kind of headed their way, I think, as the stage progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. LFO, Rhythm, and even Rufflecopter to an extent. These are the 3 newest teams in the league. Now, of course, Rhythm is a name you've probably seen around for a long time, but they've had tons of roster changes. Same with LFO. Both of those teams have struggled. They've only had one. Well, LFO's only had 1 win so far. Rhythm hasn't even had one, just 1 overtime loss, which has netted their single point. And yeah, looking at these teams, what is the way forward for them? I think in particular we're looking at Rufflecopter. You know, they're in 6th, only a point behind Wildcard, but this is a far cry from their eventual 3rd place finish that they managed to pull off in stage 1, which was a massive upset considering they were the Oakland qualifier team. They ended up a bit of a dark horse, but yes, it is a bit unfortunate. At the bottom end of the standing, still chance for redemption today.
And that's just it. The chance is here and now. Playday 5, let's have a look at the games that we've got coming up for you tonight. The Rufflecopter and Rhythm matchup. I don't want to dive too deep into that just yet, but I do feel like Rufflecopter have an incredible opportunity to gain the full 3 points here, the much needed 3 points, I think I should preface as we kind of look forward to the rest of the season for them. However, the second and third matchup do have a lot of promise to them.
Yeah, definitely. These are some really big games that we have. We're very deep into the season now. Playday 5, we only have 7 playdays, which means each of these teams have 3 matches left to go, including the match today. Teams like Wildcard and Chiefs really looking for those points, and I think this is also an exciting game that represents a bit of a transfer of power in OCE that we've had in 2021. Wildcard is the old guard. They were dominant in 2020. It seems that 2021 is the age of Chiefs and Knights, but Wildcard have been on the up, so that's definitely going to be a tight match. And Bliss versus Order is once again a really strong APAC South team in Order, but of course they are going through their own turbulence with roster changes and coming up against Bliss, who are flawless and very well poised to continue that flawless record 5 games in a row without even heading to overtime, which I think would basically secure them first place outright in the season, or the stage, I should say. So still a little bit of time to see, but that is definitely going to be another big opportunity for Bliss.
And LFO the same. They have to start getting these points on the board. At the very least, I think that we have to kind of be asking the questions, can they go to overtime with Knights? That's really the big, blaringly obvious talking point for that matchup, because I just don't think they're going to walk away with all 3 points. But let's see what our experts, quote-unquote experts have to think about the predictions. This is a very clear-cut night.
Wow.
Only 2 outliers in Sky and Guz. I mean, Guz, that is an outrageous claim. Outrageous. I mean, you've said some pretty wild things in your time, but that may well be one of the weirder calls.
I mean, if there's any game tonight that is the most obvious and clear cut, it is going to be that LFO one. I swear I picked Order instead of Bliss, though, so I don't know if I've been jibbed up here by Snowball or whether I just entered it wrong. I think the latter is more likely. But I think it's kind of funny when Guz picks LFO, but Ducky doesn't even, because Ducky's known to play favorites a little bit. He always goes to LFO, even when it's a guaranteed loss. But yeah, I think that those predictions there definitely don't represent how close these games are. In particular, I'm surprised not to see a little bit more love for Wildcard there against Chiefs. I think Sky's pretty on the money there. I think that there's a serious shot for them. Look, I think any of the first 3 games could swing. I think that last Knights versus LFO one is the most likely to be a clear-cut equation.
I would agree with you, but let's have a look at the a little bit more of a scoped-in look with Roffle and Rhythm now, because they, of course, are our first matchup of the day. I think that there is a very fair claim to say that this should be a Rofflecopter game. You know, we have a look at their roster, and we talk about the prowess that they've brought from, you know, really stage 1 into stage 2 now. This could really be a roster that could do some damage, but it feels like they just haven't gotten off on the right foot.
Yeah, look, it's been a rough stage 2 for both of these teams, but I think in particular for Rofflecopter, because we have such high expectations of them, they were the dark horse of stage 1. They ended up doing amazing things. They actually knocked Bliss out of the playoffs as well. So Rofflecopter is a team to watch. They've come out of the gate swinging a lot of young up-and-coming players, Boydie and Bouncin in particular. These guys are absolute gunners, and they're kind of making a bit of a debut here. Boydie in particular, Bouncin previously playing on Rhythm. But we do have some experience. You know, OJ Camper, Hotshot have some quite a few years under their belt in the comp scene. But I think this is still very much regarded as a young team. And they are very much looking for a booster up the standings, because it has been pretty tough so far in Stage 2. They're not in the running for a playoff spot at the moment, and they're looking to change that.
A team that's currently placed last, actually, which is even lower than Roffle, is Rhythm. And really, the points in this game are so important. I cannot stress that enough. Remembering that top 5 go through to playoffs, and of course, you know, as you make your way up the kind of ladder, it gets just better and better for you. But you really want to be able to secure any points that you can here if your Rhythm just hasn't been the greatest or most convincing. The thing is, though, we know that this team can really do some damage. I think that last week, was it, where we just saw an absolute slaughter from Bliss. I don't know whether Rofflecopter are going to give him as much trouble, though.
Yeah, it has been a rocky road for Rhythm, and I'm not talking about the good kind that's filled with marshmallows and chocolate. I'm talking about the kind that you really struggle to get through, and it is a pain, and it is turbulent, and that is Rhythm's campaign in OCN so far. Even going back to last season, I'm talking end of last year, 2020, these guys were actually relegated out of OCN. They only were gifted their spot back in. It was actually Rofflecopter, funnily enough, who knocked them out of that spot and took their OCN slot. But because we had Meloncat disband, Rhythm were gifted their spot back. And even since then, it's been turbulent. Stage 1 for them was all right in the fact that they had some, I guess, a lot of good overtime games, even if a lot of them were losses, and that's kind of what these guys have been known for. They have a really high skill ceiling, but just can't close out games. But unfortunately, Stage 2 has just not even been that close for them. They've recently subbed BB back in. They had Supremacist out for a bit, and then they brought BB in instead of him, and then they had Supremacist back in, and now Drex has stepped out for a moment while BB fills in. So they're definitely like trying to actively fix these problems, but it's really rough for Rhythm at the moment.
Kind of feels like band-aids on top of band-aids, just trying to, you know, stop the bleeding, if you will, when maybe they can do so in this matchup. And one way to find out is by that map, Vito. I know that you have your dirty stats sitting by Dev. We do love to see them. And we are headed to Clubhouse. Cafe was banned last, with Coastline just taken out by Rofflecopter. in their last ban. So I guess that this is an OS favorite, if you will. I feel like Clubhouse is just the generic map that we do go back to so often. But what are your stats telling you, Stat?
Yeah, well, I'm looking at recent form on this map. Let's say Rhythm first. So they lost to Knights in Stage 2, 7-2. Oof, that is a pretty significant loss. A little bit further back in Stage 1, these guys actually took Bliss to overtime, but still lost it. And you look even further back, they lost to Noble, which is an old roster, in OCN last year. Like, not recent wins at all. Like, the last time Rhythm won this was a very long time ago. And look, Rufflecopter actually have a pretty amazing feat that they beat Bliss on this map in Stage 1 in the playoffs, and that was one of the games where they actually knocked Bliss out of the playoffs, and I guess it was kind of the final act of greatness for Rufflecopter through their campaign so far. So yes, definitely a Rufflecopter map, but also both of these teams are bloodied.
Certainly are, and I'm damn sure that Clubhouse is about to be a bloodhouse. It's full of action, and we have a lot to get through, so let's not hold back any longer. Let's find out where these 3 points are going, because both teams are in desperate need.
Look at the players. Look at that. Ghoul's got is that Supremacist's like TikTok open on his phone. These guys are mad lads. Just look at BB now. He's like, I am ready to game.
What? Is that what it sounds like? I mean,
That's what it sounds
I can
like,
only see the... I feel like it's the three ghosts of Christmas up there with Nove, X-Cool, and Supremacists. It's so bloody dark in their rooms. It's literally, they are back, their faces are lit with their screens, and that's it. Boys, turn a bloody light on. It's not good for your eyes. Oh, Leb.
Very colourful shirt, OJ Leb says. Yeah, well, he's the only one wearing any speck of colour, so I respect OJ for that. But let's talk bans. All right, that's your Hibana. Pretty staple here on Clubhouse. Hibana is so good for opening those hatches. You're probably going to see a lot of Maverick and Ace combo, maybe a bit of Maverick Thermite action to counteract these bans. As for the defense, pretty staple. Again, the Kaid slipping through means that that Maverick will be really essential on every single site.
Okay. We have a good idea as to what to expect. Let's see how it unfolds here. Rufflecopter starting out on the defense. Always curious to see what site we do start on. Obviously, Church and Arsenal seems to be a very big favourite. But we do sometimes see a bit of an oddball. A little bit of a cheeky gym. I feel like CC... Oh, you do love your gym, do you?
I do love my gym, yeah. Well, not in real life. I mean, I would like to, but I have been slacking a little bit. But in Clubhouse, yeah, definitely love my gym defense.
I couldn't tell by those arms, mate. Legit.
Oh,
I
thanks.
thought I could just assume that you were hitting up the gym left, right, and center, Dev. But I guess that it's time to get into it all, because this is where the action unfolds. This is where we start to enjoy ourselves, but we can't be enjoying ourselves without our presenting partners, Dev, in Samsung. They've been incredible. I really just, I need to give a big shout out to them. You know, those NVMe SSDs, simply the best. That's what I've got to say, Dev. They are simply the best. If you want to find out more, guys, go and check out their latest range. Exclamation mark SSD in the Twitch chat. Also say hi.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, please do say hi. And of course, follow that community vote we have over on Twitter at R6 Esports OCE is where you want to be. Rufflecopter has won that, no doubt partly because of that beautiful little helicopter emblem that they've got going for them, but also the numbers don't lie. These guys are looking like a strong team, but Rhythm is making a play here to avoid this SSG room and go straight through Dirt Tunnel.
This could be really dangerous. Boydie seems to have spotted it out, and he has called for backup. So Rufflecopter have promptly moved back into position. Really love the use of that mute jammer. Okay. That little... Oh, Supremacist! Oh, you've got to be so careful coming out of dirt. That's just one of the most exposed positions from the top of main. Regardless, though, I will just say I'm really a big fan of how they were able to get back and deny them dirt control, but also any information to see whether they were even on site as we now progress into stage 2 of this round.
Yeah, it's one of the really important things when you go for very extended roams. You've got to be prepared for those site rushes. And, well, it is Rufflecopter to find the opener as well, with Novaics going down, the ace as well. One of those pivotal hard breach ops.
It's quite dangerous. Now you really have to rely on Ghoul, and likely that will mean that Church Wall is not going to be breached. That's not going to be an option for them to fight around. Maybe they could make a couple of murder holes. Supremacist trying to make something work. It looks like they're going to be pushing down blue. BB opens things up first. Dev, things have gotten a little bit interesting, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, almost blue control now for Rhythm, plus dirt control. You look at that, and that's a pretty strong crossfire. You're cutting off the back half of Arsenal, and hence the B-bomb site. And it does leave Rhythm an opportunity here, but numbers are dwindling, and without a lot of control and Hotshot still under Arsenal here, things are going to be quite difficult for this execute.
It's like banging your head against a brick wall. It's not really going to get a lot done. I mean, if BB can open blue back up again, if they can find Campo, that might be a good opportunity. He's done just that. Now that gives Rufflecopter a little bit of a nuisance, right? They lose blue control. OJ has to hard watch the angle, whilst Rhythm can get to work elsewhere. It's Buck, but BB, that's a big kill to be taken out. Goodness me, just like that, Rufflecopter are taking every single kill. Supremacist last to remain. He got on him. Could this be it, Dev? Could this be the 1v3?
Unlikely though. Supremacist will try it. A little bit concussed now. Doesn't get the sound cue, but he's actually looking to get the plant down. He actually baits it at the last moment. And Bounson takes advantage of the open moto hatch for the flank. A strong opening round from Rufflecopter and shut down Rhythm.
You know what? I'm just going to say it was really important that Rufflecopter checked that aggression from Dirt then. It was so vitally important that they got back to site and showed Rhythm that there was not a way into site itself. Sure, you can make the claim that the roam, you know, it is quite dangerous just for other players to try and make their way in any other way that is not technically through Dirt, because it's really the only open way that they had there. But it's just so important that, one, Rhythm show the aggression and show that Ruffle need to be careful, but two, the Ruffle show their how prepared they can be for those kind of plays. And with that comment, we do see a clash, which, Dev, I would love to see the stats on this, because I feel like Clash is getting a hell of a lot more use from these Oceanic teams in OCN and also widely in APAC South. It seems to be working quite a treat.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's become very, very popular. A lot of creative ways that the Clash has been used, and I like that it was a 6-pick as well for OJ. That said, Rhythm should probably expect this site to be Gym Bedroom rather than Cash Sys TV, because the Frost was revealed in the reveal phase, and Frost is very, very common pick here on Gym Bedroom, much less so on the other bomb sites here. And once again, look at the way that Rufflecopter have really extended their defense. They've got players all the way out on the red stairs playing the top rotation as well. So I do wonder whether Rhythm is once again going to be tempted to try and just hard hit site like they did with Dirt last time. I don't think it'll work. I think that Rufflecopter is really on the ball at managing a large amount of map control on their defense.
Yeah, it's interesting. I saw a game, I can't remember what game it was last week, but of course it had the wonderful voices of Guz and Xenox. Well, I wouldn't really say wonderful, but it had the voices of Guz and Xenox. And I do remember there being a Clash hold that was extended out into Con, and the team decided to breach fast into Jacuzzi Wall and kind of went from there. Now, is that in range? Not even close. Meaning that Mute Jammer is going to stick it to its own guns for the time being.
I remember when Flores came out, I believe the devs said that now Flores drones will never be able to actually destroy a Mute Jammer, because by the time you get within range that the explosion will destroy the jammer, the mute would actually mute the drone. Now, I swear I think I've actually seen that not be the case. I swear I've seen Flores drones destroy Mute Jammers before, but in this case, you know, it's probably a very, very narrow margin, like, of how close you have to be. But nonetheless, it looks like they cleared the jammer just with the blowtorch instead and used Ace to make an entry hole. I do wonder, though, what is the play for Rhythm, because they would have to spend so much time investing on a full clear of the cache side, and judging by where they're playing right now, I don't think they're gonna.
No, it looks like they're going to gun into gym and bedroom side from, of course, Jacuzzi. I mean, it really just depends on what happens here. Big pick to take from BB early on.
Ooh,
oh
that's
my
nice.
God, Supremacist just deletes Campo. Looks to progress into cash and take control. Could really put some pressure and pins Rafflecopter onto site, Dev.
And indeed, here comes the execute. There's a whole minute to go, but Rhythm seem to have everything they need. A nice shot there from Bouncin,
no.
makes it the double. And now a 2-on-2 is very, very winnable on the retake here for Rafflecopter. Bouncin wins it again! How does he do it? He's just so damn good! And now Leb has to try and clutch, but he cannot! What a play from Rafflecopter! What a play from Bouncin!
Defenders disabled the diffuser.
Jeez, how do you win a 2v5 in that situation? The fact that Bouncin was in a position to deny both players headed out to Jacuzzi, I think that is absolutely astronomically large. I can't even talk about how big that is. The second they get away, it's pretty much done and dusted. You've got too many angles to look at, plus you've got a player sitting on site, but it's that right there. That's what we're talking about. And Noveix has to win that. Noveix, there's no questions asked. I'm not a negative Nancy, and I'm certainly not a Xenox, but he has to win that.
I'm afraid he does. Look, even if Noveix had won that one kill and then been traded out by, I believe it was Campo, was the other defender still alive, that's winnable for Leb, right? Like, that's probably favorable because it's a 1v1, like the defender's got to bait the diffuser and hope to win the 1v1 onto Leb. But because that Noveix just whiffed so hard and Bouncin was really given a lifeline there, absolutely fell to pieces. What a shame for Rhythm. That was that was just a hair's breadth away from being a really, really solid round.
Yep, certainly was. That could have been the round that we really made mention of, you know, throughout the entirety of the first half and pointed to say, this is why we think that Rhythm should be taking this map, or at least taking some points. And now with Rafflecopter kind of showing us their prowess in a 2v5, that is just terrifying to think that these rounds are going to slowly and surely slip away. Now, I don't want to get too negative Nancy to start with by any means. It is only the first 2 rounds. However, when you look at it like this, it's already 33% of the rounds. And on their attack anyway. And it is vitally important that you just don't let it get out of reach. Yes, this is a defender-sided map. Yes, you're most likely going to see, you know, like a 4-2 half. That's not uncommon. But you just don't want to make it any harder than it has to be.
I think the biggest implication of that round loss is just that Rhythm really needs to make sure they don't get rattled. Boydie is very, very eager to peek that from out garage. I like this extended hold downstairs. Once again, the Clash making her appearance, as well as that lovely shield in lounge. So this is going to be very difficult for an execute for Rhythm, especially considering that Rafflecopter has all this vertical control. Like, if they were to try and plant upstairs in CCTV, then there's so many opportunities for Raffle to deny it. And so I think that's part of the reason why Rhythm are actually going for a construction push to ideally execute into cash.
Might hold more promise for them, I guess. Love this from Campo, though. Very much looking to try and take this fight. I mean, the longer he stays alive, the better. That's a very big C4, all things considered, the first kill. And it also gives Rhythm just a moment to breathe with that man advantage.
Yeah, also considering it's Boydie who's gone down and actually been shut down quite convincingly so far. That's quite a significant thing to boast here for Rhythm. Supremacist is very, very keen, always seemingly pushing the opposite side of the map to his team. Oh, that is just so good. Leb and Supremacist together, they just pinch Campo and triangulate him and shut him down. Once again, Rhythm are in a very, very strong position, especially with that top garage wall reinforced. They just have everything going for them for a cash execute here, Rob.
This is exactly what we wanted to see from them. I don't think there's a hope in hell of a 2 versus 5 now. You got a player coming up the back of red. Players all around the site.
God.
That is Leb, who's just absolutely deleted hot shot from the top of red. OJ might be able to get a little bit done, but very quickly the fire is stamped out, and that is such a great round from Rhythm and a really crucial moment to do so.
All in all, an excellent attack there from Rhythm. Really, really pristine. And yeah, there were a couple of things where Rufflecopter, I guess, fed them a little bit. That first Claymore kill in particular I'm looking at. But hey, yeah, Rufflecopter played that really well. I like their style of attack. I like that because of the heavy lounge presence, instead of focusing on a garage into CCTV execute, they just focused on construction into cash. And I really like that once Rhythm spotted that garage wall, the top garage rafters wall was reinforced. Like usually that's one of the crossfires onto the cash door and onto the construction wall that makes it really hard to go for a push into cash from Con. And I don't know why Rufflecopter set it up like that. Very weird strat. Maybe we'll get a better look at it later, but Rhythm definitely took advantage of that setup.
Now we go back to basement. This could be a point for concern for Rhythm. They really... It wasn't close, but it was close in a lot of senses. I think Rhythm did an incredible job maintaining not a man advantage by any means, but making sure that Rufflecopter weren't too far ahead of them at any stage throughout the round that they played out. It was, however, a 1v3 from Supremacist where there was an attempt. So it just doesn't really show the greatest signs, but most definitely they will be approaching with a lot more calm and composure, as last time it was a bit of a dirt push early on and maybe lost a bit too much time trying to figure things out, as well as the fact that Noveix went down on the ace without using any Selma charges. So there's quite a few factors to that last round.
Yeah. And it looks like, in contrast to the heavy SSG roam style setup that Rufflecopter went for in the first defense of this bomb site, they're going for heavy site presence. They got the echo, they got the smoke, really, really focusing on the operators that are super powerful in the late round and less so on the fragging operators. We also have 3 shields as a result of the Ella, smoke, and echo picks. I like this little bit of spice though from Campo. A very aggressive angle, could get punished. Oh, nup, straight out. Takes off Supremacist's noggin.
I mean, I feel like if you don't get that kill there, they might have been able to cut him off. It would have taken another player to be close to Garage to kind of get to a position where Oil could have been contested, but that's just absolutely outrageous from Campo. Great way to get his name on the board as well. He still was struggling to find a kill in that department. Also, Supremacist going down, that is a big hitter for Rhythm. And I like this from Bouncing. Just stick around until you absolutely cannot. Just leave him for dead. As Rhythm only have really a minute 20, minute 10 left on this clock. It just feels like Rufflecopter with this site control, this site presence, it's going to be so hard to crack.
So far in Stage 2, Boydie and Bouncin have been the top 2 performers on their team in terms of rating, and actually out of all the players in this game, they have been far and away ahead of the competition. I'm definitely going to be looking at them, especially when it comes to this late round execute. There's so much for Rhythm to do, and because Rufflecopter not only have man advantage, but also this super anchor-centric setup, it's going to be such a headache to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, there's no real chance that Rhythm even get in there without having that dirt control, or at least dirt pressure. You can see there's 3 players just sitting toward the back of AK racks. They're just going to be absolutely cruising for a bruising. Noveix is getting to stick this. Now, you would have to imagine that they've got the information. OJ, hello? No one's denied it. Fortunately enough, they completely circle them and pretty much suffocate them away from this win. BB, don't you dare. I mean, that's a bit of an interesting round, I guess. It doesn't really matter if the plant goes down, right? It's still a 5v3. Just a bit too close to comfort, I'd say.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort there. I mean, credit to Rufflecopter. They had really strong post-plant positions, not only because they had so many players in sight. With that wall open and the man advantage, it just meant that there was going to be so many more crossfires in Rufflecopter's favor. Plus, they had Campo on for a flank. So, yeah, even with that plant down, very unlikely Rhythm wins that, but just a bit strange considering there was like a smoke and an echo that plant goes down anyway, but I won't question what works here, Rob. And another strong round for Rufflecopter. Almost a flawless once again. Actually attempted 1v5 there for All-Mate BB. But now we go back to Gym Bedroom. And remember, Manic, this was where Rhythm had that really early execute, a whole minute left on the clock, and a 5v3. And it was just all shut down because of bouncing.
5v2 even.
Sorry,
That's how outrageously one-sided that round was. You know, not to discredit anything that Ruffle have done, nor your statistics, let's be completely honest there. But the fact that it was such a monstrous just body of a round from Rhythm does make you beg the question, you know, if that had gone the way of Rhythm, could we have seen them walking away with this half? It's so possible. They were looking so damn confident on Cash and CCTV that you just, you know, it would be a completely different story right now. But we'll pocket that one and move on and hope that we can see a similar approach from Rhythm. Maybe just a better answer from Ruffle though.
Well, Ruffle have actually switched up their operators, something that this team really likes to do. We saw it in the difference between their two Church Arsenal defenses. They went from full roam to full turtle with a little bit of aggro from Campo. This time on their Gym Bedroom defense, they've ditched the Clash and the Frost and brought the Goyo and Aruni instead. Another bit of aggression there from Bouncin. Impact doesn't do any damage. It was looking for a Claymore and for that drone. Would have got the drone. Not sure about the Claymore. Ooh, Ghoul's worried about a C4. Doesn't have a teammate there to cover him. OJ's going to rotate. No, he's just fixing his shield placement. Very, very meticulous on that one. But see if Rhythm once again can find this strong entry.
Definitely feels like their setup at the early round is quite good. Rhythm get into a decent position as early as humanly possible, and then from there it's just about the timing of everything else. Now, BB, surely that Rotero drone won't be able to take it out. No, it's too much of a long angle for them to try and get that deployable shield at the top of Red, but
Always good trying to go through the drone hole.
I love that. That's much better. That's really clean. I love that.
That was so cheeky. That was some like off-road business kind of there. Like really cheeky stuff. I like that. Ooh! Oh, but that is a shot and a half from OJ, and Supremacist is down for the count.
You know what? There's actually no count for him. He's done. He's sidelined. He's benched for the round. BB might continue to push on the back of it as well. They just need to be cautious here because, I mean, it's Bouncing you are going up against. He is known to be hard to handle player is probably just the most PG way I can put it. As Campo now looks to rotate back towards site and maybe bunker down a little bit more.
.5v4 though for Rufflecopter. Even though they've forfeited a lot of this map control, they're retaining that man advantage. That's really, really strong. Of course, with cash control and CCTV control in the attacker's hands, it means that Leb can play on this balcony and really cut off a lot of these positions, but not every position. And that does mean Rufflecopter still have a bit of mobility inside.
Oh, I really like this call! Hot shot!
What?
Triple C4! That locks the round away, and there's no chance for Rhythm. There's no way back. That's unreal.
What a C4 play from Hotshot. And my God, that was just such an explosive round. Quite literally shut down before I think Rhythm really knew what hit them. A 3K C4 in Logistic Office. I'm going back and watching right now, trying to figure out whether that was pre-placed. I believe it was.
Surely.
It was, because Hotshot was playing at top red stairs. He must have put that down there in the prep phase, just waiting for the sound cue of those people to drop it. He got a whole lot more than he expected.
I was honestly about to tell the tale of Rhythm dropping into logistics, busting onto site with Leb putting pressure from the balcony. Not even close, Dev. Not even close. Hotshot had other plans, but so did Rhythm. This is their tack timeout, and one that is very much needed. I mean, 5-1. Not good. Not good, Dev.
Certainly not good for Rhythm, especially considering that first gym and bedroom attack from them really should have been their round. Losing a 5 versus 2 with the plant down. Really, really concerning stuff here for the team currently sitting at the bottom of the OCN Stage 2 standings. They really should be at a 2-3 at the moment and gunning for a 3-3 half, which would be a win in my eyes, them winning the half. But the fact that it's on the cards here for a 5-1, the fact that the best they can hope for is a 4-2, well, they better get it, because if not, this is going to be an almost unwinnable game, in my opinion.
Not gonna lie, I forgot that we even had replays. Unreal. How good. How good. It's great to see. That's an unreal triple C. I mean, those are that's what dreams are made of right there for Hotshot. And I would just love to see the cheeky grin. Just the cheeky grin. That, like, what do you even do in that case? It's just perfectly timed, perfectly placed, and all round. That may well have just netted Rufflecopter a huge lead here. If they can capitalize and go 5-1, oofed, is all I've got to say. Oofed.
100% Rufflecopter going to be very, very content with themselves right now. That said, this is the bomb site they struggled on the most. Now, I wouldn't mind getting a good look here at their setup around garage and see if they've double reinforced the rafters wall again. I can't quite tell from this angle. No, they've actually got the lines of sight this time. So at the very top on the next floor, we can see the rafters wall. There are some holes. Last time they double reinforced this for some reason, which is a bit of a strange setup because it does really limit what the rafters player can do to actually affect a construction side push. They must have used a lot of reinforcers off-site though, because they didn't reinforce all the bot garage walls, which does mean BB can breach that for free as well.
Once again, within the first 2 minutes, they have garage wall open. They also have kennels wall open, and they can start to make a bit more of a clearer decision. That was really dangerous by Ghoul. Granted, kind of in a way, his job's done as the Maverick. You still don't want to be dropping a player down by any means. You've still got the 2 nades, plus the impact that you can have. Now, as this round slowly and surely ticks away, Ruffle will be begging for an opening here. They don't have the smoke, they don't have the echo to hold, but they do have 3 C4s that they may be able to play for. Oh!
Very nice run out denial there from Leb. Boydie once again has been shut down. Really, really has been struggling this game so far, Rob. And that's a concern for Rufflecopter because he is statistically their best player.
Which is crazy that they're still 4-1 up in this matchup. The fact that they are not calling upon Boydie and players like Hotshot and OJ are both stepping up. Bouncin as well, but I feel like it's more expected from Bouncin. Speak of the devil, and he shall damn appear. He's straight back on the scoreboard again, and Rhythm are just falling to pieces here, Dev.
Once again, it looks like Rufflecopter might have Rhythm's number. Campo's still roaming in stock. And that does leave us in a position where Rhythm is clutching at straws, desperately hoping for a win here. There's another player in bar. They're looking up through the hatch. Campo has such a strong position. Just about nothing that Rhythm can do here except go big.
Oh, go big through the choke points is all they've got left. BB left on his lonesome. He can't find anything, and Rufflecopter storm away with the first half. Not looking good for Rhythm right now. And that's a nice way of putting it. 5-1. And sure, as we were saying, defensive-sided map, you feel a little bit more comfortable with the Church Arsenal defense, even really things like your CCTV. That generally is pretty comfortable. But I just don't know if this is even in the realm of us being convinced that they could have a close enough affair to push this to overtime. And mind you, again, that this probably sounds all doom and gloom. The problem is it is getting to a point where it is doom and gloom. Rhythm are only on 1 point for the entire season. We're in Playday 5 so far. I mean, the fact that they finished 6th in Stage 1 gives them a little bit more of a boost, if you will, but this is just not a good affair for them whatsoever.
Yeah, there is also relegation on the cards. Rhythm have been relegated once before, so I wouldn't be saying that they're safe from that, and they need every point they can get, and so far they only have 1. Yeah, I mean, even just for them to push overtime, they've got to have a 5-1 half of their own here, which I don't see that happening. Now, they've got a chance to, I guess, prove me wrong, but it'll start here on the opening Church Arsenal defense. A very, very classic SSG-style roam here. Lots of reinforcements on the top floor. The Mute present, the Castle also present. With some util on site as well, like the Malusi, to really make sure that a site rush can't be possible. But Rufflecopter are going to address the roam head-on. And that's already the first kill. If you make the rotation, the left side is just completely exposed. And Rufflecopter know what they're doing.
It's so strange. I mean, Noveix knows that he was seen on the drone, so that rotate was surely not in a safe vein, regardless. 2-man advantage. Ruffle really have... I mean, they don't have a lot to do here, I'll be completely honest. They find another kill. There's only 2 on site, and it looks like Leb's been spotted. Is his rotate cut off from Bathroom? It doesn't look like OJ was going to force that issue by any means. They've already taken bar control. Slowly and surely, they'll start to put the vertical pressure on to any player that wishes to sit on site, which right now is all 3 of them. Rhythm would be feeling uncomfortable.
Certainly will be. Now let's see how this breach of the kitchen hatch goes. Looks like no one is there to impact trick. It looks like there aren't even holes. Very strange. I don't know why you'd be bringing 2 impacts on Ghoul and 2 on Leb if you're not going to do that, but maybe it's just the fact that they lost so many people early that both Ghoul and Leb have to actually rotate away and can't fulfill their own job of impact tricking that hatch.
Drones slowly dwindling. Only 2 out on the field. Make that 1 out on the field and 1 in the pocket. My God, I can't speak quick enough. There's only 2 drones left. We'll just say that right now. 30 seconds. Although there's 5 crosshairs, they need to convert these kills. They've still got the smoke up on the board. 1 more smoke bay to go out after that one's been detonated. I'm starting to believe, Dev, this could be possible, but OJ may just be the bearer of bad news.
Rufflecopter just have to monster this, though. Even though they don't have much info, they have the man advantage still on their side. That's a big pick from Bouncin. It is all on BB now, and he is shut down. Rob, this match has barely started, but Rufflecopter's looking to make it a quick one. They are on match point.
They got things to do on a Saturday night, Dev, apparently. They've got
it's
places...
actually pretty early. They could go out,
yeah?
They could go out clubbing or go to the bar, whatever.
They've got places to be, people to see. I tell you what, this is one of the quicker matches that we may well see. And
the night is but young.
It is but young, my Dev Marta. I mean, by the time we're finished, it may not be, but...
Don't jinx it, mate. Don't jinx it.
Before 12?
No, you're not. You just said it, mate. You just said it.
Yeah, but I'm cruising. I got to sleep in tomorrow, so it's okay. These guys aren't even looking. They will still be awake by the time that I wake up in the morning. You know, that's the kind of night they're planning to have by the looks of it. But really, Rhythm, let's bring this down a notch, because that is your basement defense. That should be, I'm not going to say it should be your bread and butter, but it should be your bread and butter. This should be the site that really gives you the most confidence on this map.
Yeah, well, I mean, those basement defenses, when you invest in a really heavy roam like they did, they live and die by the roam. And they lost 2 players to the roam and didn't find anything off of it. And also the fact that their impact trick players, Leb and Ghoul, Leb and, I can't remember who the one I was, they both backed off. And so it,
5 seconds left before insertion.
nothing went right for them. Nothing.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
And it doesn't feel like much more is going to go right for them at this point. What have they got to offer? A less roam-heavy strategy, although they still have one sitting up toward logistics, I believe it was. Where he may well have backed away as well. Conceding any kind of control on second and first floor. They may well just play for the deep game, the deep round. Although Novaics, don't go up there with the smoke. Do not die this early on.
Yeah, well, at least the fact that Rhythm are going for a more passive anchor or turtle strat, it means that we're testing Rufflecopter further, right? Like, because we see that Rufflecopter can... What? No! Please, please! Campo survived that with about 3 HP left. He is a lucky one.
That he is. And I was really curious to see what Supremacist was trying to do. I thought that there may have been a punch hole, a melee hole toward the end of Dirt. It is, however, just him contesting the long angle. I guess it gives you something more to play with, more time to back away if they don't even attempt to open it. And it will certainly bring more comfort and composure toward the back of the site, toward AK if they need it. Which right now, all things considered, Rufflecopter slowly but surely getting to the demolition of the floor. They have plenty of time to really displace these members on site.
Yeah, especially because Campo's now cleared out Armory with the Buck. Now, I feel like Rhythm probably should have just gone and contested him through the vertical holes really, really strongly and persistently because of that early pick. Or rather, the early damage they did onto Campo. But now, Rufflecopter have made excellent progress. BB is really put under the pump here, but that is an aggressive retake from Novaics, enabled by the smoke and the C4, and they find the opening pick. That said, it's not all over yet for Rufflecopter as they regain that man advantage.
No, it might not be over just yet, but it's certainly coming to its conclusion. By the looks of it, they're trying to fight back, but they don't have enough. Rufflecopter, they absolutely run away with the map, 7-1. What a dominating performance from them, and a great statement for the next 2 play days that they have coming.
What a match for Rufflecopter to get themselves back on the scoreboard and rocket up the standings, sitting on 7 points now, tied with Knights and Order. This is big for these guys. They really, really set a high bar for themselves in Stage 1, ending 3rd through playoffs. And, well, now they are starting to show that that was not a fluke.
Certainly wasn't. They have to be able to do these kind of performances against other teams as well before we really start to talk about that Stage 1 from them, because really the fact that we've only seen them in 2 stages in Tier 1 Siege, Dev, regardless, you know, them as a full roster, we've seen plenty of them, you know, kind of bit-bopping about throughout the years, but the fact that we're now seeing 2 stages of them where they are convincing us that 1, they definitely deserve to be here, but even 2, that they might be able to start competing at a higher level than what we originally anticipated. It's great news for 1, them, but also our scene.
Yeah, definitely. Rufflecopter are a shining example of a team that kind of came out of nowhere. And while, yes, there are some experienced players on the roster, particularly Hotshot and OJ, also Campo, you're looking at players like Bouncin. He's only had, well, he started playing like at this level just at the end of 2020. This is Boydie's first season in terms of his year playing in comp. So this is really, really fantastic stuff that Rufflecopter is demonstrating here. You can be an up-and-coming team and make a massive impact.
You're just seeing the impact that every single player on their team had. Bar Boydie right now. I mean, look at the scoreboard. Rufflecopter really held their own weight this game, that's for sure.
He finished off 2 and 7 with their highest rated player playing support and bottom fragging. It's pretty amazing there for Rufflecopter. What's, I guess, a shame out of all of this, Rob, is that that was a really valiant effort from Rhythm, especially their defense half. Sorry, their attack half, rather. Their attack half was really, really nice. Like, they only won a single round, but I think there was like 3 rounds that they probably should have won. 1 they definitely should have won, and then a couple others they definitely could have. And I think that is unfortunately the story for Rhythm all of this stage is that, man, they look good during the rounds, but they cannot close rounds, they cannot close games, and to not even win a single defense on Clubhouse Basement is pretty horrific as well. So Rufflecopter, a well-deserved win. Bouncing 11 kills and 2 deaths.
That is just unreal from Bouncing. Something that we have come to expect from him as a player. You know, there's a lot of love for him in the Twitch chat. We've seen it multiple times, but the fact that he really does put up numbers like that is terrifying to think. You know, he's up there with the likes of what we talk about when we speak about Jigsaw and Repix, Worthy. I mean, maybe Worthy's a bit out of reach at the moment. He kind of feels like he's on his own level in Siege as an individual player. But the Rufflecopter players, all of them to their own credit, do have a claim. They do have that ability to kind of pop off at any moment, and we've seen it tonight. 7-1. That is the kind of performance that really starts to make you think they're going somewhere.
Definitely. It's exciting times to be a Rufflecopter fan. I just want to know when they're going to get picked up and who they're going to get picked up by. So if you are an organization interested in an Oceanic team that is rocketing up, flying high but not too high, Rufflecopter might be the team for you. Also, if you're just a fan who loves an underdog story, who likes a dark horse, this is definitely a team that I would be looking out for. Definitely a team you can get behind. The players also not afraid of a bit of banter, a little bit of smack talk, and yeah, they're pretty funny characters overall.
Yeah, they are. We'll see what smack talk OJ brings to the table today, because we got him for the interview. Let's have a chat with him, get into this one. OJ, welcome in. You are the only person out of the entire team, both Rhythm and Rufflecopter, that are wearing any color. What gives with the orange?
Oh, I got home from work. It was on my bed. I put it on and then I got into a tea hunt.
I thought there was going to be something better than that. I thought there was going to be something better than that, OJ. But no, let's talk about your performance now. We'll stop talking about that colored shirt of yours. 7-1 is an outstanding victory from you guys. Kind of felt like you were firing on all cylinders. Did it feel like that?
Yeah, no, it definitely felt good. I feel some rounds we didn't deserve to win, but then, I don't know, the way things eventuated, we just got the picks back that we needed. Bouncing's nuts. I don't know, I'm in a 2v4 on Clash, I blink and like all of a sudden we're in a 1v2, so, or 2v1, so props to him, but yeah, it was a good win.
Yeah, it certainly was, and I guess after Stage 1, Stage 2 hasn't been quite as fast for you guys as you would have liked. Currently, well, up until tonight, you were sitting just outside the playoffs positions. With that win, you do rocket up. Of course, other teams are yet to play tonight. So how confident are you feeling of making playoffs again, and how deep do you think you could get in the playoffs should you make it there?
I mean, I'm going to say, obviously, that we can go all the way. We just need to get the playoffs first. We didn't start our season off too well. But yeah, I'm pretty confident we can make it. And, you know, we've kind of gone back to the basics, keeping it simple kind of stuff. We were trying to do a little bit too much at the start of the season, but as soon as we started to simplify stuff, yeah, we're a lot more cohesive, and yeah, I guess it's starting to show.
If you don't mind me asking, I'm curious to hear what you mean by simplify. Are you talking about in the structure of your team, or in kind of the communication, the roles? What is it that's kind of changed to simplify it?
It sounds like a bit of a cop-out, but literally everything. We tried to get a bit fancy with the roles, swapping it up just for reasons that we didn't need to. And, you know, we kind of felt like it wasn't working as well as it should have. But yeah, we definitely tried to work on our comms, making them as simple as possible. Just leaving the late round open for people to just play and go off a bit. But yeah, so literally keeping it simple, focusing on the basics, and that'll take us pretty far.
So you mentioned that, you know, you looked at different things you could change. Is it just you 5 players that do a lot of the legwork in terms of really the brains behind the operation, or do you have any other kind of support staff that are behind it? And I guess, what is that whole process? Who are the most active and vocal members of the team?
It's just us. We had Cynics, but he's no longer coaching us, but it's not really a big deal for us. It's normally Hot and I that would do most of that kind of stuff, but all the boys chip in so much. Everyone's always coming with new ideas, stuff like that. So it definitely is like all 5 of us are definitely contributing, but yeah, it's just us on our own, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, to be fair, it seems like you're flying high, but not too high. Now, very quickly, do you have anything that you'd like to say to any potential org owners that are looking for a Rainbow Six team in the Tier 1 ANZ region?
Hit us up. We're going hard. We're trying to get to as far as we can go, whether that be South or whatever the league is next season or next year. But yeah, we're going to give it a good hard crack and see where we are at the end of the year. So that's really it. Just hit us up.
Orgs, get on board with the boys. They're going places. Well, OJ, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on your victory. Hopefully we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Again, cool, calm, composed, but seriously, if there are orgs out there thinking about getting into the Tier 1 ANZ scene for Rainbow Six, don't look any further than Rafflecopter. You could literally talk to any of us as commentators and we will tell you how impressive that they've been since they kind of exploded onto the scene. And I think that's probably the best way of saying it. They really have just kicked down the door, haven't they?
Yeah, and I'm just going to go out and say it straight up. The most talented and successful and most promising orgless team currently in the OS region, like hands down. So yeah, if you're looking for an orgless team to pick up, it is Rafflecopter, and they should be the first on your list. So yeah, also OJ, just really well spoken. I loved his interview, and yeah, it's nice that he did wear a little bit of color, because I wasn't sure if we just had like the saturation set wrong or something, but no, he's a colorful dude.
With such little light, you wouldn't really know what color that t-shirt is, would you? You've got no clue, but I'll tell you what we have a clue about. That's what's coming up next. It's going to be an absolute banger. It's Chiefs taking on Wildcard. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
My name is Vincent Danielle. I play entry for Wildcard Gaming. But what you don't know about me is I've played drums for most of my life. So drumming's been a pretty big part of my life. I've kind of always been exposed to music my whole life, and growing up my father was a drummer, so I was kind of exposed to that. I really looked up to him, and that's how I got into it, and I've played ever since. My kit at the moment is pretty basic. It's just my snare drum, 2 rack toms and a floor tom, and then my 2 cymbals and a hi-hat, and it's pretty basic, but it gets the job done. To say I'm a drummer is a stretch. It's more of just something I do. I put more time into Siege, more years into drumming, more time into Siege. Bending sticks is just part of the job. It's just something that you do mid-song, end song, whenever, and then just throw them at the wall when you're done. To show the rage, you know, all the energy from the song, you gotta let it all out at the end. Drumming has a sort of precision and accuracy to it that you kind of get, and it takes a lot of time to perfect that craft. And I think I kind of brought that into Siege more as a mindset than just, you know, as a direct relation. So I guess hand-eye coordination maybe, but other than that, it's more about a mindset, yeah. Doki would have to have the best rhythm. I'm pretty sure she danced in her elite, and that's pretty rhythmic, I guess. Growing up, I listened to a lot of Green Day. So Trey Cool was their drummer, and he was an awesome drummer. I actually went to one of their shows in Adelaide when I was younger, and I got 2 of his sticks. The singer Billie Joe Armstrong's wife was standing there, and she saw us, and I would have been 7 or 8 years old, and that got me going for sure. The passion definitely sparked there. My dad was kind of like, "Am I not enough for you? I've been doing this for such a long time," but yeah.
My name is Isaiah Patterson. I'm the team captain and fragger for Chiefs. But what you don't know about me is I was in the school choir. Oh, is that it? Yeah. That was too easy. The opportunity came up to join the school choir, and me and my mates, if we were to join it, it would mean that we wouldn't have to do other classes, so we just thought, just for a bit of a joke, and we can kind of skip out on class. I couldn't actually sing, but it didn't matter because I didn't really sing out loud. The biggest performance I ever did was performing at the festival theatre in front of a pretty big crowd. I do remember like we had to for like one of the songs put on like these glow in the dark like gloves and had to do like some, I don't know, some weird performance thing.
Are you sure you were in a choir?
Yeah, I was. I don't know what, I was in a choir. The siege operator I think would be the best singer would have to be Maestro because he's Italian and I reckon he'd be a good opera singer. Do, re, mi. Oh, I'm done. I regret doing school choir. I should have done something else.
And Vinny, we almost have a ban, but even more importantly, between those two, we have a classic OCE matchup, Dev. It's Wildcard and Chiefs coming up. This one is sure to be a close affair. Wildcard are on the up and up, and well, Chiefs, I feel like they've shown us enough this year to really warrant some confidence in their performance.
Well, that's it. This is the old versus the new. Last season, 2020 Wildcard were the undisputed champions. This season, it seems to be Chiefs. They won Stage 1 championship and they're hungry for more, but it hasn't been without its hiccups, Rob. They have had a little bit of a slow start, especially when the competition is so thick with teams like Bliss and Knights. But despite that, Chiefs should be reasonably happy with their OCN progress so far. Currently sitting in second place, also defeating Knights recently in both OCN and APAC South, especially on the back of that massive 1v3 clutch from Worthy. Did a bit of an interview with him last week as well, and you can really just see that Chiefs is undoubtedly one of, if not the most well-supported team in the OCE region.
Oh, without a doubt, you would have to say that they really have been putting up some incredible results, and maybe it is because of the fact that they're so looked after. You just don't know. You don't know how. Oh, Fast! What's going on? Oh,
wait a second.
He's had a haircut. What's going on?
What do you mean? Is it a haircut if you don't have any hair left?
Oh no! What has happened here? I mean, to be honest, he looks like a Stone Cold Killer. I reckon that suits him.
I need him to just like lean in, look directly down the lens, and just put his finger up and say, "Boy, mate. Boy, look at me."
Oi, mate, look at me. I'll see if he'll do it for us when we get him on the interview, if they win, I guess. But of course, their counterparts today are Wildcard, the team that have been coming back to form, and a terrifying prospect when you look at this roster. The addition of Milo cannot go unstated. It has just been massive for the entire roster, but also I feel like one individual that we can never talk about enough is Rousty, right? We don't know how much of an actual impact he's had. I think we've asked a couple of questions in the interviews, but it just seems like everything coincided at the right time for this team, didn't it?
Totally, yeah. Coming into Stage 2, they obviously had been playing with Silex, their manager. Now Silex can stop stressing, go back to teaching uni, and we get Milo in as a red-hot young player who's got his head screwed on right, really eager to improve. Plus Rousty, as you mentioned, formerly the coach of Rogue, so he has some significant international experience coaching. They actually came first in EUL back in Stage 1 last year, so he definitely brings a lot of experience, as do a lot of the players on this roster. They are starting to pick back together the pieces, Rob. They're not quite there yet, back to where they were, but they are making their way there, aren't they?
They certainly are. And two things I've got to say. One, why does Emo-Rin always get the most unfortunate freeze frames for his camera? Straight up.
He was frozen.
Straight up
he was
scares
just staring.
But also, who is behind Vinny? Who is this mysterious man? That is not his usual gaming spot. He's got LED light strips and all sorts, looking like $1 million. And they are too. You were saying it, you've prefaced it quite a bit. Wildcard, they are certainly looking like they may well be back to the form that we saw them in 2020. Now, I think that the big disclaimer we've got to put there is they could be back to that form, but I feel like the entirety of OCE has kind of closed the gap on the skill discrepancy as it was.
I think it's really hard to talk about Wildcard in relation to the 2020 Wildcard and the Wildcards of the past, because if we look way back, like the Wildcard that really peaked globally was like the Tokonami and Six Invitational 2020 Wildcard, and there's only one player left from that roster, and that is Emo, which is just ridiculous to think, right?
Yeah.
Even the support staff have kind of changed roles as well. And if you look at the 2020 wildcard that was really dominant in OCE, yeah, we still have 4 out of 5 there, but Milo coming in for Diesel has really changed how this team works. The meta's changed a lot. Diesel was like really rigid, like kind of micromanagey IGL kind of thing, and Wildcard have very much stepped away from that. They're trying to really lean into this more aggressive, more kind of individual talent style of play rather than really just being hyper-structured. And I think that's the right move. They're still finding their feet. They're not there yet, and they're not ever going to be the 2020 wildcard. Like, that's why I think everyone has to get through their heads. Like, that is just a ghost that is haunting them and chasing them. And the sooner that they can get out of their own heads and stop trying to be that wildcard of the past, the sooner they are going to start winning championships.
I would love to see what their thoughts are on that exactly, whether they feel like that is the big looming picture behind them, because it certainly could be, Dev. Now let's have a look at the vetoes and see whether it's going to favor the Chiefs or Wildcard. I feel like we haven't seen the depth of Wildcard's map pool for a long time. Chiefs, man, what is it about Consulate that you try to force so hard? It was, of course, Coastline or Consulate that were left as the deciding factor. Chiefs not taking an opportunity on Clubhouse to even allow Wildcard into that game because they are looking red hot on that map. But certainly Consulate, there's a lot of questions here, Dev.
Right. Chiefs must have expected this to go to Consulate when they banned Club because Wildcard just don't play Coastline. So This is just clearly this is where it was going to go. Historically, Wildcard was always a strong team on Consulate. And that has changed in more recent history. But even in Stage 1, even with Silex subbing in, they still pushed Bliss to 12 rounds, and Bliss ended up having a really strong season. So even though Wildcard lost that game 5-7, I'd say that's a pretty confidence-instilling stat for Wildcard here. Yeah, you did mention Chiefs and Consulate kind of being a bit of a dog for them. We do roast them pretty hard, but this was a map that just was not in their repertoire for the longest time. Until they started playing it in Stage 2 this year with Invictus. They beat Invictus 8-7, which is an awesome stat. But then they lost to Order in APAC South 4-7, and that is the more recent result. Honestly here, I think I put down Chiefs. I would definitely be switching to Wildcard right now, having seen the veto.
It's curious to me that we are going to Consulate out of all the maps. Obviously, when you look back at what Chiefs have banned, you're looking at the fact that those are 3 of the comfortable maps for Wildcard. Cafe, Oregon, and Clubhouse. That's kind of to be expected. So I guess this was really a decision that was left in Wildcard's hand as to what they were going to play. I feel like Chalet could have even been a bit of a curveball, as we know that Chiefs have been a bit hit and miss on that as well. But regardless, Consulate's where we go. This is what we have in store for you, and of course for us, because that's the most enjoyable part of this. We do get to look at the game. And speaking of talking about that game, I just don't know how I feel. I don't even know whether I would change my predictions right now, having seen the veto. I still am so uncertain as to who is actually going to be the favored team heading into this. Sure, Chiefs have had a bit of turmoil on that map. Again, as referenced, IG, Order, winning, losing, whatever you want to put on that. I just would hate to see Wildcard be able to sneak a little cheeky victory here. Due to the fact that we are headed to Consulate. There is certainly a bit more of me that says this is Wildcard. This is their chance.
It's hard to say because Wildcard do not have the head-to-head. Last 2 times these teams played each other, it has been all Chiefs. But here on Consulate, Wildcard have an opportunity. Let's see what they can do with it.
Will the stream run red or blue tonight? That's the big question. We're about to find out. Straight into the ban phase. This will be sure to decide a little bit. Oh, the voice broke a little bit there. Decide a little bit.
Please.
Surely we see a common Thatcher or Nomad in here. I feel like one or the other, if not both. There's Digital for you, by the way. We found him.
Glad he rocked up.
It's kind of like, where's Wally? Oh, and there he is, gone again.
See ya! It's all right, they don't need him. Does he really do that much anyway?
Good ban. Good ban.
Yeah,
Happy to see the Flores slowly and surely getting taken. It's just Flores' impact is hugely dramatic when you think about certain maps, and I feel like Consulate is one of those maps where you can just clear so much. You're thinking about yellow stairs, you're thinking about the basement holdout and garage. They're just a little bit uncomfortable, and taking that Flores away makes things a little bit more doable.
Definitely does, and util clear is going to have to be come in a different form.
Ooh.
Wow, okay. Valkyrie is left in, as is Nomad. So we're likely going to see both of those operators picked almost every round here by these teams. Let's have a look at where this leaves us. Mozzie as well hitting the deck is a bit of an unusual one, but trying to deny the info denial and really leverage those drones is going to be ideal for Wildcard. In particular, those Mozzie pests, you can chuck them on the windows, and usually you'll throw like a drone in through the window. It'll get pested as it sends its way through. So I think that was a good ban from Wildcard. Does, however, like I said, leave the Nomad, the Mirror, and the Valkyrie in, two really, really common operators on this map.
I'm going to say it right now, Vast is going to utilize the Mirror as Worthy utilizes the Valkyrie. Not a beat has gone past without them thinking, hey, we must utilize this while we have the opportunity to. You've also got Digital and Fisho Guide both on plant denial, which is so important on this map, or particularly, I should say, on this site. Curious to see what their extension looks like, how much of a roam they'll go for. I would dare say God Legion may well sit up in admin for a short time and rotate back down. But with them reinforcing public, you have the feeling like they may not play for that piano hold whatsoever. So surely that second floor will have to be quite a heavy contention point, at least early on.
5 seconds left before.
Yeah, I mean, surely there's got to be some kind of roam here. It looks like it's just going to be God Legion kind of running amok upstairs. Maybe Worthy will come support, especially if there are some Valk cams out there. Bit of a spawn peek at the moment, teased by God Legion. Just from Con upstairs. Doesn't stay too long, however. Him and Worthy, though, will indeed be the two roamers on the top floor. Wildcard could simply go for like just a hard hit of sight here. But I think that they really need to go for map control, considering, like you mentioned, the Echo, and most importantly, that Mirror. They really got to go and take map control. Unfortunately, they do, however, lose Vinny to a DC.
Things you hate to see. That, and also that. Emo Rin gone to, well, from bad to worse, I'll tell you that much. Chiefs, this is a very early start for them, and one that I'm sure Wildcard will be quite frustrated at, all things considered.
Yeah, not a great position to be in here for Wildcard. See if Milo can redeem himself at all. One kill but traded. The Yokai as well coming into support. Now it's just Geo. Does see one of the Yokais and he takes it down, but he's once again in a crossfire. And once again doesn't have audio as he is concussed by the Sonic Burst. The crossfire, he is going to fall, and that is a very, very convincing opening round for the Chiefs.
It is, and it's all 4 kills for Worthy. He's technically got 100% of the kills right now. And just Worthy things. That is a really, really scary player to see up on that top floor and starting to get a bit more confidence. I did just see Pat ask for a rehost, so that's going to be a little bit spicy meatballs, but we'll wait and see. And I did see it to Tachanka there. I feel like they're just clicking on the random operators at the moment. I love to see it to Tachanka. I think that there are multiple scenarios where he works, but the vast majority he doesn't. So it's kind of hit and miss.
We actually are seeing Tachanka have a couple of buffs every now and then. We had the new patch come through. I'm not sure if it's actually... I'll have to double check whether it's actually hit live yet, but Tachanka's had a pretty nice buff, which is always nice. I'll get into that a little bit later should it be relevant. But for now, yeah, it is unfortunately a poor opening round for Wildcard. Look at these guys. They cannot keep themselves contained. So it's Dig and Vast are like the most energetic, right, on cams. But apparently Fisher is a bit of a character. Apparently he is just deadpan and silly. Apparently he just like makes random noises and stuff, and it gets the others to crack up.
Kind of sounds like Guz, but we just don't laugh. You know, it's kind of like
pretty much, man.
Just has the failed attempts at being funny. Guz is the budget Fisher guy, is what we're trying to say here. I will say, Worthy's whatever room or studio, whatever that is, looking mighty fresh. I don't think I've seen him in that room before. It's a nice little setup for him. I will give him props. Maybe I just haven't been paying attention to his cam because I'm too busy looking at Digital's Cookie Monster in the background.
I do love the Cookie Monster so much.
It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. Vast, where are you now?
Here we go.
Look at it.
Full screen. I love he's got the footy as well in the background.
Hang on. So his bedside table is his laundry basket? Is that what you're telling me? Oh, God.
It looks like that's like a PC case as well that he's just using as a table as well. I'm just glad he's staying hydrated. Look at all the water.
Yeah,
like to see
water
that.
for days. Water for days. There's one of the best players in the Oceanic region at the moment, Worthy. You know, I will say as well, one thing that these cams are giving us, Dev, is a really good insight as to what these players actually look like, because we haven't seen them for nearly 2 bloody years. It's been a very long time since we've seen anyone, and the player cams are certainly giving us a bit of spice. Last reminding all of you to stay hydrated in chat. If you're watching, pick up that water bottle and sippy sippy. Do so myself, actually.
Good. Do it.
Could
my
you hear
God,
that?
that was way too loud. I really hope that didn't come through the stream because that was actually disgusting. Disgusting.
I guess we'll find out in a little bit. I'll get the message from the boss man.
Oh my God! Someone call the police!
Oh,
what? All the lads are in. Saturday night. I bet you after the match tonight, Didge is like, I bet you he's gone out on the town after the match tonight, and his mates are like, "Oi, Rain, come on, we're going. We got booking for 8:30." And he's like, "No, mate, just got to quickly smash out this OCN match."
Mate, this happened in Late Night Siege at the start of the year. I think it was Raven and I we had him on and we were having a chat to him, and all of a sudden his mates just rocked up and they were getting ready to go to the city, and we're like, "What are you doing? You got a show to put on here." Oh, the hilarity of this scene. I tell you what, it just keeps building every time. And finally, Emo Rin is not still anymore. He is in fact motion. Oh, goodness me. What a time to be alive. Face cams have given us wonders, Dev, I'll say that.
That's it. So, just to touch on what I was saying before about the patch notes. So, Year 6 Season 2.2 is actually, by the looks of it, not out yet. Just reading the deets online. So, there's quite a few operator balancing changes that will be coming with Year 6 Season 2.2. But as of right now, it's just live on the test server with some extra changes as well. So, to my knowledge, that's Tachanka buff is not through. But he'll actually have quite a bit more coming through to him. So he'll get deployable shield. He's actually getting a whole bunch more of the Shamika grenades from up to 14 from 10. And the Shamika radius is also going to be a lot larger as well, which is... the radius of the destruction of his gun will be more. So he's going to be better at making rotates and stuff with the big LMG.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Facts with Dev Martyr on a Saturday night. That's what we want.
That's it. I mean, if you're a bit of a nerd, you want to have a look, type in Year 6 Season 2.2 or Y6S2.2, Rainbow Six patch notes. There's interesting stuff in there. Alibi is getting a bit of a buff. Frost getting a little bit of a nerf. Zafia is also getting a bit of a nerf. So Should be interesting when that eventually comes through. Also, exciting one, Favela is going to be coming into ranked and unranked.
That's Pog. That's Pog. So remember
I'm going to be terrible at it. Like, I don't know the map yet at all.
Can anyone really be like truly good at Favela though? Like that's the big question that I've got to ask.
I'm sure it's one of those maps where Nico would like already know all the stats.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. He is just one of those players that will forever amaze us with his random tidbits of information. Now, very quickly, we haven't prefaced yet, but I'm sure you can see it on your screens. We are Archives tellers for this defense. The digital all the way across toward public bathroom. I was kind of getting baited. I thought it might have been lobby, but he will be making his way back down into the basement, and he's going to be so impactful with the information that he can cross. That kind of, I think if you sit in the very corner of Archives, you can almost see pretty much all of the admin wall on the rappel. So when he eventually does get there, he'll surely be able to pass that information on.
Man, just got to tell his mates to go and chill out in the lounge room for now. He's got some work to do. And as you said, good information gathered with the cardiac sensor. Nice job as well with the X-Kairos from Pat. That is a C4, my God, Worthy. I sure hope you had info for that one. If not, very, very cheeky, my friend. Very cheeky.
Wow, it's the things you love to see with Worthy. And it's OCN. And he's got all 5 kills so far. I mean, already on track to be breaking records in this match alone, Dev.
That he is. If this ends up being a close match between these teams and we get a whole heck of a lot of rounds, yeah, very good. Very well could see the 20 bomb. I mean, at this rate, he has every kill. It would not take him long whatsoever to reach the 20 bomb. Don't think we've had a 20 bomb yet in OCN Stage 2, actually. I think we've had some people get close, but I'm pretty sure we haven't actually had a full-on 20 bomb.
I mean, this may be the game. This may be the day
yeah.
that we get to see it. We might break records here in Stage 2. Would love to see it. And, I mean, who other than Milo? Now, let's bring our attention to Wildcard for a second, because 40 seconds left. Have they started to do enough? It feels like with the fact that you still got the cardiac sensor on the very first or basement floor, you still have a C4. You're going to be able to play for that denial. Could get really hairy for Wildcard and God Legion in this position. This is not good. Oh, he's been spotted.
Oh. There's actually an execute going down, though, with Wildcard. Pat bakes out the defuse, and Gio does manage to get a kill on the back of it. Digital going to be trying to leverage the C4s. That's a nice one, and as well with God Legion on for the flank, finds the double. And now it's just Gio left. What looked to be a very nice execute for Wildcard has fallen apart. Thanks to Digital's vertical play and the C4s from his teammates. And that is 2 in a row now for Chiefs.
We've actually seen the pulse being banned out a couple of times on Consulate, and for that exact reason. The amount of information you can get, especially on that Archives Tellers defense, it is huge. It can really turn the tide of an entire round. And it felt like Wildcard were actually coming back into that one, right? They were starting to go for that plant, but the second that they know where that defuse is being stuck, where the kid is going to be, they can just put pressure on them. Wildcard just aren't in a position to either refrag or go for the plant on the outside. It was God Legion, however, we've got to admit, from Z that just absolutely derailed that completely. Now, unfortunately, our great mate Vinny has decided to... No, he hasn't decided to. He's DC'd again, which leaves us once again with these incredible face cams, and for us to probably dissect that round a little bit more and do our jobs.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think that it's pretty clear cut there. Nice early pick from Chiefs, and then following up, Wildcard got a bit baited there into the Tellers execute. That's kind of the strat when it comes to defending Tellers Archives. It's something anyone can really take into their own gameplay, be it casual or ranked. If you want to defend that bomb site like a pro, do not play on the bomb site. Play downstairs in Archives, bring a pulse, bring your as many info gathering ops as you can, maybe a Valkyrie, maybe an Echo, and just bring a ton of C4s. When that plant starts to go down, you can absolutely destroy anyone on the attack trying to get that plant down and Tellers. It's often a very good bait strategy. Works really well in ranked, I find, as long as you don't get rushed downstairs.
God, you're sweaty.
People just look for the easiest point of ingress. When they see, hey, there's no one in Tellers, let me just jump in and try plant. And then the floor is lava. So Wildcard were kind of a victim of that bait. Of course, they would have known that there was a play below, and they did get the opening pick. I was geo-watching with the Buck, but it was too much for them. And Chiefs looking pretty chill at the minute. Once again, they're just like, come on, is this over yet? We've got bevies with the boys.
Got places to be, that's for sure. Again, here's your time to stay hydrated. Everyone, headphone warning. Headphone warning. Not this time. Not this time. Oh, I heard it.
Did you hear that? That was the good one.
The little... Oh, I can't do it. Nah, I can't. I'm trying to... You know that thing where you hit your cheek and you...
Yeah.
Or maybe I'll just do a... You know, one of those ones.
That'll get you.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do think that there... I'm trying to think of how many sites you can really just turn into a kill box. How many sites are actually, like, strategically viable at a competitive level to do that kind of thing? I just don't think there's many. I think it's one of only very few, if any, where you can have such a huge effect not even playing on that floor whatsoever. It's pretty scary, actually.
Yeah, well, that is kind of the case with Consulate, though. A lot of these bomb sites, you're not actually playing inside. As a defender, you're kind of playing a little bit out. And, you know, for example, you've got, like, lobby, right? You don't actually really play in lobby. You play all around it. Now, I got OJ in the DMs right now telling me that Boydie dropped 20 against Order. So,
okay.
I'm sorry, OJ. I'm sorry, mate. And Boydie as well, especially since Boydie had a bit of a shocker today. So, he deserves all the credit for that 20 bomb he already dropped. So, look, if Worthy does get on it tonight, then I'm afraid he was not the first.
Just to say, get on it. We're talking about, you know, the 20 kills, nothing else.
The 20
on
kills,
Saturday
nothing
night.
else.
Nothing else on a Saturday night. You know, just got to make sure.
Maybe a bit of orange juice.
Oh, gee. Yeah, fair enough. That's fair play. That's fair play. It's, you know, it's an incredible thing to see. You know, the gamers on a Saturday night, seeing how they are mentally there for a game. I mean, feels like Emo Rin is always very, very serious about his... Oh, God. And the second we cut back, of course, it's just Digital having a good old giggle. There's... You know, I'm sitting here trying to talk about Emo Rin, and the second we flick over to anyone else, they're just having a good old chuckle. The boys in blue, they're not shy of a good time. Now, very quickly, why can't I have players in my DMs? You know, that's the real question here, Dev.
You gotta stay stuff that's wrong so they correct you in DMs. That's the play.
Are you saying that I have never said anything wrong?
I don't think once in your life, mate. I don't think
ever.
Once in your life.
I only say correct statements.
You're just so good. You're just so smart, Rob.
Robert Manic Monday. Hype colorcaster.
Yeah, so we're still just waiting for Old Mate to get back in the lobby, but we are very, very close. I can see the lobby right now, and we are very, very close, my friends. So don't go anywhere. If though you do have, I guess, a second, so why don't you just quickly open up another tab and go to R6 Esports OCE on Twitter and go and watch Worthy's interview from last week. He was MVP in the match against Knights. He pulled off an insane clutch when there were 6-5 against them to push overtime. Chiefs ended up winning the round. And yeah, on the back of that, Worthy earned his MVP and I had a lovely chat to him.
Is that a self-plug?
It actually is.
Is that what the kids call a self-plug nowadays? A self-flex?
It actually is.
Well, unfortunately, we're all out of camera juice on the players, so we're going to return to our faces for a hot second. We do apologise for that. Now, I'd love to know what Vinny's playing on. It feels like he's playing on a bloody potato at the moment. He's loaded up the toaster, and he's just DCing left, right, and centre. So we can't seem to get a hold on him, Dev. But, you know, this is a little bit concerning for Wildcard. 2-0 to start with. Chiefs just running away, and the fact that Worthy's already got 5 kills to his name, that kind of rings some warning bells for me. That goes, he's pretty switched on tonight. And Worthy not switched on is scary enough as it is. Yeah, and a rare occurrence at that. That's a fair way of putting it as well.
Yeah, another player I've seen not really have an impact. We're only 2 rounds deep, but Milo has definitely been a hot shot for Wildcard. especially in their game recently. I believe they played Knights on Oregon earlier last week, and he went off. He had an insane game. Unfortunately, they lost it. And yeah, him kind of being a bit cold so far is a little bit of a concern for Wildcard, but I think the biggest thing that Wildcard's got to contend with right now is their own mental fortitude.
Yeah.
If you've got a player having tech issues like this with Vinny, that is just... It really gets to you, man. It really is gutting, and no longer are you focusing on, oh, you know, let's do this play, or let's do that play, or let's have clear comms, or whatever it is that Wildcard have been prepping. They're just thinking, oh, you know, Vinny, you all right? You back yet? All that. So... yeah, it's unfortunate. So hopefully he does get things sorted, but we'll see. And yeah, hopefully, I guess we'll cross our fingers for that. Can we get a pray for Vinny in chat, please?
Hashtag pray for Vinny. Well, it sounds like that if Vinny continues to DC, they may have to find a replacement. So
yeah,
it
would be not good.
Drop him out completely.
Get Silex on the phone.
Let's get the big bad boy, the big bad wolf back in. Hey, who knows? Maybe it wasn't Silex that was the issue. Maybe it was Vinny was the issue. Hashtag Vinny was the problem. You never know.
Well, which Vinny, right? Silex's first name is actually Vinny. So if he subs back in, we could literally just keep calling him Vinny, and it would actually make sense.
Maybe so. What doesn't make sense is the fact that Vinny isn't coming back. That's all I'm saying. We're still trying to figure out what's going on there, Dev. I feel like you want to say something. But get it out. Get it out.
I was going to say, like, there can only be one Vinny on the team at a time. So Silex has got to, like, you know, get in and install some viruses or something on Vinny's computer so he can be the one true Vinny.
He just keeps running around and turning off the power to Vinny's house. Well, talking about turning off the power, Dev, we're going to power down. Never mind. Don't worry about it. We're not going to power down at all. Luckily enough, my producer's quick on the trigger there. I was about to throw to a cheeky little break, but it looks like we've got the action back in. Don't you worry. There's no breaks here on OCN. It's a 5-hour show straight. It's essentially a podcast with one of your favorite casters and one of your worst. What have I jinxed?
You literally, earlier tonight, you said, 7-1 first game, we're finished by midnight. And here we are. You did this, Rob. This is not acceptable. Not acceptable, mate.
No, I have done this, and you just have to know these things. There's an old rule in broadcasting, and it is one, you don't ever do live math, and we've now got a new rule, which is you never say that we are going to be finishing before 10 on an APAC South night, or 12 on an OCN night. Because the second you say that, the entire night just becomes incredibly cursed.
We're going in!
All sorts of mess. I can hear the music. Woo! Let's go. It's time to get back into the game. Let's hope we don't get debated here, Dev, because it could possibly happen. Who knows what will be the mess, the chaos that may be Vinny if it does happen again. Oh, surely not.
No,
surely.
don't even talk about it, mate. We are back in black here on Consulate. Wildcard versus the Chiefs. Wildcard having some trouble at the moment, but they still have plenty of time to bring it back.
That's the thing. The defense will certainly be telling when we do swap halves. And the biggest talking point for any commentator really in Siege is making sure on a defensive sided map that it doesn't just steamroll out of control. You don't want to find yourself in a place where you can't make a single mistake when you swap halves, and that's what's crucial for Wildcard right now. They have to stay in touch. They have to, at the very least. I mean, obviously you want at least one round, but you really want to be gunning for 2, even 3 at this point. You just cannot allow Chiefs to get comfortable, because they are a team that will certainly kick their feet up and take all that pleasure.
Onus on Wildcard to get back into the game. Not a bad start, all 10 drones still alive here. Attacking this top floor. A bomb site, and I guess the top floor in general. Very hard to get your drones into, especially in the prep phase when you can't throw them up through the windows. But I think the first hurdle that Wildcard are going to have to deal with is these spawn peaks. We've already seen a couple of early aggression and aggressive peaks from Chiefs. So we'll see if they continue to do so.
Pre-prepping all sorts of chaos here just to make sure, especially a team like Chiefs, do some cheeky little hide and go seeks with you if you're not cautious. Show guy at the top yellow. One of the big talking points in the last time we watched Chiefs play Consulate was the fact that the Rotero drones from the Flores, I believe it was of Order, were absolutely demolishing their utility at top yellow. The fact that that's not in play now means you have to go the old-fashioned way, burn through all the utility, and send a nade in. The Fisho guy is completely blind, and Dev, you gave me a heart attack.
Does the nade land? Oh no! He was too late! And the ADS reset! That is absolutely gutting for Wildcard, but just a misplay, a missed time. And they are their own worst enemy. Now Vast is rotated in. Fortunately, one of the ADSs was destroyed when that first nade went off, but the second one's still there. And I mean, this is just so pitiful right now. Look at all the stun grenades that are gone. Emo's all out. Gio has one left. Fortunately, Pat still has a couple, but Emo's lost his head. And Wildcard are really struggling to deal with this yellow stairs hold.
Vast is playing Ringa Rosie at the moment. Not kind at all. You can see God Legion at the bottom of yellow as well, so there's no pressure that can be placed on Vast from the bottom of the stairs. It all has to come from the skylight or the window, in which he's not really being contested. Worthy is just going to find himself a sixth kill in 3 rounds, and we're not even at the conclusion of the third. Wildcard are very much with their backs up against the wall.
We're on 5 looking for a peek with Vinny on rappel. Oh, he goes straight on in and straight on out. Worthy says, sorry, mate. You're not allowed in the copy room. Now Milo and Pat will desperately look for a peek. Milo is shut down. Just Pat left. Last man standing in a 1-on-5. Could well be a flawless one. This Digital very much knows where he is. Pitter-patter, the damage goes down onto Pat. Very unlikely he'll find anything. Worthy once again. My God. 8 kills in 3 rounds. And a flawless at that.
Kind of just feels like Count Dracula at the moment, doesn't it? 1 kill. 2 kills. Oh, we're just going to start calling him Count Dracula soon. I'll tell you what.
The more Sesame Street references we get into the broadcast, the better, I reckon. Like, we already got the Cookie Monster in Gio's, Digital's backdrop. You know, the video I sent you the other day, you messaged back and you were like, what is this? It was the Martians from Sesame Street. They are hilarious.
No, they're terrifying, especially at like 1 a.m. in the morning when you're trying to sleep, you know?
100%. 100%.
It was very scary. But I feel like we could liken some of the characters, you know? Who would Oscar the Grouch be? I feel like we need to find like the grouchiest player there is in OCN.
Gotta be Xenox. Sure.
Yes! Oscar the Grouch in the trash can. It's Xenox for sure. I know exactly who Big Bird is, and the only reason I say he's Big Bird is because of the gif of Big Bird kicking down the door, and it's Specker. That's all I can see is Specker coming into my room right now and kicking my door down like the Big Bird. I tell you what.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we got bundles of content here when the players DC.
You're just giving me ideas, man. Just giving me ideas.
We've this is what happens when, you know, we get a bit delirious because we've been talking for a hot minute. It just turns into a bit of a podcast mode. Let's turn it back to a bit of a competitive commentary mode, shall we? It does not look like Wildcard are really in their comfortable seat, if you will. You know, they don't have their booster seat in the back of the car. They can't see over the windows because the Chiefs are just locking them down. Oh, it sucks, man. I'll tell you, it sucks. Maybe we should ask Guz for a play-by-play account on what that's like.
I thought you were going to say Raven, because Raven's
I should have. I should have, but he's not doing OCN anymore.
That's true, he doesn't cast it. Oh, what a shame. I'm definitely a bit scared of Worthy here. We've gone back down to Garage Cafeteria. Now, this was a very, very convincing win for Chiefs. This was when Vinny DC'd. There were 2 outside peaks from Chiefs. Wildcard never even got in the building, except for Yellow Stairs. And I'm definitely scared of Worthy up here. 8 kills so far in the game in just 3 rounds. Very hungry for more. He actually also has a Valk Cam still in his pocket. And you can tell that Wildcard have been feeling the impact of those. That's why they've picked the IQ. And hopefully Geo can clean those up and give Wildcard a little bit more security.
That's a cheeky little peek from Vinny. So those mute jammers off the wall. With that, you would dare say Pat's going to be in a position to open this wall up. There's no one there to contest nor deny. However, I would dare say the Chiefs are not playing for that whatsoever. They're more so convinced that they're going to be able to deny the access to Garage rather than the destruction of it, if you will. But that is still giving so much information to Chiefs, knowing that there's no one towards CEO or long desk. They just need to be cautious of the misinformation with Geo stuck at the top of yellow.
Here's the opener. Once again for Chiefs, every single round so far, God Legion has been running all over. Here it comes. Hello, goodbye. Yeah. Wildcard, start to send it on through.
Yeah, the problem was Digital had the vertical control. The C4 comes out. God Legion and Worthy need to get a move on because this is not a favorable place to try and retake from.
My God!
Goodness me, that's the kind of call we needed to see from Wildcard, and on a dime it was.
It's just perfect. What is that? 50 seconds left on the clock. They find a pick and they're just like, go. They completely send it through. They got a player on yellow. 3 guys send it in through the breach. And, I mean, we talked about Geo. We talked about the IQ pick. I'm just going to say that the G8 did him pretty well just there. I think he found a 3K with it. And I reckon you keep that LMG in his hands.
Could be more dangerous. You never know. Never know. I guess there was a big turning point in that. The Chiefs, I don't know who it was, someone dry peeked from cafeteria with a C4 in their hand. They got the C4 off, but they weren't able to detonate it, obviously. It was directly where one player was holding and the other was setting the kit down. So if that had hit, it would have been round over for sure. But just such a great moment in time for Wildcard to take that, because that can really be a bit of a momentum stopper for the Chiefs. Now, that, you know, let's actually talk about that for a second. The Chiefs seem to be one of the teams at the moment in Oceania that just don't really get affected by a hell of a lot. And, you know, maybe that's just from their own account. Maybe it'd be different if we saw them on land and saw how tilted they got. But from everything that they've been telling us, those kind of rounds don't seem to affect them that much. So I'd be very curious to see whether, you know, we can kind of put that theory into place here.
God Legion's aggression has been pretty workable so far since the rehost. So that's just 2 rounds. He's already found 3 picks. Very good on the roam, very good on the flank he is. Wildcard are starting to shape up a little bit, Rob, and the fact that they're looking more themselves, looking more in sync, that is I guess, this little bout of confidence that I needed to really start to think that it's possible for Wildcard to get in this game. Especially on the back of just terrible opening rounds. I think that Wildcard do have a serious shot here. Now, attacking Archive's Tellers. Actually going to go for a little bit more of a map clear than we saw previously.
What's that going to give him?
Oh,
maybe not what he was looking or hoping for, but it certainly gives him a fair bit of information out on that south rappel. Ovas does go down at the hands of Vinny. He starts to turn up in the server. It's going to be all sorts for the Chiefs.
Really good stuff for Vinny, like you said. It's his first opening kill this game, and also he's just been one of those very hit and miss players for Wildcard. Emo does also shut down God Legion. Fisho misses that C4, and bit by bit, it's slipping for the Chiefs. Wildcard edging themselves into a more advantageous position, Rob. And with a numbers advantage, what's great is when they go for that eventual execute onto Tellers, like forcing that plant down, they can also send some bodies downstairs to really kick up a fuss and prevent those C4s from getting detonated safely. Or also, have a look at this.
Yeah, massive damage done from Geo. I don't know whether it was him. I don't know whether it was him because there was other shots coming. Surely that could not have been him. That would be absolutely outrageous,
Look at
Dev.
Worthy, though. He's flanked upstairs, but the read comes through. Wildcard gets straight back on it. And they actually manage a flawless round there, Rob.
Well, regardless of what we've been told, it certainly looks like the Chiefs are rattled. That round in particular, so clean from Wildcard. This is what we were talking about. You give them an inch, you take a mile. They are a team that will capitalize on any forced errors. And right now, there has been a fair share of them, to be fair. Now, how do they bounce back? Surely wouldn't be happy with a 3-3 half after the kind of dominant display we saw in the first half of their defense. Though it seems possible for Wildcard.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Well, they've got one last chance here, Rob, in the half on their attack. Now, I would say a 2-4 is possible to come back from for Wildcard, but I'm still very much in the camp that I think Consular is a map where their attack can have some serious bite. I think that top floor, if attacked well, is really, really pitiful for the defense. The fact that Wildcard have already won Garage and already won Archives Tellers forces Chiefs over the lobby, which is quite a strong side for the defense, but I definitely think Wildcard have a shot here. And they've got the IQ, for example, very versatile. Not only is it great for finding those Valk cams, which in this case are not present, but also just in general util, right? Like, yeah, of course, I think the obvious thing would be the yokai drones, but you can just spot out where all the mute jammers are, all the ADSs are, even the Banshees, and you can kind of plan the way that you're going to use your util on the back of that. So I think that this is a really good setup for Wildcard. I think that they have a chance at making this even. All right.
Yep. Oh no, as well. That's Fisho, who's an absolute menace at top yellow. That's a big, big pick. And now Chiefs not only play with a man down, but also the C4. Fisho has been overall quiet in stage 2 of both OCN and APAC South. This is just not the greatest stage for him. However, Chiefs are still very much in a good place. They are sitting second. That nade, how good is that? God Legion can't get away. And although Worthy finds a kill, it's almost not for naught. He does find it, and it's so crucial that he does, because a 5 versus 3 is a little bit disgusting.
Oh, Wildcard have just turned it up here. Chiefs are really put under the pump now. They still have digital on the Echo, but Wildcard have just made such good time management, which means they have the flexibility here. The IQ is still alive as well, which means if time does run low, they're going to know where these yokais are. And that's really important for the late execute. Also, just seeing all the Wildcard boys that we're used to seeing frag out start to pick up now with Vinny and Milo really coming into their own. That is inspiring a lot of confidence in me.
Certainly is. They may well have just been able to completely turn this game on its head. And really, it would be... I would say it's a great test of character right now, this game.
Totally.
And it would be really telling of Wildcard and their progress back into form this stage. It's just been so good to see. And they might be able to continue it here, Dev. Although there are still 3 mighty players from the Chiefs standing. You don't want to give them anything.
We've hyped up Worthy a lot. Vast has also had a really great season as well. Worthy's in a good position to flank, and Vast does take down Emo. I believe that means we still have that mirror up in public bathroom. Wildcard's struggling to take it down. In fact, there's 2 mirrors in public bathroom. One has been shot out, and Vinny's now found that pick. That is really big. Milo's also flooding the site here, and in comes Geo to take down Digital. It is all on Worthy, 1v2.
Oh, he's got the players in his sight, but he can't make it work. A great comeback from Wildcard equals it out 3 apiece. 3-3 first half. Really nice from Wildcard to show their character and show their strength. It's been really nice to see a team come back into form. Speaking of someone that really, well, an organization that's in form and never really left it, I'll be honest, Dev, is of course the wonderful Livin that we are once again so grateful to be working with. They are, of course, just one of, I would say, one of the top, mental health organizations that allows us to kind of discuss some pretty serious stigmas around it. Of course, it ain't weak to speak. Now, if you do want to get on board with their merch, all of us casters have been wearing it, and of course, we have been promoting it, but I can tell you right now, it is because it's such a great product. If you want to, of course, look as swagalicious as we do, type !Livin, Livin, in the Twitch chat. Go and have a look at the prompts there, and of course, 15% off. All you have to do is type OCN15, checkout, and that's all you need to do. So once again, very happy to have them back with us, Dev.
Totally. We're rocking their shirt at the minute. Very, very comfy. Would recommend. Also, they got a winter collection as well, which is pretty good if you're in one of the colder parts of the region at the moment. I was going to say the country, but let us not forget the rest of OCE. A lot of New Zealand does get very chilly as well.
Bit nippy.
It does. Been to the South Island before. Absolutely beautiful place.
Never been there. Never been there once.
You're lost.
I know. Oh, and it's God Legion's lost too. Milo is starting to pop off, which is just terrifying if you're a Chiefs fan. Oh my God! Put a leash on this man. He's unstoppable.
Oh, I think I just ruined my Livin merch with that one. What a play from Milo, and Wildcard can just fall back to sight. Garage and Cafeteria is on the agenda here, and they can just fold back 4v3 at the minute. And Chiefs have got a lot of work to do. Is the breach open? It's not yet. So, man, there is a lot of work to be done.
Certainly is, Vinny. Getting a little bit uncomfortable there. He'll back away. Oh, this would be cheeky. Already pre-prepped. A very common line for players to try to flush out. But it doesn't look like they're going to have enough to really get that vertical control, so it's not going to be of any concern to them.
Ooh.
Have they been able to get anything here? They haven't. Oh, no, the right side. Okay, at the very least, they get something, Dev.
Oh, and here comes the rush as well. Fisho and Vast going to send it straight on through. Pat doesn't seem to be aware of this. And as a result, oh my God, he gets team killed. And suddenly it's just Finny. 1v2. He's got this long line of sight, though. He might actually be able to get in a position to deny the plant, but that air jab is everything. And now a 1v2 with both players outside Garage. Very, very difficult long arm for him to manage. And Worthy, who else, locks in the final kill. What a salvage from Chiefs.
Couldn't have come at a more important time as well. First round of the second half. It's on their attack. They take a basement defense, which is so crucial. And of course, we do have a sound bug for poor God Legion. Regardless, though, not to be understated how important that round could be in the scheme of things here for the Chiefs. You know, Wildcard were absolutely popping off. That is really just uncomfortable to watch from Milo. I hate to see that.
Yeah, almost as astonishing was Milo's double kill as was what Chiefs managed to do on the back of it, right? It was, I believe, a 3v4, eventually a 3v5, eventually a 3v4 because Milo was traded, down to a 2v1, which is really, really big ups to Chiefs for managing to come back from that. That call from them was just excellent for Vast and Fisho Guy to rush the breach with Worthy on yellow stairs. Now, starting to become a little bit of a theme here for Wildcard, sadly, is the team kills. And yes, we definitely did see a pretty dirty team kill there by accident. I believe it was Geo took down Pat. A bit rattled, I think, by that rush. So credit to Chiefs, but yeah, Wildcard, while we had hyped them up and said with that 3 round in a row, they were looking to build some confidence and some momentum. It looks like they have just been served.
Now they've got to rethink and rejig how they're going to approach this attacking half. All smiles once again. Really doesn't take much for him, does it?
No, it doesn't. By the way, we are just having a bit of a tech pause at the minute. We've got a sound bug on the side of Chiefs. So they're just getting, I believe it is Fisher guy. It's God Legion. There you go. Yeah, getting God back in there. But they're having a bit of a laugh, which is always nice to see. I just love the energy from these guys. Like, Vast's probably just checking Twitter or something right now. He's like, oh, yeah, let's see if I got anyone in my DMs on the Insta. Like, you know, where are we at?
Hang on, let me see if he is. I'm going to very quickly drop him a quick line. see whether he's...
see if he replies. He puts it down.
Oh, bugger
Gotta
off,
stay
Vast.
hydrated.
We'll wait and see in a second whether he is checking the old Twitter DMs. It'll be sure to be a ripe one. Now,
we gotta tell
honestly,
him sometime. Be like, hey, can you like say this to the camera or like look at the camera and do this? We'll see if we can organize something with the players. I reckon, especially the Chiefs, like those guys would 100% play along.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, they would. Now back into the thick of it, Dev Marta. It's not a great start to Wildcard's defense, but most certainly they'll be reattempting and just tidying up any kind of errors there. I don't know if it's any, like, I don't even think it's necessarily errors as much as it was the Chiefs just playing a really decent end round there. And I'm sure there's probably many people that are going to sit there and say, you're absolutely bonkers. But I do think that that was a really good call from Chiefs to just send that there. Weren't too many options left.
It was forced errors, right? Like, I think people, especially a lot of casters, tend to get a bit caught up in like, oh, I know this team played that so badly, but very rarely is it that cut and dried, right? Like, usually we're looking at a situation where one team didn't play that well and another team played well. And I think in that situation right there, Chiefs did an amazing little kind of 3v4 rush execute. And Wildcard just weren't ready for it. It's not like you can really fault Wildcard. Like, yes, they can do things to perhaps be a little bit more ready for that, and that's why they're repeating. But I don't think you can really blame them too much.
Oh, hello? What's... I mean,
Very
that
close.
would have been nuclear. It literally would have been a nuclear bomb going off. 2 players down on that, but instead...
Oh!
Wow, that's a huge kill for Digital to pick up. Catches him on the retreat and nearly a second as well.
Yeah, nice attempt at the refrag there from Milo, but Digital was ready for it. And yes, like you said, really good opening for the Chiefs, and they found a second now, especially with this Jackal on the cards. Things are getting quite difficult for Wildcard as they are spotted out. Milo is retreating back. This was also a 6-pick from Vast off of the Yana. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing here from the Chiefs, and they have set themselves up for a very strong Garage attack once again.
Maybe it's Chiefs' turn to misstep in a small portion. Surely that's, I was going to say, surely that's not big enough to send a C4 through. The angle on that would just be incredibly dangerous. However, it's just, this is just going from bad to worse for Wildcard. It's bit by bit, play by play. They've given themselves an opportunity here with a really nice C4, but they've got so much more to do with only so few manpower.
Emo and Pat going to have a really big round here, and while Emo does have a C4 left, that is not how you want to use it. And lots of time here for Chiefs, so all they've got to do is just play this slow and steady. They don't have to do anything too crazy. Oh, and that is going to make it a heck of a lot easier now. That is going to close it. So Chiefs, very, very nice spat of attacks here onto Garage Cafeteria. They are starting to run away with this game.
Yep. Kind of feels like this is just the Chiefs really bodying Wildcard in the later stages here. This is a Wildcard tactical timeout, one that is most certainly called upon and really comes at a perfect time. Need to take a beat, take a moment. That's 2 basement defenses done and dusted They're not going to reattempt it by the looks of it. They may well just tune back, go to the lobby press.
I think that is the right call here for Wildcard. That first garage defense, I wouldn't be losing too much sleep over, but that second one, they just got completely picked apart on the roam, and Chiefs bringing the Jackal in as well was really, really effective. And Wildcard, very unimpactful. Just change it up, try and do something a little bit fresh, especially because they had established that momentum at the second half of the first half, right? 3 rounds in a row. And then to go in a bit of a drought here is concerning. Now, there's no second chances for Wildcard. If they are to take the 3 points out of this game, they have to win 4 rounds in a row. Whereas Chiefs on the other side, they have a little bit of breathing room here. They just need 1 round to secure at least the 1 point, guarantee overtime. And they have another 3 rounds buffer, I guess, where they could just close it out in regulation and still claim those 2 points.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Wildcard very much leaning into the lobby hold this time around. And I guess it really does become a point where you have to question how viable is a site, no matter how strong you feel or strongly you feel about it. There really does become a point where you got to stop asking questions and you just got to try and figure out your new answer. And that may well be on this site. This may be what can turn the tides, but you really can't allow this to go any further. Just said it then. You cannot allow it to
5 seconds remaining.
head to the point where Chiefs are in overtime. It's essentially that point secured. And where Chiefs are right now, you know, they've almost secured playoffs, if not already. And this win would certainly put them right up there on the standings. They would be still holding second, even testing first with Bliss, depending on their score tonight. That's a little while away, though, so keep the attention here and now. Thought for a second that Chiefs were going to find something down in that archives, but they certainly are not going to.
That said, there is a roamer down here in the lockers hallway, and it is Pat, and he would be very unlikely to suspect a Chiefs player already in the position that we see God Legion placed. I like that early map control. Oh, he's going to just walk right into him.
Wow. Not ideal. Not ideal at all. We're moving through this at a pretty rapid pace, considering the technical issues that we have been having. Geo gets flushed out and forced into the long desk. Look at this from Digital. Needs to be careful. Both players are going to swing him right now.
No.
What have they done? They've just given one. Oh my God! The Chiefs have just capitalized, Dev. Emo Rin, surely there's not a hope in hell of a 1 versus 4.
What a gamble for Wildcard, and Digital will happily pad his stats with that one. Emo Rin is going to have to be a mad lad here. In the 1v4, he has a great gun for it, but my God, there's just such a slim chance he'll make it happen. Can take down Vast, he's naded out, so low on HP. Refrag attempting to come through, and Digital, another pick on the round. Look at him go. Whoa! That's match point for Chiefs.
Finger guns. I wouldn't be finger gunning, mate. You were 1-5 at the start of that round. Settle down. Love you, Digital. Or DGTL, sorry, as your correct pronunciation is. But this was a much better round from the Chiefs capitalizing on it all. I think Digital ended up with a 3K there, so of course he's more than welcome to finger gun and scream the woos in the old team comms.
I love that they get into it. I really do love it, and I think objectively it's got to have a positive impact on your performance.
Yeah.
Like, if you are like having fun and really just getting into it, like, yes, one might argue, oh, you could be spending that time talking about strats. In this game, strats are important, right? But when you're in the server, whoever clicks 5 heads on the opposition wins the round. And sometimes what is going to make that work isn't some fancy convoluted strat or some really like serious conversation where you nut out whatever the problems were in the previous round. Sometimes it's just about confidence and trust in your teammates and positive energy. And that is what you have when Chiefs are up and about like that.
Well, look, I just think back to the caster stack, you know? I just think back to what happens when we all get a bit rowdy, and I tell you what, my goodness, how easy is it to play? How easy is it when all the boys are hyping up, when you've got people like Guz screaming in your ear? Just don't let him get disappointed, though. That's where things get a little bit messy. Speaking of messy, this may be a basement rush. This may be Chiefs sending it to take the win here, Dev.
Oh,
Do
the
they have
window's
it?
late. They're actually going upstairs, at least God Legion is. He's going to find the opener onto Finn. He's setting it straight up. The trade comes through for Milo. And downstairs, it is a bloodbath for Wildcard. There was such a narrow opportunity there for the Chiefs to run away with it, but the gamble doesn't seem to pay off. I have let Wildcard back into this, but the thing is, you make a gamble like that and it doesn't work, you're not going and smashing your desk. You're okay with that. You're just like, mate, you know, it happens sometimes. Shit happens. That doesn't matter. We move on. We still have match point.
That we do. The thing is, the fact that they even try that just shows the joyous nature of their own comms and their own spirit right now. The problem for Worthy is no matter where he goes, you can see Pat on the pulse literally following him around like a bad smell. He literally will not let him move in a single direction without passing the information over to Wildcard. This becomes a near impossible task. He's probably wondering how on earth, where are they coming from? Guess what? Not a chance here, Worthy.
Boop! There's Wildcard for their first round in quite some time. They do get back into the game, but they've got to do a lot more legwork than that to make this overtime. One more chance for Chiefs to lock this down in regulation. Or rather, 2 more chances for Chiefs to lock this down in regulation. But for Wildcard, there are no second chances.
No. I'll certainly say one thing that I do notice a lot when we see the Wildcard comms, when we get to see the player cams, is Milo talking a hell of a lot. Which is insane considering how frag heavy he is. You know, one of the strongest players. Again, statistically speaking, can really do some damage, and the fact that he'd be bringing insight as well, you know, tactical insight to the team, is pretty insane. Now, Chiefs have attempted this twice in a row, and sadly, sorry, not Chiefs, Wildcard have attempted basement twice in a row, and sadly have not been successful in this defense. They have to hope and pray that they've got this figured out.
This was definitely the most scary round for Wildcard. I guess both of their defenses at this bomb site were very, very scary. And like in particular that first round, right? It was Milo found a really nutty 2K at the start and then was traded, and Wildcard kind of threw that 4v3 advantage they had on the back of Chiefs playing really well. On the back of Chiefs having that really, really nice breach rush with Vast and Fisho. And then the second defense that Wildcard tried here, it was just completely shocking on the roam. They got picked apart. Milo has been hitting a shot, so I'm glad that he's the first point of contention here.
Yeah. Give the player with confidence the opportunity to open these rounds up. You might just find yourself with the man advantage. It's the best place to be. Now, he is going to be contested from long desk, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. At the very least, Chiefs are setting themselves up to flush those players out on the CEO side. Digital, I would dare say, has been able to get a little bit of information there as Vinny's been tagged up. Not sure where that was from. And with that, Wildcard are certainly forced to back away. The show guy does go down, though.
Yeah, and is the breach walled? Is the wall breached? Let's have a look. It's not. So that is no thermite. Look, Chiefs cannot have a breach rush this round. They can't get either of the hatches open. And by all rights, they should really lose this round. So they have to pivot. They're going to kind of try and force this back push because they literally don't have any other option. And with 2 roamers already at the back here, it's not likely to work. Digital is a really nice flick, but he is traded back.
Certainly a massive point for Milo to step up. Don't trade that back in a 4v4 the way the Chiefs are playing. Questions would be asked, but for now, it's Milo going to be holding the line from the back of Archives all the way down the spiral desk. Just needs to be careful of the drop. You could see him kind of inclining to look toward the hatch rather than just straight down spiral stairs. 2 players that are left, Vast and God Legion, are both capable of bringing this back. It's just a matter of how much time they'll have to do so, because they don't have a lot going for them.
I really don't. No breach, barely an ingress onto site. Even the breaching charge is muted. He's going to try and shoot out the mute jammer. God Legion does actually find a kill. Very nice angle above the mirror window, but Pat has a strong position here at side white. He has so much mobility thanks to that wall not being breached. Plus, there are 2 mirrors facing this front side. This is so difficult for Chiefs.
Got to be impossible. Surely there's no way for them on site. God Legion, where is he going to be coming from? Because if he can find a kill, it's actually Vast that's coming from spiral stairs. It's God Legion that was stuck on yellow. And Wildcard do a great job at dismissing what was a heroic attempt to begin with. And now we head to round 12. Are Chiefs going to kick themselves if this goes to overtime? Mind you, that rush on match point could determine whether they were able to finish this early and go, or whether they're stuck in the server with Wildcard.
That's it. Sometimes all it takes is one round that doesn't go your way and things start to spiral. Chiefs will take a tactical timeout. If you want to point to anything that went wrong that round, it was simply just Fisher getting spawn peaks. That is almost the whole round there. Like, I know it sucks to say, but literally, once your Thermite dies on basement with no main wall breach, oh my god, Digital's got his mates in. Get out of here.
I wonder what he's saying, because it was his choice. I'm sure it was part of him that was saying, let's rush this. He could already be done. He could be on his way to the city with the boys, you know what I mean?
Yep. Could well be the case. Digital, gotta pull your head in, mate. If you want to go out, you better polish this off right here. Otherwise, you're going to be bleeding some points. I can't believe Digital uses the tactical timeout to go and grab his mate. It's like, it's a tactical timeout, dude. Tactical.
He is a comedian at his finest, I'll say that much. He brings us a lot of joy here as commentators, Dev. I am worried right now with the way Wildcard have been progressing in the last 2 rounds. They are really in a strong point. They are in the driver's seat. We head back to the lobby defense, hopefully to see some kind of success. Again, they've attempted this once before, unsuccessfully though.
Yeah, that's it. So this would be, I mean, I know we're starting to spell a bit of a grim tale for Chiefs, but yeah, Wildcard are not yet to win this bomb site. And last time Chiefs won it, it was pretty clear cut. Remember, Digital got a 3K. It was just Wildcard getting a little bit too aggro, really trying to push for those refrags, and Chiefs just holding the line. Like that Valkyrie camera, though, it's actually just kind of underneath the top cabinet on that little bench there in copy. And that floor in that room is also soft, so you can get a vertical C4 and potentially a stack of kills. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen that here in OCN.
No. It feels like every week we're seeing at least a double kill with C4s.
Yeah.
Really, really has been a great highlight on the reel. Early on here, Chiefs looking to put pressure from the western side of the building across. So the big point about this is going to be that public bathroom control that Emo Rin has, and that top floor can't... I just don't think you can afford to dismiss it at all. You really need to address that, and preferably sooner rather than later.
Looks like a lot of pressure is... Oh my god, does Pat see his leg? It's going to be not a lot of damage here. He really needs to be able to get a clearer shot. Oh, desperately trying. I think the threat indicator did come up for the attacker on the rappel there. So, unfortunately, for Pat, he doesn't get that. Milo's so keen here to contest yellow stairs. Oh, Pat might get cut off. There's a player in dungeon. Oh, this is scary. Wait, was there a player in dungeon? I swear there was. Was he outside? Did I get debated?
I think you got debated. Usually it's me that gets debated, so I'm glad that it wasn't me this time. Now, Milo. Oh my god, what is with these contestants? Oh,
nice!
See you later, God Legion. That is a massive pick to start with. God Legion's been pretty hot for Chiefs so far this game. Both in and out of the server. Haha.
Yeah, and look at this on the back of it. Gio's got this really strong control here in yellow stairs. Looks like Wildcard are playing this defense quite fluidly. It's making it very difficult for Chiefs to establish a foothold. But where did Emo die? That's my question, because of course, remember, this is lobby and press as a defense, so Chiefs don't necessarily have to clear this top floor if they can form execute onto Piano.
Oh my goodness, Worthy just sends it into CEO. He'll find a kill, but it's quickly traded out by Milo. That still means that Milo is alive. Feeling healthy and well. Pat will be able, once again, to continue transferring this information across. Digital has to hit that, but Gio absolutely deletes him. Chiefs crumble, and it's all on to Vast with 20 seconds.
1v2. No diffuser. What can Vast do? He's not being contested. He's got to hunt for these kills. No hope of really making this one work by the looks of it, as he desperately looks for a foe, but they will simply hide, and the timeout will run out. Wildcard have made this comeback 3 rounds in a row and pushed overtime.
Chiefs stumble and fall. 3 attempts on match point to convert, and they have not been able to do so. Sure, they secured a point. If you want to look at it in the positive light, the Chiefs secured 1 point, which will put them on 10 points in the standings. At the absolute max, they will only be able to take 11 points away from this game. As in, they will only be able to be on 11 points, I should say. And that really just does not sit well when you had such a great opportunity in front of you. Really, if they don't close this out here, woo, the questions will be asked.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
You said it earlier, Chiefs are going to be kicking themselves. That the 2 things that really Chiefs, I think, would be unhappy with. Firstly is that failed rush, right? I mean, and I encouraged them at the time. I said, hey, this is no big deal. And I still stand by that, but hindsight's 2020, right? But I think the real kicker for me is the round where we saw Fisho Guy get spawn peaks. A whole minute into the round, Pat was playing really aggressively as Kaid on the yellow stairs with the 1.5 times scope. And I mean, Fisho, like, it's a hard life being a support player, and they cop a lot of flack. Like, man's negative KD at the moment. But at the end of the day, Fisher could get 0 kills on the round. If he gets that main wall open, he has done his job, right? Like, that is the #1 priority for him as an operator. But he can't just do that straight away. He's got to drone in his teammates to clear off the util. And as soon as that was done, as soon as he started to make a move, unfortunately, he was spawn peaked. And that is the reason, in my opinion, that Wildcard have built up this momentum and pushed to overtime. Now Chiefs attacking that same bomb site. Can they make good on their mistakes?
Gonna have to here. Oh my goodness, the perfectly cooked grenade catches Pat trying to pocket the Electroclaw once more. And that's going to be both walls open. This is a really great start for the Chiefs, 40 seconds in. And they have prime positioning out of Garage. Now it's just about what else they want to kind of tee up before they decide to push in.
Well, it's very difficult to go for an execute when that mirror is up. And ideally, you also want to clear out these positions, such as pipes where Emo is playing at the moment. Now, the best way to clear this is vertically. You can also try nade it from the breach, But ideally, you want to go into piano, open up the floor above, but in order to do that, then you have to clear Geo off the roam. So it's not a simple equation here for the Chiefs. And at the moment, they're stacking up for what looks to be a 5-man breach, potentially worthy, or another Chiefs player could repel on piano and cut off some pressure from there. But it looks like this is going to be very much a breach-centric kind of execute, which really does put some onus on Geo and Milo to have an impact on this roam.
Now, look at that drone department. It's not all bad news, but they are slowly starting to run out of them. Trying to put themselves in a good position to, one, be able to watch any of those flanks. Not necessarily flanks, I guess, at this point, but being able to utilize them in that post-plant situation will be quite important, especially if they lose a couple of players. Now, 50 seconds. How much have they really done outside of opening these walls? It just feels like it's kind of been stunted to a point.
Looks like they have cleared the middle floor, but they're always going to be worried about that top floor and the drop that could come through from Geo. Now, there is a pick on side. Vast does make an opening, and here come the Chiefs. They roll on in. Vast has had an insane round. The Chiefs make it flawless. Digital can't believe it. And once again, they have match point.
Let me just decipher Digital. My brain is so big. My brain is so big. That is what he's just said. I don't really know if I would say big, but you've certainly taken a cheeky little round off of Wildcard there. It only took you 3 to finally crack their defense again, but hey, we'll give it to you. The confidence is peaking, isn't it?
Oh,
it
totally
is. Yeah.
I just love that. You know, there were 38 seconds on the clock when they found that first pick, right? And there were 32 seconds on the clock when the round ended. So, like, that was literally like 2.5 minutes of lead up and 6 seconds of action. It took Chiefs 6 seconds to find 5 kills.
Siege confuses me so much. It confuses. Siege.
Have you heard
I tell you what.
Have you heard of the idiom, measure twice, cut once? Well,
No.
Siege is like, measure 350 times and then cut once. And that's exactly what Chiefs demonstrated right there. And it was just amazing. It was beautiful.
Like, the fact that you can wait such a long period of time and then all in a matter of, so you blink, and honest to God, if you blinked, you would have missed that entirety. It is absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, and look, it's warranted, right? All that lead up, and I'll break it down a little bit, do a quickie. Chiefs just, they had the breach open. They made sure that there wasn't any like hard stop util, such as like a Maestro or an Echo that's going to like deny that plant. They make sure that they knew where all the players on site were. They knew how many were on site and how many were off site. They got Worthy in antechamber upstairs to cut off the flanks that no doubt would happen as soon as they execute on the site, right? These roamers are going to come back. So he's cutting off the flanks. And then it's just a matter of, okay, we know where they're on site. Let's push in and refrag together. And they won all their fights. They were all set up for trades if needed. Didn't end up being needed at all. That is just stellar Siege from Chiefs.
And now they've got an opportunity to do so on their defense. Might be able to replicate a similar response. Bit of information on the player sitting behind the table and meeting. However, he has since vacated the premises. Really, Wildcard kind of managing decently for time. They've got that top floor control, starting to clear out any of those flanks. They still need to be cautious. I believe there may be one player contesting over in CEO that could just continue to be a thorn in the side if they're not completely careful. There it is, God Legion as well, and he is on the Vigil. That's dangerous.
He has been playing this Vigil quite a bit, and on the Tellers Archives defense Chiefs had in the past, he did play it. They did win it on the first go and lost it on the second go. In fact, it was a flawless round for Wildcard. If you recall, they just set up so well for that execute and found all the picks they could possibly want. So far, look, Wildcard aren't looking too bad. One big difference, though, is that there's no IQ, and that means it's going to be much more difficult for them to get, I guess, a good grasp on all the util that's on the defensive side. Fortunately, though, for them, there's no Pulse or Valkyrie on Chiefs' side, so Chiefs are actually going to be a little bit starved for intel as well. Is
Now,
though, surely?
Yeah, they've surely got to set up here. That might be perfectly timed. That is too. Pat goes down. Vast and Fisho, however, are quickly traded. Milo putting on a show right now. God Legion's come up spiral stairs. Can he find the timing to deny this plant?
Oh, no!
It is Emo that holds the flank, and it's all worthy in a 1 versus 4. He's done some unbelievably godlike things in the past. This is out of reach, though.
I hope for Wildcard that it is, but they are giving him these 1v1s. Emo doesn't miss. Wildcard do it once again. They push us every step of the way. And we are going to full 15-round overtime here on Consulate.
I'm now convinced that Digital doesn't actually want to go out tonight, and he is forcing this game as long as it can possibly go. He is not happy one bit about all the boys coming over. Said, guys, this is my job. I'm extremely professional. Would you please give me some space? We have a big game tonight. And he's just pushing it further and further to the point where he can chicken out and dog the boys.
Well, no matter what, this round is the final of the map. And hence the series, so... yeah, Digital will, I guess, have the chance to go out with his mates afterwards or whatever he's got planned. But Wildcard do take us to Teller's Archives. Now, they only played this once in their half. Now, remember, the way that Wildcard's defense half panned out was they started Garage Cafeteria twice, and they failed both times. Moved on to Lobby, also failed again, and they had match point against them. Then they finally went down to Teller's Archives, and they won it. And that was the start of that track. They ended up winning 3 rounds in a row to push to overtime. So this is a flawless sight in terms of defense so far for Wildcard.
Big ending to a big game nonetheless. Regardless of which way this swings, there's a claim to be made for both teams.
It would be very big if Wildcard win this. Like, honestly,
I would agree. I would agree.
In Stage 1, Chiefs won both the games that they played against Wildcard. Both were on Clubhouse. One was in Apex South and one was in OCN. The scores for those were 7-4 and 7-2. Like, Chiefs have had Wildcard's number, but Wildcard have said themselves, there's no more excuses now that we have our full roster going. Milo has been a welcome addition. You can look at his presence on the scoreboard, in the server, and no doubt in the comms as well. Always here to make an impact. And Rob, as we stand at the moment, I've got a feeling that Wildcard are going to make it.
I would definitely agree with you. I'm going to say that Pat on the Pulse has just been giving so much information on their defenses and has really enabled a lot of these tight rounds, a lot of these close calls from Chiefs swinging in their favor. Sometimes it can literally just be the smallest pieces of information. And like we were saying before, you're so safe down in Archives. You can continue to use that to full effect. Milo needs to be careful rotating out. It's his counterpart in Worthy that takes him down. And that's the big gunner for Wildcard off the board. It's now time for Geo to step up.
That's a really good opening for Chiefs. That said, Wildcard will be leveraging this vertical hold. So for the most part, their strat is relying on their players down in Archives, staying alive with their C4s. We still have 2 C4s left. Vinny's might already be placed. I don't know whether it's detonated yet. But Wildcard still have a very strong chance to win this by plant denial. Chiefs having the numbers advantage, though, means they have the flexibility to just send bodies at Wildcard. And it may well come down to that. Might come down to a bloodbath. As Vast goes straight on in and tries to take down the player on the other side, starving Wildcard of the information.
Love this from Vast, but he needs to be careful. He's dancing with the devil at the moment. There's 2 C4s still on the side of Wildcard. If they find the timing here, it could be detrimental. 30 seconds left. No one's really making any kind of firm move. It's a double kill for Worthy as now Geo chimes in. The C4 doesn't hit. Worthy, this is huge because Fisho guy's sticking it. They just need to be careful of the flanks right now, Dev.
Geo!
There's only 40 seconds for them to make a play. Geo gets shut down instantly, and it's Pat and Emo Rin to try and claim this round back.
And they do a little bit of work taking down Vast. Emo and Pat on for the retake. 2 versus 2. 25 seconds as the time slips away. Worthy is still alive, last week's MVP. And he is not giving up on this just yet. He will hold on for as long as possible. And there is just no time left, Rob.
Oh, Digital going down though. Goodness me. It's all Worthy. He finds it right at the end. And you can see the sigh of relief on the Chiefs. Digital and Vast thanking their lucky stars.
Oh, look at that.
A heartbreaking end for Wildcard. But promising showing from both teams here. It's 2 points for the Chiefs, but it's the dub that matters.
What a tight affair, and you can see Worthy, Vast, and Digital. I cannot believe it! A sigh of relief for the Chiefs. They take home the dub. 2 points in a 15-round barn burner against Wildcard. If you're a nervous nail biter, then I don't think you'll have any nails left after that game. What an insane romp we just saw.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be asking Digital what was going on in your head, because that would have been exhilarating to say the very least, Dev. I think you've said it perfectly there. A barn burner is the best way to describe that one. Back and forth the entire time, but I think credit is given fully to Wildcard there. They never seem to give up in that fight, no matter how close Chiefs were to edging over the corner and taking the win. They continue to fight, to their credit.
Yeah, really, overall that was a very strong game from Wildcard, and they had some very questionable moments, but I think they're looking better as a team, and they can take a lot away from this. Love the slow-mo there on the shot from Milo. Credit to our beautiful production team at ESL Australia who do an amazing job here on OCN. But, of course, it was Chiefs who came out on top. Wildcard, we can give them all the credit they deserve, but at the end of the day, we can no longer hold them to a lowered standard. They are no longer playing with their manager, and they have very high expectations of themselves. And today, it was once again Worthy who went nuts. 14 kills. That's not counting the rehost. He had 5 before he rehosted, right? 19 kills. Almost dropping the 20 bomb. And once again, he is a contestant for the MVP.
Yeah, it might even just stick a fork in it. It might be done after that performance.
Do I have to interview him again, like this week? Because I just interviewed him.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit more precise from you, I think, in that interview. It'll be a lot more about the game, the exact map, and how it's all unfolded for him as a... I just can't believe that he's consistently putting up these kind of results. And to touch on that as well, Milo 14-10 and Geo on 14-9. This is the Geo of old that we saw at the end of 2020, and this is the Milo that has really just been tearing it up in Stage 2.
Absolutely. Wildcard have been brought back to life, and Geo and Milo both have been instrumental parts of that. I will say, Vinny had a tough game again, but unfortunately, that's it's been a bit of a trend for him recently. On top of the fact that, he did start this game with a DC and some tech issues, and no doubt that played into his mental. But overall, really good game from Wildcard, I will say. Credit to them, but I think the talking point here is Chiefs. They probably let it slip a little bit further than it should have, but they came in clutch when it mattered.
Yeah, sometimes that's all that matters, Dev, is just making sure you get over the edge and getting over the line. Sometimes you can do it crawling, sometimes you can do it sprinting, and it definitely felt like it was a bit more of a hard-fought victory in that sense. I think overall, we can look back at that match and probably ask a few questions, and guess what? We're going to ask the questions of Digital. Let's bring him in. Let's figure out What on earth has just happened, Digital? Oh my God, he's already changed shirts. Hey, he's all ready to get out. Yeah, I know. We know. We've been watching you this whole time. Let me ask you this as you prepare for your night out. Sorry, mate. Hang on. We'll ask this really quickly. Mate, what's going on there? You were 6-3 up and it's gone OT. What are we thinking?
I love my teammates. Worthy is the best player I've ever seen. And Morgan had some amazing calls that match. Vast was instrumental. God is always instrumental. We just played so good tonight. There were some times where it was it got a bit shaky, but as always, we sort of regroup ourselves and keep our eyes on the prize. So yeah, no, it was good tonight. It was good.
Well, I was going to say, when it did end up getting pushed a little bit close there, in that final round, we could see your reaction afterwards, really, really stressed out. How frantic was it in the comms in those moments?
It's never frantic. I was just in an awkward position, and I was just worried because I was hoping I'd wasted enough time. I should have probably killed that pulse, but Worthy got the other guy was diffusing, and the rest is sort of history you guys saw. So it wasn't frantic, to answer your question. It was calm, but probably my mental was frantic, as anyone should. I don't know, 7-7. That was nuts. Oh my God.
Well, we won't keep you going too much longer, but I did want to ask, what are the plans for your Saturday night, dude? Because you clearly got some.
It's my birthday today, so
dude!
Yeah.
How did we not know this?
Well, how do you think I can?
I don't know.
Happy birthday, brother! And congrats
Cheers,
on
guys,
taking
cheers.
the dub on your birthday.
Thank you. Yeah. No, it's good. Good to get the W. I was telling my teammates that for a little bit of a B-Day present. I wouldn't mind the W, and they delivered. So yeah. No, I'll head out. I'll see the boys. I've got an awesome support group that supports what I do. So they're understanding that I'm playing a game on my birthday, and I'll see them soon, sort of thing. So that's why you see me getting ready and going.
Mate, not only did we see you getting ready, we saw all of the boys rocking up. We saw the whole crowd. Don't you worry. So you know what? We got places to be, people to see. Happy birthday, Digital, and we will see you next week.
Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. Cheers to the cast.
Jeez, a busy man, a man after our own heart, Dev. It's a great performance for him on his birthday. And look, to be honest, the Chiefs are going to be happy. They've taken the 2 points, but again, they've taken the win over Wildcard.
Yeah, I'm just so hung up on Digital. What a unit. Like, ugh. It's just every time we get an interview with him, I'm just filled with wholesome vibes. And the fact that, that was all his mates over and, they're really supportive of him. Even though it's his birthday, they come over to his house and he's like, as soon as we finish the game, we're off. Like, oh, what a legend. I'm just glad for his sake that he won the game, because if they had lost that in overtime after being on match point 4 times, I think that would have been a pretty awkward birthday dinner.
It would have been very awkward nonetheless, but let's be honest, Digital's out and so are we. We're going to head to a short break, and on the other side, it could potentially be another barn burner. It's Bliss taking on Order. We'll see you in a minute.
Do you want to go? No, it's you then.
It's me? Okay.
Yeah. Wait, what was it? Breaching and clearing the air. Breaching, clear.
air. I'm Vast.
I'm Turtle, and this is Breach and Clear the Air.
It's shit talking our teammates.
Friends.
I think that's pretty obvious. He doesn't like dying to a lot of stuff, and he generally shows that in his temper.
He doesn't mind a bit of a "what the f was that" moment.
Worthy will probably die to something he deems kind of an idiot play, and he'll generally yell about how stupid that play was or that player was. Oh, okay. You go first.
I love how, don't get me wrong, he's our other coach and analyst, but a bit too corny for my liking sometimes.
I chose God Legion because some of his jokes just don't really make sense and no one really laughs at them, to be honest, so. Well, actually, I was gonna write Turtle, but I thought about it and his jokes are a bit more awkward than bad, so.
Okay then.
Who's got the weirdest habit? It's gotta be someone.
I know my answer.
Nah. I know.
Nah. Oh, yes. No. Nah, god damn it.
A lot of my teammates, we take the piss out of Pat. A habit of his, when he finishes a sentence, his voice generally will go a lot higher pitch. Any examples that you could offer?
I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that one.
Can I change my answer?
You were.
He's not wrong. Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
I kind of got him there. I was so glad that I thought of that.
Yeah, he's not wrong. He's not wrong.
Ooh. Oh. Oi. Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I was gonna put myself in.
I picked Digital. He rocks the slides and socks combos. He doesn't mind the trackies here and there. I don't know. The man's always looking like $1 million with that chief salary. So yeah.
Okay, I picked old mate here because I don't know, just can pull off anything. Just chucks it on in the morning, and it doesn't matter what it is, but you pull it off.
Yeah, you're too kind, Pat.
Yeah.
You're too kind, mate. Pretty obvious, Pat's, he was a lifeguard, so he's got experience saving people's lives. Yeah, I don't know, my other teammates, I don't really trust them with my life. Physically, I don't think they're capable of doing that.
Why'd you put yourself? Because I'm the best,
Because I'm the best. See, I don't even know what people eat, except I'm just...
Can we do somebody's drink?
Someone's drink. I picked God Legion because he is English for one. They have pretty weird food combinations, and also he calls French toast eggy bread, which is an injustice. So I think he's a weirdo just for those reasons.
I chose Rain Digital because of not his food choice, but his drink choice. When he uses pre-workout or like energy mixes, he chucks it with sparkling water, which I don't really get, but hey, to each their own.
I know. Oh, that's pretty mean. Oh, geez, this one's got me. I actually have no clue.
Copying off my answers, typical.
Yeah, I'm gonna trust your instincts here.
Yeah. I rate him, but I feel like he would make an inappropriate joke to my parents straight off the bat, just after meeting them. So for that, I'm gonna have to, keep him away from them.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think he'd be like really awkward and just making like anime noises or something. Oh my god, man. That was a bit of improv.
Jeez.
Genius.
Anime noises.
I'm very happy that Pat didn't put me down on any of them.
Yeah, give you best dress.
I'm flawless. That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. But you didn't put me down on any bad ones. So.
Yeah. Feel like I'm gonna have a few angry messages from teammates now, but hey, we'll see how it goes.
Northlane might be running out of time and they might be a little bit empty, but we certainly aren't here at OCN, presented by none other than Samsung. We're 2 matches deep, we got 2 matches to go, and this next one is sure to produce the goods. It's Bliss taking on Order, a matchup that really could I mean, it just has the potential, right, Dev? That's probably the best way of putting it.
That's it. Well, we have Bliss flawless so far in OCN. They have looked just so damn good, undefeated. Can anybody stop Bliss from finishing first place and getting seeded directly into that OCN Stage 2 playoffs? Grand final. I don't know if they can. Look, last time Bliss and Order played each other, we saw it in the historical match before today. It was a barn burner. Bliss came back and won it. And at the moment, in this form, it's tough to say that anyone can take these guys down. Shade, Oda, Todd, Repix, and of course the young gunner, Jigsaw. What can you do when you're facing such talented players in the server?
There's nothing you can really do, I guess. There's a lot of Bliss support in the chat, so make sure you show your love for this roster. They're showing us incredible signs right now. A team that is showing us signs, sometimes good, sometimes bad. It is Order. This team really just has the potential on any given day to beat some of the best in the world, but it feels like that day comes around once in a blue moon.
Yeah, that's it. Like, some strong wins so far in Stage 2, but they're not consistent yet, and they don't have that magic wild card that they had in the past with It Be Style. Obviously, him moving down to a coaching position, Nate coming up from being a sub, and Nico coming in from being a coach. Both of those players have had some shining moments. Nate in particular, a bit of a young gunner. He's been playing fantastically, but as a unit, these guys are still sorting some issues out.
God, that angle on Jack Daddy, it's doing things.
So
Look at it. That is,
what is that
is a gorgeous position. And what, actually, that's
looks
a
like
microphone?
It looks like he's looking into a crystal ball or something.
What is that? I mean, this roster, honestly, Dev, just has all sorts of attitude. You know, between them and the Chiefs, I feel like we just have such a well-rounded group of, what's the right way of putting this? Interesting characters, that's for sure.
We certainly do, and hey, Bliss aren't afraid of getting lively as well on the cams, so yeah, I'm sure that we'll have a lot of banter between the two of these teams. Order, I know, are feeling invigorated. Despite having some struggles so far with their new roster, we are seeing them start to find their feet. Specker is a player that we love to chat to, but we do also like to roast him a little bit for his performances in the server. Last couple weeks, though, he's been red hot, so I'm expecting a lot of things out of Order. I didn't predict them for the snowball predictions, but I did for like some of my other predictions I do with some of my other mates. So I'm actually backing Order in. I want them to have the upset. I want them to have revenge from Stage 1, and I want them to give Bliss their first L. So that's what I'm going to be looking for.
You have other friends? Oh, prediction friends. Oh, my prediction friends. All right, let's have a look at the veto as Dev decides to hop off your screen. We'll see where we're headed for this banger. It is Oregon, a classic here in Oceania. You couldn't help but come back to the broadcast.
Oh, it's the veto! I need to carry you through this veto. So I got all the stats, man. I got all the stats. So
you do, honestly.
Let's have a look. Oregon. So Bliss destroyed Rhythm 7-2 on this map just last week. And the last time we saw Order play it was back in LFO against LFO at the start of the stage. They won, but unfortunately did lose in APAC South to 7th Heaven. Now, I don't want to put too much weight onto Order's results on this map because they have changed a lot. They have really been working through those issues. So, for example, that loss to 7th Heaven, I wouldn't worry too much based on that. That said, for Bliss, this has been a strong map for quite some time, and in fact, it was the map that these two teams played the last time they faced off, which was Bliss making a comeback from being 6-5 down to an 8-6 win. You would have seen that if you were around before the stream for the historical match. So I think to say the table has been set and the stage is about ready to have some players.
I hope so. I hope that it's as quick as how you've gone through that veto process. Some great stats that you've thrown at me. I'm not going to lie, I kind of zoned out halfway through your stats, so I'm looking forward to seeing this one regardless of where it goes. I know we're going to Oregon. That's all I need to know, right? That's all we need to know. It's Bliss, it's Order, it's undefeated versus the defeated. Can Order deliver Bliss their first L of the season? That is the big question on everyone's mind. We'll find out in the next half an hour. Oh God, I wish it was half an hour. Within the next hour and a half.
Well, I can't wait to see these guys getting lively as well, as no doubt they will. as we jump straight on in. Now, a question I do wonder to myself is, are we going to see the Flores and Thatcher band out, or are we going to see them slit through? Order, straight out of the gate, has taken that Flores down and does leave Bliss with a position where they're probably wondering if they ban the Thatcher. I reckon it's just going to be a pretty simple lock-in for them. There you go. So you're going to see a lot of Maverick come through. And with Flores and Thatcher banned, I really hope we start to see some strong blue holds. I think blue attacks are going to be quite difficult onto that basement. Probably going to be really testing how strong these teams are at attacking the front side of the map.
Valkyrie, a very common ban. Now the question is it Kaid? Is it Mirror? You feel like Mirror is probably going to be more so the ban here, as there is no Maverick ban. Just like that, it is too. Now let's get into the action. Let's not hold reservations for any longer. Order starting on that defense, and hopefully off to a good one as well. Question being, where are we going to start? What site are they going to go for? Just a stock standard basement. I feel like between basement and kids / bunks, it kind of, you know, it gets a pretty decent amount of that first round play, the first round action. I'd be very, very interested to see one of these teams just go for a, you know, like a meeting hold or something like that straight off the bat. And there it is again. The Clash coming out as a 6th pick, Dev. I'm loving this Clash play so far in O's.
We've seen some great moments for it. We've seen some pretty scary moments for it. But yes, I am optimistic. I do love seeing the Clash. She's very powerful downstairs here as well in the basement, really choking up some of these choke points. But looking to the wider setup for Order, I really like the amount of projectile denial we do have. Funnily enough, there's a lack of a Jaeger here, but the Aruni and Wamai are both really strong at denying projectiles. For example, let's say it's a blue hold and a blue push. You've got your shield and elbow, you've got your Clash loitering around the brick store, maybe an electrical, and you're really going to be wanting to protect those two facets with the Aruni and the Wamai, and Bliss would have to chuck a lot of their util through to get that. That said, the lack of a Jaeger is a bit of a concern, and I do wonder how that will play in here to this defense. For Bliss, I'm wondering, first question straight off the gate, is it going to be a front push or is it going to be a blue push?
Time will tell, that's for sure.
Looks to be blue.
Oh, hang on. Is this going to be a blue? It looked like they kind of had a pretty good indication. You can see they're very tempted, but look at Order's response. You could see there from the third person. They've just sent it into blue. Todd's going to open up the bank account here. Jack Daddy needs to respond. It's an absolute flurry of kills, and Team Bliss are absolutely cheering. What a way to start. Bailey is the only player to give any kind of promise, and it's so quickly dismissed. Oh my God.
Welcome to OCN, my friends. This is the undefeated Bliss. They are storming through the competition, and in their opening round, they almost make it flawless. What a blue rush there from the boys in pink. Order didn't know what hit him.
You love to see it. You also hate to see it if you're an Order fan, but it will keep them on their toes for the rest of the day.
Why don't they go back there? That's what I don't get. It's like, if you lose to a cheesy rush, just go back and try again. I don't know. That's my opinion, but that's we'll see if Order can win on this side. Maybe it's just a bit of a tilter. They're like, let's not get in our heads about that past round, and just move on back to dorms.
Yep.
I like the up setup. You know, we got the frost, in particular, nice one. A lot of vertical holes plus that frost welcome mats underneath the main window. Got some Vulcan shields from the Goyo. Todak, where is that drone? Oh, that's outside. It's not a bad position for the drone. And yeah, Bliss just coming out of the gate strong, man. Like, what can you say?
5 seconds remaining.
I guess it's what we would expect from them, knowing what Bliss are like, knowing how much they can favor their explosive style, their unpredictable style at that. mean, the fact that they only dropped one player in a rush like that, even when Order were on that side of the map, even when they had the clash to slow things down, absolutely absurd. Bringing our attention into this round, Nico, I mean, by this stage, nearly every team will be making sure that this is a point that Nico cannot play around. You need to be extremely cautious because he is the kind of player that will just do some really cheeky things.
God.
And God, talk about cheeky. Bailey, ill-advised.
I appreciate the attempts there, but a little bit more than you can chew there for Bailey. That run out was just a little bit too far. So it was inevitable he was going to be refragged, even had he got that kill. Not worth it in the end, but hey, you miss every shot you don't take. Gotta give him credit for attempting.
Certainly a new brand of Siege that we're seeing in 2021. And it feels a lot more about the individual prowess from time to time. This is nice from Bliss. Look at how much control they've been able to take. Repix doesn't know this, but he's actually down Specker. In fact, there we go. It's been confirmed, and slowly but surely, Dev.
Oh my.
What is going on?
They just don't stop, but there's a double! The C4 maybe makes this winnable now in the 2v5. It has become, well, a 1v3. Jack has got to ace up. He's made it a 1v2 now. Jigsaw low HP, Rob. This is very winnable! Todd's fallen into the frost mat. It's a one-on-one, and Jigsaw low HP. Jack Daddy has an opportunity to make this a massive clutch.
Out to as well, both players on 20 to 30 HP. He knows exactly his positioning. Needs to be careful because Jack Daddy could find the timing. If he's not cautious, he may just push straight through here. It's exactly what Jack Daddy's... What? Jigsaw, no way! How?
What is that?
I'm done. What is this first 2 rounds?
What was that from Jigsaw? The fact that he wins that. I mean, for Jack to even get close to the 1v5 is unbelievable. Little bit of help from Nate's Frostmat, which is lovely, but for Jack Daddy to be given the perfect opportunity and for Jigsaw to somehow win it, that is just unbelievable. Look at this. Bam! And even with Jigsaw low HP, Jack landed at 1 bullet and it wasn't enough. Jigsaw just melted him. Absolutely turned on.
I honestly had him dead to rights there. 100% dead to rights. Didn't think there was a chance in hell that he was going to be able to win that. As in Jigsaw I'm talking about. That flick is so gnarly. But what I'm really curious to see, I might go back in the VOD and have a very quick look, but where was all that information coming from for Team Bliss? There had to have been a drone on site. You think about the kill from Double Window, the confirmation that Specker had been downed. There was a lot of pieces that really came together there that allowed Team Bliss to be like that. Now, okay, it gets very, very close, but it feels like Team Bliss are getting really early intel, Dev. Really crucial, important intel.
Yeah, well, I can tell you that in the 1v1, neither Bliss nor Order had any info, any cams. They were all just spectating their players. But earlier in the round, I can't say, and I don't know where exactly the drones were. What really should be a 1-1 scoreline, despite Bliss's man advantage in both of those rounds, has left Order asking a lot of questions and with a lot of work to be done here, Rob. They go back to that basement defense, the laundry supply, and it looks like they have exactly the same lineup that they brought on the first round, but there is no rush this time.
Not for now. Much quieter start, what we're used to seeing. This is the ability of, taking the pressure to your opponent so early on in the piece. It allows you to almost sit back on your laurels, especially in round 3, just to kick back and relax for a second. Order are well and truly anchoring as hard as they can. Bit of pressure from Blue as well. So Team Bliss with a really nice spread.
Good amount of info, but Order are still retaining a lot here, especially with the clash from Nico. When we do start to see the air jab deployed, it does restrict Nico's movement. Nico is actually going to impact trick that. You can hear the hissing of the air jab has subsided, so now Nico does have a little bit more mobility once again. Bliss are completely falling back. They're going to go for a front push here. They've already got a player down. Is that Repix himself, or is that a Yana clone? That is actually Repix. Already all the way down in Freezer. A curious setup from Order does give Bliss so much control.
Okay, Jack Daddy's gone down. He's not out for the count yet, though. However, it does look like as Jigsaw trying to confirm the kill, he'll get away as well, as Nico is now caught on the stairs. 40 seconds left. It looks like not only do Team Bliss have the control of Laundry, Freezer, and rear stairs, they're just pincing the site. What can Bailey get done outside of the one kill? Surely not much more. What a flick. Oh, Order have just turned this, Dev, and it's all Repix and Jigsaw, two gnarly players left.
They got a funnel on through a very narrow angle. Nate's good for that shot. Puts Jigsaw back in his place. Repix, last one standing, and against the clash and a crossfire, you're just not going to win that. Order does bring it back. Despite losing the opening engagement, they make it work.
That was getting very hairy for Order. You think about the pressure that Team Bliss were applying there. They had all Freezer control. They had all Laundry control. They had rear stage stairs. My goodness, I can't talk right now. And sure, it was Nico on the clash who could hold the stairs, so there wasn't really too much that could be done toward Pillar and into Electric there. But most certainly, Team Bliss were ticking all of the check marks that we would usually be talking about. And from there, Order just hitting some gnarly shots, winning their ones. I think that you can really attest a lot of that to Bailey. If Bailey doesn't come up big there in Laundry, I just don't know if that's possible.
Definitely. I will say, despite individual strong performances from Order, I want to break a little bit down that strat that they had. Like the fact that they fully reinforced off Freezer, whereas at pro play, most teams will have a line of sight in the right-hand side wall so that you can actually contest Freezer. But that line of sight works both ways. Order's philosophy is, hey, we've got a clash. When they do actually get into Freezer and push all the way up to that single door that leads into the hallway, like, it doesn't matter because we're not exposing ourselves to that angle. We even have a deployable shield facing that doorway. That map control they can have. And it's just going to be another choke point that they're baited into. And look, Rob, that's exactly what happened. So, bit of credit then to Order's strat book. They're always a team that comes up with things a little bit outside the box, a little bit creative. And I really liked that. Another example of something a little bit outside the box, is that a rotating closet? I didn't quite catch it. I think I saw a closet rotate into master bedroom. It's like they made the rotate and then reinforced over it, so that's a bit weird. Oh well.
Yeah, that's... Oh, hello again! Bailey is just an animal. Killed down by Pillars. I'm sure Shade was probably trying to get in their face and make things awkward. There's the man count gone in the favor of Order within the first 30 seconds of the round.
Very, very good start here for Order, especially considering they got shut down very, very convincingly in those first two rounds. Nico's got this really great position downstairs. He's made himself a rotate. What can he do with this? He has a C4 and the shotty. It's a lot to work with. The spec is also down here, tempting fate. And Nico feels like he might be getting hunted at the moment. Bliss have some strong positions, but there's a lot of X factors here for Order.
And we've seen how you can have all the positioning in the world. You can be in the best possible case scenario. That's really clean. Actually kind of important as well when you think about the fact that now they don't have the gate open. That's a really smart play from Order holding that line. I don't know who that was. I think it was Nate. Yeah, Nate just sitting behind the deployable shield pit. And now they're going to have to use something a little bit different to get through that. But Order is still with really great positioning Feels quite comfortable from them on site.
Bailey once again, he's been so hot. He's peeking it again and he takes down Todd. What is it with OS players and that damn Roni? It does so much work. And though Jigsaw does shut him out, Nate's got a really nice angle with the gas canister that shuts Jigsaw out of that angle.
Yeah, I see you. That's going to be for 30 seconds as well, as I believe he still has... No, it's actually only for at least another 10. Jack Daddy gets caught in Z. This is starting to fall to pieces. Jigsaw needs to be careful turning the corner. Nico, you sweaty little rat. Proned on the staircase, and now Repix, we've seen some insane things from him before, but he has to go almost nuclear here, Dev. Oh my god. Oh, he nearly had me believing there for a second. Oh,
look at the
no.
That's so Nico, man.
Nico.
It's the thing with this game, right? Like, these two teams, every damn one of these players has the capacity to just do something absolutely nutty.
Yeah.
You look at a player like Repix and you're like, oh, he's in a 1v3, he's probably dead. And then he can still pull off some really clean shots.
Yep.
Same goes for just about anyone in the server at the minute. The fact that Order have now, after getting slapped in the face with what was a rush nearly flawless round and then another nearly flawless round that Jack Daddy almost clutched, they've just come back 2 in a row looking to make it a triple as they head to their off-site meeting and kitchen.
Ooh. What's their setup going to look like? How's it going to pan out? Curious to see, you know, we were so used to seeing those dining defenses. I feel like maybe last stage, or either there or the end of 2020, we were seeing a lot of that extension into showers, mainly for that dining defense. We're seeing a lot of the extension into showers, holding that long line, falling back once the mini game, if to say, was finished. Whereas for meeting, you do see a lot of contention upstairs, in and around attic. Of course, that meeting hatch can really be to your demise, regardless of whether you're an attacker or a defender. It actually holds a lot of weight to it. Really curious to see how Order approach this.
Yeah, and of course it's Bliss that's going to have to deal with the setup. They look to be taking tower first up. No contestation from Order. They're just going to give this map control for free. Jigsaw's getting in the building nice and quick. Is that a softball? Looks like it. On the attic. Oh, what an angle. Jigsaw is going to be able to utilize that. Shade's actually gotten himself into pillar downstairs really early on. This is what he tried to do last round when he was peaked early. Information gathering by Bliss so far. They're going to start the Shade. Okay.
Oh,
what?
What?
How do you win that, man? He drops down the hatch, gets air jabbed, sent through the wall, and takes down Shade anyway.
Just Bailey Tings, I guess. He is having an unreal game so far. Really, I believe actually the last 3 rounds in a row, he's been the opening kill. And if not the opening kill, at least the trade for Order, he has been unbelievable. They do have that attic control. They're still going to flush out the back players toward dorms. It feels like Jigsaw may start to poke and prod sooner rather than later.
Numbers evened. Repix, he's in sight. Where did he come from? Must have just walked through lobby into split and shut down Order right in the back. Now, 2 players from Order are looking to make this retake work. And Repix shuts down one of them. I don't know how he didn't get the second, but Jack, once again in a position where he's got a clutch. Oda is holding down the line. And Bliss, it was a bit close there, but they do get it across. A great opening found by Repix.
Yeah. What's that, a 3K in the round for him?
Yep.
Just Repix things. I mean, I feel like we're saying that a lot this season, you know? Repix things, Oda things, Jigsaw. It's just, like you prefaced in the round before, you just don't know who it's going to be on any given day or on any given round. Any of those players can step up. We're seeing Shade have huge impacts. Todd. It just, Team Bliss is stacked with talent. that are really starting to push the boundaries on what we're coming to expect from this roster. And at the end of the day, they are most likely going to finish first. If they win this map right now, they will be, I believe that is 4 points clear, if I am not mistaken, from Chiefs, who are below them. So they will pretty much be in the best place possible heading into the last 2 play days.
That's it. Bliss are in such a strong position to guarantee themselves a grand final spot. It's looking very, very likely they'll take it. At the moment, with Chiefs sitting on, what, Chiefs would be on 11 at the moment, yeah? So, yeah, I mean, I don't think Wikipedia is updated from what I'm looking at right now. But yeah, Chiefs should be on 11, Bliss currently on 12. The flawless record, like you said, they get the 3 from here. They're up to 15. And like in stage 1, for reference, no team even had 15 points. Like the top team was Knights on 14. That's how crazy Bliss have been.
Yeah. Yeah, when you look back at their season, or their stage, sorry, 7-5 win against Knights. You know, they took down Wildcard in their first outing. It's just kind of been a little bit outrageous how good they've been and how consistent they've been on every given play day in OCN. Now, I guess there is a very small disclaimer. I might not have a chance to talk about this disclaimer, but the fact that, of course, the top 4 OC teams that we would naturally talk about are playing APAC South as well. So they have another game, if not 2 sometimes, to prepare for. But isolating more so to this round, Nico opening up once more, and it's Shade that goes down. Unfortunately, no more impact for the Nomad.
I mean, 3rd round in a row, he's been taken out early. Repic's taken very, very low. It's just a bloodbath. I don't know where all these players are, but the fact that the Aruni Bailey opened up all these lines of sight on the middle floor just means that everyone is always in danger. And, well, it has hurt both teams, but it's hurt Bliss more so. Not only or to have the man advantage, but also the health advantage. You look at the fact that Repix is so low, it means that Nico can zap him to death really, really easily. He's actually going to try and make a play for it as well. Repix knows he has to get out. If he gets slowed by the clash here, he might just get taken down.
Now that's kind of massively crucial at the moment. I believe there's only 2 drones that are out in the field, both of which are held by Todd and Oda. And outside of that, they're not going to have any more intel. There's still a minute left. Make that only 1 drone left, Dev, to use any kind of information. So they're going to be going into this completely blind. Nico can hold back the entirety of Freezer. I can rotate as pleases. A little bit concerning now with 40 seconds left here for Team Bliss. They've got to go large, and Oda going down does not make it convincing. See you later, alligator. Oh, he's salty. Oh,
Repix, I choose you.
God damn, Nico.
He is a bit of a meme, isn't he?
He is, but Todd has no chance in this round. Order shut it out. And that's the half.
Grab your NVMe SSD. Thank you for the massive sponsorship there. But, of course, getting back into the game. 3-3 at the half. Not too shabby here for Order, is it, Rob? After getting essentially flawless on their opening round with a rush, almost flawless on their second round, they actually bring themselves back into this game.
They do. They do. They put themselves in prime position. Now, the issue is going to be around, you know, defender-sided versus attacking-sided and where that kind of sits, especially for this matchup. Who is more favored? You feel like Team Bliss coming into the second half, provided they have a half-decent start, should be in good stead. Now, this is an interesting setup. Of course, this is the meeting hold that we used to see back in the day. We would Rio off both split and the double door next to stage. And now it kind of allows them to play a little bit more aggressive and can stick that roam for longer. And I guess you kind of have to, Dev. You can't really afford to give up meeting easily at the very least.
Yep, that's absolutely true. But yeah, opening round, and Bliss will be relying on this hold. Like it's like you say, it's not a matter of like they can give this up. Like they are really relying on this hold. And as a result, oh wait, is this just a rush from Pillar? Look at them go. And as long as they're holding the right angles here, they should be in a really strong position. Now Oda's holding the perfect line, but he loses it. They've got to be really careful about the hatch though, and I think Nate just forgot about that one. And that nade does actually destroy that C4. Bliss are starting to recompose. Repix cleaned up with that flank. And now it's very difficult for Order to get back in this.
And Nate forgot about the hatch, and Order can forget about the round because this is out of control. A really nice hold from Bliss. I'm not sure what the call was exactly, but it definitely didn't feel like it was the one. Certainly not the Neo for the Matrix, and I guess Repix, oh my god. Okay, that wasn't Repix, that was Jigsaw. Don't know where that was from, but regardless, it's Bailey in a 1 versus 4. I guess he's got his wits and his will, and that might just be all he needs because he is on fire right now.
Bailey's 10-4 at the moment, more kills than anyone else in the game. So if there's anyone to clutch up, here's who I put my money on. First kill's going to have to be onto Repix. Low HP on the stairs, but Repix does win it. And sends Order packing. That is another strong round for Bliss, once again retaking the lead.
I do really like that extended meeting hold. It's not something that we see super common in OCN. Anyway, I'm not going to speak about other regions, but specifically in Oceanic Nationals, we don't see it a hell of a lot. We used to see it from Wildcard, I believe, in either the end of 2020 or the start of Stage 1 2021. But regardless, it's kind of not so common. And it works an absolute treat there. I don't know whether Order just didn't have the full read on that, because it really felt like Nate was overly exposed in Electric there, and they were in no position to trade that out. So,
I mean,
certainly a great round, nonetheless.
I'm pretty sure that, like 100%, Order knew that was a heavy meeting hold. Like, the stage walls are reinforced to T1, to tower, from meeting. And, like, that was why they decided to go for the rush down Pillar, which was a great read. But, yeah, Nate just had a no-brain moment. Like, it happens to the best of us. Like, sometimes you're just like, oh, of course I can't play an electrical because the hatch is open and there's a guy above it. It's just like, his brain transported out of his head, was off gallivanting around, and it's just such a shame because I think if Order had continued to, like, let's say if they funneled the hallway on the back of that pick, they probably could have made that work. Like, a bit of util really dedicating, they probably could have just ripped sight out from under Bliss. But unfortunately, sometimes just a little mistake like that does end up having pretty dire consequences.
Now onto the Dorms defense here for Bliss. They do have a bit of vertical pressure on that first floor as well as we'll start to approach bedroom. Yeah, so they'll be trying to get games open, get that attic open as soon as possible. Just make sure that they've got all their options so that when push comes to shove, can make that choice freely as they do so choose. And just like that, the Selma charges start.
Oda's going to impact trick these Selmas. He's going to let the first one explode. And then as the second package tries to detonate, he'll impact trick that one. Now we still do have a couple of Selmas left from Jack. I can't see right now because he's on his drone exactly how many. But once he gets off, we'll see. I expect it's 2 left. And that means that there's only 1 more impact on Oda. So it should just mean that Jack can make a full breach here. He does a second one. And actually gets the kill onto Oda. Really well played there from Jack. He actually used the Selma to bait out that kill. And as a result, Oda can no longer use his Evil Eyes.
Will only be passed on for information to make matters worse. Oh my god. That was a really gnarly peek with the shotgun. Sends Jack Daddy back to the grave and... Repix!
Oh, no! Well played from Specker, and that was also well played from Bliss. I don't know which player it was who shot down that window, but well played to, I guess, not give Specker the information. Todd goes all the way to Small Tower for the run out to finish off what was left of Specker, but that tells Order there's only one guy on site, so they can start to push in. That said, Todd has come back in through the double window and found the first pick here in the 1-on-3. He might be able to do this.
Might just do so. Nico needs to be careful. Todd's position now fully known. Just kind of ticking away. They're now pushing from Kids. If he hits that, he might have space to move. But Nico shuts him down. And that is a much needed round for Order. And a bit of confusion for Bliss. I love it though. It's all smoke and mist. You don't know where they're coming from.
Yeah, this is promising to be quite a tight game, Rob, here, with Order really keeping pace. I think those first 2 rounds lured us into a false sense of security for Bliss. I can't speak on their behalf. I don't know whether they got ahead of themselves, but I think we did a little bit. I mean, I was a bit embarrassed. I was like, oh no, I was saying Order was going to be the team to upset Bliss here and give them their first L, but maybe I'm looking a bit silly now. I don't know. I think this is a game that we're likely to see overtime on, likely to see the full 15 rounds. Yeah, it's going to be very tight. And, I mean, as a result, I think every round counts even more. And especially in a situation where, like, Bliss just lost their dorms. Dorms is a pretty staple site here. Most teams would repeat. And instead, they've gone to dining. We already touched on this a little bit. Not a very common pick these days whatsoever.
No. Kind of feels like it's just faded behind the use that it once had. Now, what we used to see was a lot of, like a very, very heavy showers control. Not all the time, but it was generally where you put a lot of the pressure. Yeah, you would just extend into showers, hold it with the ADSs, sit there with deployable shields. You had to rotate back out. But this time, they've double reinforced that wall. I mean, maybe for my memory, it's shocking, but from what I used to remember, the left wall of showers was always left soft to test.
Yeah, and it used to impact trick any hard breach. Yeah, I think like we're seeing like more modern takes on these bomb sites, and I think that this just ended up becoming quite a weak bomb site once people really practiced attacking it. And so I like that Bliss are changing things up a little bit. But Order is, instead of going for a small tower take, they're actually really just putting their focus on this top floor. They do have some presence on small tower, but they're really just focusing for now on taking the east side of the map. I think that's a good choice here. Really just start to rip the rug out from underneath your opponent. But I'm really worried about these flanks because we know that that's something that Bliss quite thrive on. And I can already see that there is a guy downstairs who has an opportunity to flank up the lobby stairs or perhaps the rear stairs. And Todd could be very dangerous.
Could be. We really won't know the impact until the later in the round. So keep your eyes. You don't have to necessarily, you know, hone in. But if you, Specker, do not approach. Just keep your eyes on the kill feed, because if we see Todd pop off, we know exactly where that's come from. It's a flank 100% of the time. Now, elsewhere, it doesn't look like Order have really been able to put the pressure directly onto Repix yet, but they're certainly getting their works done in meeting.
Yeah, I like this from Order. They're actually breached already onto the site from meeting, and it does really start putting pressure on players like Jigsaw and Shade, who are here in server just around the corner. They could deny the plant, especially if they make a breach. Repix is also upstairs, but he doesn't have many vertical holes to deny a kitchen plant. And there's that flank player taken out early. Now Jigsaw's C4 here might spell death for Jack Daddy. And that is a big opening pick for the side of Bliss. Nico now left reeling. The diffuser is cold on the ground in sight. But Order are not done yet. Oda on for the flank here, but shut off by that grenade, left uncooked. Order have a strong position now, but it could swing.
Certainly could. Now with Repix going down, he was that top floor pressure. That's all gone. So is Shade. He has been able to drop down. Love that from Jigsaw. The timing's perfect. But now he's left in a 1 versus 2 Order. They know his positioning. Well, surely you would imagine watching both angles. Oh my God, Nate swinging wide at kitchen door. Isolates the 1v1, but secures the kill at that. And again, Order showing us really good signs here on Oregon.
Bit close for comfort there. Nice to see the Order boys a bit lively after that one. But yeah, pretty great here from Order, considering they've won 2 out of their 3 attacks so far, retaken the lead. This is actually the first time all game Order have been a round ahead. They set themselves up really, really well. Bliss can go back to Laundry, but I think this map may well hinge on Bliss's Dorm's defenses, because Order have looked pretty convincing on both Dorms and Kitchen attacks. Bliss can play this Laundry one more time, even if they win it. That'll tie up the scoreline and lock them out of this bomb site for a further 2 rounds. So they have to dig deep on one of their other bomb sites. If they can't do that, Rob, this is going to be an Order win without OT.
Yep. Crazy to think that that's even on the cards here, but honestly, I'm almost at the point where I'm convinced Order are just looking so good in their attacks. Here we go again. Meeting hold for Team Bliss. Now, how much they decide to stick to the exact same strat, it looks like for all intents and purposes, it is. What kind of adaptations are Order going to make here? I hate this from Todd. I really hate this from Todd.
It's so dirty, man.
Really
there was a
don't like
classic spawn peek people used to do. They used to go prone underneath the American flag in split and like look for the feet underneath the exterior lobby door. And they would like aim for the wall bang, and they would just like see the feet and then pull the trigger. It was disgusting. That one was coined by Hysterics from Invictus. And, that worked far too many times. Ooh, here's Jigsaw going for a run out. He lights up Nico a lot, but doesn't actually secure the kill. I think that this is really Order feeling the pressure of that roam. It's far, it's wide. But if Bliss stretch their resources too thin, Order might be able to take advantage of it.
This now showing the attention. Repix, he can't find a second. But how quick is that from Todd to respond? Now Todd is just pushing right into Nate's open arms. Just a little bit so. I mean, realistically, Todd could have just found that kill and backed away. I guess he's looking for more aggression, trying to put the pressure back on Order. But if anything, he has now given them the door slightly ajar to push open.
Shay's the only one holding top at the moment. If they push him together, they'd be in a really strong position to win all of this map control. And if they could take meeting, so he's actually going to back off. He's going to give them meeting for free and also take down that castle barricade. No. Bailey's going to catch him though. Oh, what? How many times have we seen gunfights go the wrong way this game? Shade is so lucky to have won that one. But still, Order has some good map control now after that forfeit of meeting.
I like this from Shade. He's kind of cutting his losses here. You know, he knows that there's no way out for him. And if he decides to destroy that barricade to his right that kind of leads him down the corridor, it'll leave an open door for Order to collapse on. Nate getting work done. Shade, can he put a nail in the coffin? Better yet, he'll hammer it in. And that is an unbelievable round from him.
Wow, Order was so close. All they had to do was shut down Shade. They had a 3v1 onto him in meeting. But Shade really, really stepped up massively. He made the call to leave meeting, tore down the castle barricade. Bailey had his number. He was literally holding that angle, and he started shooting first. But Shade lands that first headshot. Even now, with Order having full control of meeting, they still couldn't get it. In a 3 versus 3, Shade was hungry, he was greedy, and he found every single kill.
A hungry boy. That is a scary prospect. When Shade starts chiming in, and it's not just Jigsaw and Repix with the ridiculously large plays, you really start to get worried. But equally so for Order. Every single player of them, like realistically, I don't think we're seeing a quiet game from anyone. No. Ev, this is, and I feel like sometimes we do often see, you know, a top-heavy game where one player in particular is really dragging out the performance of the team. But from both rosters here, this is a really good game.
If there was any player I was gonna say was a bit quiet, up until that last round was Shade, probably. Like, you know, he had 3 opening deaths on his attacking side, but I think he redeemed himself just then.
Yep.
Jack Daddy also started pretty strong, but has, I guess, struggled a little bit. That said, you know, he's fulfilling his role for the most part, so I don't really want to rag on him at all. That said, you know, Bliss only just won that round, right? That probably should have been an order round. Like, Shade should have died rotating back, then Order would have had tons of map control and a 3v2 to execute with over a minute left. That should be an order round. Thankfully for Bliss, it wasn't, and I think they're going to be hinging on whether Order are a bit rattled by that. Because Order realistically should still win the game from here. They've already won their Dorms attack once, and they've already won their Kitchen attack once. So I don't think that Bliss has a lot to lean on here.
Would definitely hard agree with you on that aspect. Now, Jigsaw is that player roaming underneath. Oh, that's perfect. That could not have been any better timing. Literally threw it as Bailey was rotating up the stairs, and the second Bailey hits dry land, it's nothing but net. And now, Order have to fight with that man down, and that man has been incredibly impactful.
Yeah, that said, Bailey has really struggled in the most recent couple rounds. I think Order has suffered for it. Also, not punishing Jigsaw on that roam is certainly going to make things difficult for Order. I like the Claymore, though, from Jack. But he's dancing with death, exposing himself to a line of sight like that. Bliss have a really strong position. They've still got a player down in C, that is Repix. They've got stacks on site of players and util. And Order don't have all kinds of map control. That said, in just a moment, we might see Order take Attic, which would be incredibly potent.
Oh, Shade! What timing is that? No
That is
way.
so lucky. Like, I think, did Nico have his pistol out at the time? Like,
I believe so. I believe he was just rotating through meeting.
If he didn't have his pistol out, that 100% would have been a kill for him. Like, very unlucky there for Nico. But hey, a kill is a kill here for Bliss, and they put themselves into such a good spot.
Oh,
what is that? And Bliss are just adding insult to injury. I said that Order had everything they needed to take this, but Bliss might just find a flawless round to take match point.
Look at the ducking and weaving from Repix there. Quick little crouch into standing. You love it. And now, Bliss are once again on map point. For reference, for everyone at home right now, Team Bliss have not gone to overtime once. Not a single time in 4 games. Just for reference, they have already played Knights and Wildcard. They've also played, you know, Alofo and Rhythm, but I wouldn't put them on the same character as I would Knights and Wildcard. However, if they do this with Order as well, I'm convinced to just pack it up. We've found our first place for Stage 2. We've found them.
Well, there's a chance for Order to break the record. Even just a round win here would break the record of no OT for Bliss, and there's still a chance Order could reverse sweep into OT. Now, they took a tactical timeout, Order did, and then actually called it back. They said, actually, no, we don't want our tactical timeout. And I think that's probably a good idea, honestly. Like, Bliss are going back to Kitchen, which is a bomb site that they lost the last time. Order doesn't want to give Bliss extra time to talk about what went wrong that round and fix those problems.
Shade, what do you got up your sleeve? What are you looking to do?
Not every day you see an Oryx, eh? It was a 6-pick as well, I believe, off of the Frost. So not only does that mean Order's a little bit worried about these Frost mats, but they certainly won't be expecting the Oryx. A couple of things you can do with it. I think the main one I'm thinking of is the fact that you can jump up and down the hatch in server that goes down into freezer. Like, it's really, really powerful. You can like be roaming downstairs, and even if they're cutting off your like top of the stairs, then you can just come back up the hatch. Also, that was a nice electric claw all the way downstairs in freezer. Very unlikely that one will get spotted unless they've ordered to do some really thorough drone work.
I was so confused. I think Shade was trying to spawn peek then literally just prone and split, so...
Oh, he did it.
It's, yeah,
Cheeky.
did him dirty. Now, I guess, you know, the droning phase here for Order is going to be quite crucial, trying to spot out that... Or I don't think they're going to be able to find the Oryx, but at the very least, they're going to get the intel on that vertical pressure that they're going to try to apply here, and it looks like they're just going to use that nade to create a line of sight and a rotate in.
That is really cool from Nico. I very rarely see full rotates. That's very hard to get right with the nade. Like, you have to have it perfectly on. So credit to Nico. He doesn't need a sledge.
Oh, Bailey. He's hit some outrageous shots, and that is the Oryx going down as well. That could have been the impact player.
Oh!
How's the timing from Nico on the swing to White Stairs? This is going to overtime, surely. This is going to overtime.
Repix is down, not safe yet. If Jack peeks this, he might be able to finish him off. We need some vertical play, but Bailey's been shut down here from Jigsaw. Oda's also going to get this res off, so close to a numbers equality here between these two teams. Jack Daddy very exposed! Jigsaw just swings it! And now Order are on the back foot.
Take it back, I take it back, I take it back, I take it back, please. This is ridiculous. How has Jigsaw been able to find those two? And now Nico's in a really awkward position. You know, 30, 40 HP.
Oh my God.
What is this from Jigsaw? A third kill. They've nearly taken down Nico. Nico is literally on about 2 HP. Oda's holding the kitchen. There is no chance at all. This is absolutely outrageous. From a 3v5, Team Bliss are making this work. Nico gets taken down. A quadra for Jigsaw. But Becca shuts him down.
Oh my God!
That's it. We're going to overtime.
And the music comes in. We debated production. Production just got so debated, bro.
We love you, Fred.
I love you guys, but that was so funny. I was like, we could have had the clockwork music start up for overtime anyway. Like, that's how epic this is, right?
That's just ridiculous. That is outrageous from Specker. Team Bliss have been forced to overtime. This now may well be the first L that Team Bliss cop all season long. All stage long, I should say.
Well, it's already a broken record for Bliss. They are no longer flawless. They can no longer take 3 points from this game. This is already a blemish on their perfect record. They can still salvage it, though. Last time Bliss and Order played each other, it was OCN Stage 1. You saw it as the historical matchup at the start of the stream. Order was up 6-5. Bliss pushed to overtime and then won 2 straight rounds to take the map. At the time, it was a big upset over Order, and it looks like Order may have turned the table.
10 seconds to insertion.
Heart's pumping, I'll tell you that much. I mean, the fact that they even brought that back, Dev, you know, that Team Bliss were even close to making that work. Man. And then Specker gets 2 of his 6 kills in 1 round and has possibly the most impact we've seen. Oh, goodness me.
Yeah, no, credit to him. Well, as Bliss go back to Laundry Supply, we've seen this twice already. The first time we had a really nice rush attempt from Order, but they just didn't account for the meeting control. The second time, Order really should have won this round, but then Shade had a big 3K as he fell back from meeting. Already, Specker has taken down Jigsaw, the only player to find a kill for Bliss in the round just past. He's been taken down from the man who clutched it.
I mean, Specker's that kind of person, right? He's just going to run with it, but Oda does get the quick shutdown. And back into it, Repix just taking that early engagement with Bailey, toe-to-toe. Will back away and concede control of Showers. Now with 1:40, there's plenty of time for Order to get to work here.
look at those two back to back on the other side of the soft wall. Nate's in a good spot here. Bot main stairs. Ooh, Shade actually did a bit of damage. Not sure he realizes it. Nah, that C4's not going to land. Way too far. Got a bit close to actually destroying or deactivating the Aruni gate, but I think it was already deactivated there. Oh my god! What is that recoil, bro?
Oh, that's hilarious.
That is some of the funniest shit I've seen in a while.
We are getting... I'll tell you what, if anything, we are getting pure entertainment tonight.
Oh, absolutely. Tonight has just been chockers full of amazing games. Oda, oh, so close. What are Order going to do on the back of this? Nate's sending it straight back down main stairs. Him and Nico together. Jack to hold flank. Bailey's actually tempted to go blue, and Order can't make up their mind.
It feels like this might just be the death of them here, trying to figure out what they want. They don't check Todd. Harry Potter, hello, it's Todd again.
Oh my god.
He's gonna surely close that out. Nate finds something, but Shade responds, what is this game?
A match point for the second time for Team Bliss to at least salvage the game and retain the title of undefeated in OCN. You can see they are not quite happy. That's a sigh of relief from Todd and a bit of a lecture from Shade. They really need to pull their heads in here to retain that perfect record.
On the attack here. It's basement once more for Order.
And the only time Bliss won an attack onto this bomb site was the very first round of the map when they rushed it. Surely that won't work again.
Don't say surely.
Surely that won't work again.
You can't call me Shirley, mate. I'm telling you. We'll wait and see. Because this, I'm convinced this is round 15. This has to be concluded on round 15. There's no way Team Bliss can make this work.
Just what a cooked night of games.
Oh man, I don't even know.
Absolutely cooked night of games. I am loving it, I've got to say. I am having the time of my life watching these teams fight tooth and nail for it. And look, Bliss have certainly put on a stellar performance. Just look at the fact they got 3 players all copping double digits. And it's not just like, they're not just barely on, but 12, 12, and 15. It's kind of quite a stark contrast. Like, these teams are only 1 round apart, but you look at the Order side, you got a lot more kind of even across the board. No one really far out. And overall, I mean, just trying to do some quick maths in my head, it looks like Bliss have far more kills overall than Order do.
Yeah, I'm not doing the quick math, I'll tell you right now. I'll bring up a calculator when I stop talking just to confirm, but I would agree with you in that. They've probably got around at least 5 kills more, I would say, from the way that I'm looking at it. So now, Nico, just a cheeky little peek from lobby. There we go. We see the clash, regardless of whether we saw it in the prep phase or not. They'll well and truly know. Repix will just make him a little bit antsy. Just quickly slashing into the window. Raj. But Order are pretty patient.
And this is the same setup Order did on their their third defense, rather, of this bomb site. Oh, that's the opener. Nico gets really aggressive through Garage. Credit to him, he knows exactly when to switch to the SMG.
This is one thing that I praise Nico for, and I will continue to praise Nico for. He's got incredible judgment on when he should and shouldn't take fights as the clash. Multiple times a round can come down to him, instead of just having that shield up in front of his face the entire time, he will actually force the issue, force a fight, and win it. There's very, very little amount of times that I actually see him ending up dead in, the first minute, 2 minutes of the round. So I very much have to credit him for his play style. Now, it does mean that Team Bliss are going to be in a little bit more of a tricky situation here, with Repix going down, a very heavy fragger for the team, and Nico can hold Laundry stairs. So this is just I'm not favoring Bliss right now. This is looking pretty good for Order.
Now, once again, Order's got that really nice full Rio plus the electrical setup in Freezer, plus the Clash, it just means that Bliss have to funnel themselves all the way down. If they want to get any value out of this map control, they have to go all the way to the door where Spec is standing right now. And with the Clash, that's going to be really, really difficult. They're going to try and concuss the Clash. Nico holds firm.
God, I've seen this end horrifically multiple times.
Don't make me even think about the team kill, dude. Don't even make me think about it.
You know that's what I'm thinking of. But now it's 35 seconds. Match point for Bliss. They confirm this and they keep their undefeated streak. They lose it and we are sent to around 15. The timing, that is huge. Clash goes down, Dev, and now Team Bliss might just have the opening that they need.
But Nate has gassed off the entrance. Jigsaw could turn the table if he wins this fight. He takes down Jack Dad. It's match point and Bliss could end it right here as they storm in. Jigsaw's got 2 in his sights and he can get the first, but Order whittle down the time. We're going all the way, Rob. 15 rounds to settle it between Bliss and Order.
I am certain that Shade found the second last kill, and whoever that was hiding in that is massive. Literally being pressed from both sides and held out for a second, and that is all that's needed. Team Bliss, their backs are up against the wall. They have not been in this position in Stage 2, and now we call upon them. We call upon their character. They do head to the defense where both teams have looked pretty comfortable. We go to Kids and Bunks.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
It just could not be tighter, Rob. Like, that came down to a really late position where Order probably still had the advantage. Bliss just blitzed through the site. Jigsaw had such an impact, but he was about 0.3 seconds off of killing Specker. And like you said, right, Specker was actually the last one left because Shade got the other kill. So Specker is really just thanking his lucky stars that he dodged those bullets. And if there was another half second, that round would be Bliss's and we would be watching them at their celebrations right now. We would be at the interview. This game would be over. But Order have a lifeline. They have to attack dorms, which they've already done successfully once before. They have a real shot here, Rob. Once again.
Once again. Just to make sure. Let's see how this one goes, because I'm not calling it at all. I'm not even going to make a comment on this. All I'm going to say, Order taking nice early control of dining and showers here. They will be met by a couple of players towards security, so Nate just needs to be cautious. At the very least, there's a double reinforced wall here.
Good map control for Order. Down underneath the bomb site. Maybe some vertical nades are on the cards. Attempted now. Second one to come through. Shade's taking a lot of damage here. There's no one playing deep in Kids' dorms, and so no one punished there. Todd's fully reinforced in security right now, and Bliss are completely vacating the Kids' dorms.
What?
But on his rotate out, Nico finds the opener.
Where did that nade come from? Did he nade from dining through the vert hole into the back of Kids?
Must be.
Oh my God, this guy just does not stop finding ways to destroy people's hopes. Becca coming on the underside. Oh my God. We've been in this position before. Two of the big gunners for Team Bliss still up. Todd steps up at a massive point of need. He pulls off the angle just at the wrong time.
Oh my God!
Nico's gone down as well. Dev, what is this match?
Order just cannot contain the aggression. Bliss are playing this so well. They've feathered this back. They've taken it from the disadvantage to an advantageous position. Now Specker looking to push through Trophy. They don't have a lot of info. And Wepix is making a massive rotation. Specker though finds Jigsaw. This is so good now for Order. I don't think they have a breach though. Bailey is really exposed. Both Repix and Todd are off site. Do they have info on the flank? I don't think Specker has a clue. Repix would have heard the door go down, and he can find Specker on the back of it. There's 40 seconds left, but I don't think these players have much time left on the hourglass as Bailey vaults on in. It's a 2v1.
Jack Daddy, he has to make this work. He's got to come up big for Audi here. Otherwise, Team Bliss remain undefeated. Look at the crossfire as well. Jack Daddy gets caught. Todd takes him down, and Team Bliss once more, they defeat a titan of Oceanic Siege, and they still remain undefeated.
You can see how pumped they are for that one. What a 3 versus 5. They really know how to put on a show, don't they? The only undefeated team in OCN. They might not have a flawless record in terms of points now, but man, they are undoubtedly the #1 here in OCN.
Just look at it. Soak it in. Once more, we see the logo on our screens with the big old letters victory next to it. Oh, gotta stop doing that to me. That was an unbelievable matchup. Another 15-round game. The 2 games tonight that we expected to have the most weight to them, Dev, have delivered.
Oh, that they did. It has been a roller coaster of emotions here on OCN tonight. And man, how many rounds did we see where it's just flipped the switch time and time? Jack Daddy almost 1v5 with a Frostmat to help. And then Jigsaw just 180 out of nowhere. How many 3v5s did we see? How many rounds that should not have been won was stolen away? And at the end of the day, Bliss do back themselves into the corner, but say that this is their own. An insane game, an insane match. Just never could you call it. Never, not until it was over.
I want to see this 1v2 from Specker. This was absolutely outrageous. I mean, you know, they've put themselves in a great position, but that is just ridiculous. A time to stand up, and he does so perfectly. This is just at a point where we are really looking to Bliss and saying, what do you have when playoffs come? Because right now, look at that. Look at the impact, man. And Oda is usually all the way up there on the scoreboard. So you're talking about the fact that one of their huge players didn't even have to perform to his highest standard. That is just such an incredible view to look at.
It certainly is, and just such a nail-biter game. Really impressive stuff. Jigsaw once again hitting his stride, and he was instrumental in a lot of those rounds where Bliss were at a disadvantage. It was often him, even Todd, you know, had a big impact. I'm thinking about that final round in particular.
Yep.
They really just clawed themselves over the line. 17-15 and Repix. Sorry, 17-15 and 14 for Jigsaw, Shade, and Repix respectively is really just a crazy stat line. Very high kill count game overall, and Bliss definitely taking the lion's share of those.
46 kills in the top 3 players for Bliss. That's an insane stat. You know, I think it's starting to show the caliber of these players, the caliber that we have to offer. For Bliss, they're just on another level right now, and they're continuing to prove that.
Yeah, they absolutely are. It's been pretty crazy, and I have to admit, like, you know, I was one of the doubters. I have been wondering constantly, like, when is the moment that Bliss will fall, and it has felt inevitable to me. They are going to fall, but now they've taken down Order, they've taken down Knights, they've taken down Wildcard. They've still got Chiefs up to play, and I think that's going to be their most challenging game yet. But there is no doubt that Bliss are the real deal.
Oh, they certainly are, and we're going to have a quick little chat after an exhilarating matchup. Mate, you need to tell me how you are feeling, because we're dead in our shoes.
We're feeling pretty good, but we lost a few rounds that we shouldn't have, that we just jumped right through. But overall, the team morale's at an all-time high, I think. So, yeah.
Legit, dude, that was such a stressful experience watching you guys play that. What an insane game.
It was stressful in game.
Absolutely,
that is for sure.
So, unfortunately, you do lose your first point. How are you feeling about that game as a whole? Because you still came back and won it.
We're a little let down. We let down a point, but overall we still haven't lost yet. So we're still fairly happy. We're still on track to getting that #1 spot for the Gauntlet playoffs, so we're still pretty happy.
I would hope so, because right now you've taken down some of the biggest teams that ANZ Siege has to offer. Knights, now Order, of course, and I believe Wildcard. Yeah, Wildcard was your first Playday. So now that you have Chiefs coming up, obviously LFO, I believe. No, sorry, Rafflecopter. I'm absolutely off on a tangent here. Rafflecopter is your next matchup. How are you feeling coming into that game? Because in all rights, we would say that Rafflecopter and Bliss last stage were pretty closely matched, but it feels like this stage you guys have hit new peaks. How do you feel coming up against them?
Last stage, we sort of let off the ball and sort of threw up in the Gauntlet, but this stage going in, we're very, very confident. Like, Jig's an absolute amazing player. Our overall frag potential is insane. Like, we're going into that very, very confident.
Dev, you got final questions?
I mean, I'm just wondering, I guess, like, how do you think you'll go into playoffs? I don't want to get too premature in it, but like, it is looking at the moment like you are going to get seeded straight into that grand final. It's been a very long time since we have seen some of the veterans on your roster play at that level, at that #1, #2 kind of spot. How do you think you'll go?
I think we'll go well. Like, and overall, this roster has so much more potential than I think anything I've ever been on before. We're well and truly hitting like higher than our weight class, and honestly, I'm starting to think that's where we sort of sit.
I mean, from all your from all your results, there's no questions asked. You guys are sitting up there, and I think you deserve to be there. Look, I will cut it short. Well, not cut it short. We're just going to cut it there. Do you have any final words before we let you go?
Just a big shout out for everyone supporting us. Keep it going. We really love the support, guys. It keeps us going.
Good. Well, congratulations on yet another victory. I can't believe we're still saying that after 5 Playdays, mate. Unreal that you're undefeated. Go and enjoy and celebrate with the team. We'll catch you next week.
Cheers. Catch up.
So, it's pretty insane, all things considered. The fact that we are still at this point, Playday 5, we're still talking about the fact that they're undefeated. They've dropped 1 point, and it's only because of the overtime system, which, by the way, I love. I love the overtime system. But they've only dropped 1 point.
Yep. And we'll touch on this again at the end of today. We still have another game to go, believe it or not. Knights and LFO. But the fact that Bliss currently sit on 14 points. Stage 1, the #1 team was Knights. They were on 14 points. And the #2 team was Chiefs. They were on 13. So, like, the highest that any team got in Stage 1 was 14 points. And Bliss are there with still 2 days to go. A potential maximum 20 points on the board they could get should they take down both Chiefs and Rafflecopter without overtime. Even if, worst case scenario, Bliss lose out the Chiefs, I think that Bliss are probably going to take that #1 spot nonetheless. They have such a good opportunity here to just lock it out.
I just want to say that I've already locked it in for Bliss. They are 100% going to be the top spot. They are absolutely outrageous and have convinced us so. There is nothing that you can tell me otherwise, Dev. But you know what? We're going to start to wind it down and go to a break. But don't go anywhere. On the other side, we've got Knights and LFO. We'll see you.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
My name is Mark Angelo. I'm a flex player and I play for Pittsburgh Knights. But what you don't know about me is I love to cook, but I suck at it. I learned cooking from my mom. My mom used to cook more dessert type of stuff, so pancakes, waffles, cakes, whatever. If I want to impress someone, I make sushi. It takes a long time to make it, with the sushi rice, the salmon or tuna. It shows that you're caring about the person. You just put love in the food. But if they don't like sushi, it's not gonna work out. My worst cooking disaster that I've ever had is I was trying to make Italian sausages and I was keeping them warm for the family. I put a glass plate on the grill itself. I went to grab the plate to serve it to them and it just popped everywhere and my hands were all full of blood. And my parents ended up getting fast food, but I got stitches. If I had to pick one Siege operator to be a cook, it would be Maestro because he's Italian and he would make the best Italian food. My best cooking tip is patience. When I'm trying to impress someone or go quick, I cut myself, literally, with a knife. So that's why slow down, take your time. And also don't put a glass plate on the stove.
Hi, I'm Josh Campion. I play support for LFO, but what you don't know about me is I was in a High School Musical. I was in Seussical the Musical.
What the hell is that?
Okay, hold up. The Seussical Musical, which was a musical about Dr. Seuss characters. It was interesting, obviously run by a high school, so it wasn't the highest of production, but we had spirit. I was Who's town person, the guy with the pointy ears and the glitter all over his face. I also was a part of the circus because I'm a bit of a clown. One of my friends was playing Clash of Clans and he was one of the main actors or singers, whatever you want to call them. He had left stage and he walked into the changing room. But what teachers didn't know is we abbreviated things in high school. So Clash of Clans was COC. He walked into the room and started screaming to the other guys, "Hey, do you want to see my?" What he didn't know was the microphone was on and the entire hall was hearing all of this conversation and the teacher just bolted to the room and turned off his mic. It's one of the funniest experiences ever. I always think Jaeger would be a great theatre actor because anytime anyone plays it, they always act so dramatic. They always act like they're the only one that matters. So I feel like that's key to being a good theatre actor, so yeah.
Such an entertaining night that we've had so far, Dev. Honestly, I think I've had the most fun casting Siege I've had maybe in the whole time I've really been a part of this scene. It has given us some absolute bangers, from Chiefs and Wildcard, of course, to then Order and Bliss. We now move on to our final game of the night. Now, Knights and LFO, it seems like a clear-cut game, in all honesty. There is a chance, though, that maybe there's a bit of fire in LFO.
Yeah, definitely. Look, LFO only have a single win in Stage 2 and only had one win in Stage 1 as well. At what point are they in danger of relegation? So, I mean, let's look at LFO and really start to break this team in. They have been going from, sadly, not strength to strength. Enigma is on the roster. Is he competing tonight? I'm going to double check the...
No way.
He
Oh
is.
my god, we just got confirmation. No way.
Is this the Enigma debut in the server? Oh my.
Oh god. Absolute Chad, this bloke. I don't even know what we're going to expect coming into this game.
Wow.
I'll be honest with you. Do you have any insight into Enigma?
He is a funny bloke. That's what I can tell you, mate. He is hilarious.
Oh, he's in a suit.
There he is. He's wearing the suit. Man's ready to sell some real estate by day, and then 5 p.m. on the dot, he jumps onto the tea hunt and doesn't get off it until until the dubs come home. What a big change.
Wow.
This is massive. AFX is going to sit out tonight and we get the big dog in the server. I like that he's got his golf clubs and everything.
Sales by day, ass kicking by night. I'll tell you a team that kicks ass all time round. That is Knights. They literally have been on a tear ever since we kind of had Wildcard go a little bit missing toward the end of 2020, start of 2021. Knights really picked up their game. Now, this right here is a Knights that seems like they're literally on the verge right now of us kind of putting them in the same category that we talk about with Order with some of their inconsistencies, Dev.
Yeah, definitely. Look, it's been a bit of a funny situation for these guys. We look at them sometimes, we're like, yeah, they're straight up just the best team in Oceania, and they do such amazing things in APAC South. Like, they came third overall in APAC in Stage 1. That's just absolutely insane, far deeper than any other OS team went. But last week, they lost the Chiefs, not just in APAC South, but also in OCN. And while their OCN season hasn't been fruitful, like particularly fruitless, they have had some good games, Rhythm and Rufflecopter, but they lost to Bliss and then to Chiefs. Like, these guys are really looking for their first big win. And even LFO isn't necessarily a big win, so Knights have so much work to do in OCN.
They do, and I guess we saw this last stage with Knights. The start was a little bit disappointing, but they kind of they got on their horses, if you will, toward the later parts. Now, I know you got something to say. You can say it as the vetoes come up. I'll let you take it. I always see this, like you're almost jumping out at the camera to say something here. We're headed to Coastline. I love that.
Yeah.
But was there anything you were going to say before you dive into the stats of this?
I was just going to say, yeah, you're right. Like, Knights, we underestimated Knights all at OCN Stage 1. We said, oh, this is really surprising. We thought they would be the clear favorites, and they really struggled. And then, come the final Playday, they just, snatched first out of nowhere. It's still possible for them to do that, but, yeah, they can't lose a single point here against LFO. Coastline is going to be a tough one for LFO. Last time LFO played this, it was actually against the Knights way back in OCN 2020. This was the last time LFO played the map, and they lost to Knights 7-4. Knights have played it more recently, and guess what? They've beat teams like Mercenaries from South Asia, Fnatic, obviously, and Invictus. So, pretty significant scalps that Knights have already collected on this map.
So, what you're saying is there's a chance.
Don't you dare say it. Don't you dare say there's a chance we will be done by a certain time. Don't you dare say it.
Are you saying there's a chance we'll be
Don't
done?
you dare say it. It is 10:57 at the moment, and we will be finished when we are finished. Is there a possibility the Knights will win 7-0? Yes, there is. But Enigma's in the server, so I wouldn't count him out.
What an introduction into the map fly through. It's Knights taking on LFO. We've got a coach subbing in for LFO. It is in Enigma. He's a character out of the server. Will he be a character in the server? Well, we're about to find out. It's time for the all-in action of OCN. And of course, look at the player that stands out. You tell me which one the coach is.
It looks like, is he lost? Was he looking for the Zoom conference and he accidentally stumbled into the comp match?
That's grouse, Dev. That is grouse. Oh, I'll give you that.
Oh, I cannot wait to see his reactions this game. I love Enigma. He was a bit of a ranked devil back in the day. I haven't seen him in a while. Maybe he's been training up to just jump into the server. But look at this, actually. Thatcher is in. Lion's pretty staple ban here on Coastline's just so good for locking people in. But that yarn is pretty uncommon. I really like the oh my god, yeah, they're just straight up really targeting Knights here. So Juicy in particular is a bit of a devil here on the smoke, so I like that target from LFO. And we've had quite a few players from Knights jump on the Yana. Josh and Sage really come to mind, and they do really well. Wait a second, we've got Picnic subbing in for Knights as well. Mate, we were so distracted.
Yeah.
Enigma was coming in. It's full coaches tonight.
Hang on. No way. No way. What? How did we miss that? No. It's coach v coach. Oh, this night could not get more entertaining if we tried, Dev. That is excellent.
It certainly is, and a bit of backstory here for Picnic as well. He actually subbed in for the Knights during the OCN season finals, or like that portion of the APAC finals, because of last year's thing where we didn't have global events. Like at the end of the year, in January, we held like the 2020 finals for APAC, and there was like an OS portion, right? And it was just one game, one big match between Wildcard and Knights. Knights subbed out Dino, like they have just now, for Picnic, their coach. Picnic trained super hard. Like I heard he was grinding the T-Hunts constantly. And that was Knights' first massive win against Wildcard. It was the Wildcard that had Diesel, and it was the start of Knights taking over OS. And hey, Picnic is back, and I have full confidence he can deliver.
Undoubtedly, it's Knights that are in the favor, 84%. I mean, I just want to see how many of these fights go between Picnic and Enigma. I just want to see nothing but the coach battle off. Now, Enigma's bringing out the Monty, so that kind of goes to show you how much use he's going to be. They're literally going to use him as a movable, deployable shield, Dev.
I'm legit curious when the last time he picked up the game was. I mean, like, it could be that he's been really grinding with them. We also don't quite know the reason behind LFO's subbing in. Like, I assume for Knights that Dino's unavailable. It's happened before. But who knows? Like, AFX was a new player. It could be that LFO actually wanted to kind of change up a little bit and bring in Enigma as part of that.
Be very curious to chat with him a little bit later on. Obviously, maybe we'll do it after the match, depending on whether they win or lose. But
imagine.
Surely the storylines here would be absolutely outrageous. Now, we will be very... I will hold with bated breath here for LFO because, like you'd prefaced, Picnic is actually a demon on the sticks, right? Incredibly good. As well as an intelligent young man. So you just want to be really cautious how you approach this game if you're LFO. And the points are seriously so they're important to the point where LFO will be looking straight down the barrel of yet again relegations if they're not careful. This will be a similar story to Rhythm if we're following that trend.
Yeah, that's it. LFO really have to pick themselves up. Now, they started this season strong with a win over Rufflecopter, but they got to do a lot more than that, and they know they can. Hayward's down below, has a C4 as well. Where is Enigma going outside, though, with the Monty? He has the diffuser as well, so he's really important. He needs to make sure not to get caught off guard. C4 goes up. Doesn't find anything. A blind one there for Hayward. As Enigma starts to send his way on in, Sushi finds a really nice early kill.
Oh, goodness me. Enigma walks right over the top. Hayward nearly catches the kill. But now might be stuck in office. Can't rotate to security. There's a player just on the outside. I don't know whether Hills is going to stick that or not. But Enigma now starting to poke and prod into billiards. That might give LFO a bit of room to move on the site itself.
Love the way that Wettables has opened up this angle, and that is a great play there from him to take down that potential plant denial. Enigma is going for an off-plant spot. This is really good, but if Picnic rips the C4, it could deny this, and it does. Really well played, but Wettables takes his head straight off, and Sage just swings it. Traded at the end. LFO find the opening round.
You're saying there's a chance.
Look at him. Just look at him.
Oh, and you can see the series. Like, he is very, very, you know, he's full of character, but when he gets serious, man's very, very serious. So we're gonna...
He means business. I was having a look at his Twitter. His pinned tweet is... can you guess?
I don't want to. Is it so? No,
I'll read it. I'll read it. Decided it was time to improve the real estate look with the team winnings from #OCN. Thanks, boys. Car runs great. #Mercedes-Benz. And it's a picture of him with his Merc.
Oh,
Full suit and
God,
everything.
in his suit. I
Yeah.
honestly think this man has a suit to go to sleep in.
I
He's-
love him. He's such a character. Like, we have never had a guy in like a personality in Siege esports like we have had Enigma. He is quite the specimen.
He is very unique in that aspect. Now, we are going to, I guess, hone in on Enigma a fair bit with this conversation as the rounds do take place, because that Monty will have, actually, I do think the Monty will have a massive impact in this game. You know, he doesn't even necessarily, he won't even need to pull out the sidearm once. No pistol usage, and he could seriously turn the tide of some of these rounds if he can get into positions where he allows LFO to play off of him and off of the intel that he gives. Knights might find themselves in a bit of strife in this first half, but it really, when it changes over to the defensive side for LFO, that's where I'll be really curious to see what he can do.
And Kitchen is the bomb site where Monty is super powerful. You can get a plant down behind him in service door or get him to plant backwards. Especially with the cover of smoke, it can be very difficult to fight against that. Fortunately, we have some bulletproof cams on Knights' side. At the moment, it's just map control on the agenda for Knights. Really good early presence here in security from Detra. And LFO look quite invigorated. This is really nice to see. That said, what a shot from Juicy. And Josh in tandem really opens up this round for the Knights.
Oh, Enigma! That's what we love to see. Puts Hayward to bed. Now, the round, you would have to say, Dev, is pretty much done and dusted at this point. If LFO can find another pick, maybe 2 picks, they might be able to get a little bit more done. But I would dare say that this will come to a very swift conclusion.
No doubt, this is very, very difficult to pull off here. Josh is actually tempting the run out as well. Enigma is just not really capable of fragging on the Monty significantly. Yes, he's found 1 pick, but not likely to find many in a 2v4. Wedable's doing a bunch of droning at the moment. Knights just really playing off this aggression. Where is the info that they have? It must be the bulletproof camera in the middle of sight. And I like this from Josh. He's actually picked up one of his Syria gates. He's going to put it on the lobby door. Those Syria gates are really powerful at just stalling that Montaigne.
All right, he's starting to push in now, and that might try to force players out. It looks like the yellow pings are coming in for Wedable, so he needs to be careful from underneath. Get some vertical holes here. It might make things interesting. The problem is, though, you know, Enigma can sit there and call and ping as much as he wants, but the impact that he's going to have is going to be next to minimal with this point. Only 1 player and 4 to find. You really are throwing a Hail Mary.
Definitely, yeah. Unwettables, if he goes down here, that's really just it. Enigma's going to try and sneak in, but really worried about his back being exposed. Now he's just straight up trapped in the corner. And it's really, Wettables just hoping to bait some kills on the back of it. He finds 1. A trade likely to come through, and there he is on the other side. Just Enigma left, and he's finished. And Knights are very strong defensive round here on Kitchen.
All came from earlier picks as well. Kind of saw them off camera a little bit. There were 2 very quick picks. And then obviously Hayward made matters worse, but eventually was traded. It just kind of snowballed from there. There was no real hope. They had a lot of time to really work with, but it just not enough. That you could not have enough time in a 2 versus 4 with a Monty, I don't think. You'd have the full 3 minutes to play with, and it would still be just so incredibly difficult to play around for defenders that have site control. Now we're going to see things change up a little bit more here. Enjoying that Frost pick and the Alla as well really help dealing with this Monty that LFO will, I would say, just stick the entire time.
They definitely telegraphed that when they banned the smoke. I kind of said it was a bit of a target ban for Juicy, but I mean, Juicy is very capable of playing anything he would like. And you know, he's been doing pretty well on the Frost and the Rooney so far. I think that, yeah, it's more just LFO. They don't want to have that hard stop ahead of them and the counters to the Monty pushing and the smoke plants. But, yeah, Knights are looking at different alternatives for that. Even that Malusi does slow things down a little bit. The Ella is really nice for just cancelling the animation from the Monty, like forces him to unshield and try to be able to do some damage or get a kill on the back of that. Legion is also in, but just not super potent on this map and not quite as powerful as he used to be anymore. But I think the Knights are doing basically everything that they need to set up quite strong for this, and I think as the time whittles along, they should be in a very strong position.
Hayward taking a little bit of a tag.
Oh, jeez.
Deletes Deptra. No chance there. What a cheeky little opening that Knights find themselves in yet again. Second round in a row now. And it looks like he can just sit and play for the spoils of anyone that tries to flush him out.
Hayward actually might just find another one. Sushi's not careful. Just patient now. Oh, there it is. And he peeks, and he swings, and he scores. Second one now for Hayward, taking very low HP, but doesn't matter. He's more than done what he needs to, and now just staying alive is enough damage.
Scanning for devices and traps.
And that can be the problem when you feel like you're almost forced into that corner. Sage from underneath. Pretty much the second Enigma walks through that door, you would have to say it's going to be an instant death. They need to put the pressure on him horizontally before they can even think about it, which is exactly what Enigma's going for. He can walk straight in to Sunrise and start to give the information.
Ooh, I like the Elamine though. And he actually manages to kill Enigma. Wow, that's not just a little bit of damage. That's a lot of damage from Sage. Really, really well played with the Elamine. Enigma really struggling there, and now we got to hope for a Hail Mary from Hills here, but Josh is just in kitchen the whole time, cooking up something special. LFO once again find themselves in a 2v4, and it's Wettables and Enigma.
Oh man, I absolutely love the pocket play from Sage there. And now, once again, the dynamic duo, you'd have to say, oh no. Oh no, Wettables has about 4 to find right in there.
Oh my
Not
God.
a chance in hell. Wow. This is a display from Knights. But I do enjoy the cheeky little plays that we're seeing. And LFO, I just don't see them really having a big enough impact to turn the tides in this matchup. They're just going to have to weather these storms and take every round that they possibly can so that when they head on to defense, they get a little bit more comfort, a little bit more security.
That's it, because it's already starting to look pretty scary for LFO. And this, we said it at the start of the day, right, Rob? Like, if there's any match today that should be clear-cut, it should be this game. Now, a spanner was thrown into the works when we had not one, but 2 coaches subbing in for tonight's game. But it seems to not have too much of an impact on the result.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
All right. I guess, let's just have a look at the standings first and foremost for LFO's perspective. They've won 1 game, and that was actually, when you look at it, it was against Rafflecopter, opening Playday, 7-3. That's a pretty good scoreline.
Yeah.
From
we
there,
got a bit of
they
hope
kept
for
it.
them.
Oh, for sure.
Because like they had such a bad stage 1, right? Like they only beat
Yes.
Chiefs. That was literally it. I mean, that sounds like a big win, but LFO, something about LFO, they just always beat Chiefs.
Well, that's the thing, is they've got Chiefs up next.
They could well get a win off that.
Yep. Yep. And, like you look at their other games, the LFO Order game went to the full 12 rounds. Order obviously ended up winning. They had a fairly decent game against Bliss, and Hayward having a fairly decent encounter against Hills, but doesn't find the net product just yet. Anyway, long story short, I do think the LFO, they have good games, but the problem is when you look at an entire season, it's just not enough to convince you that they can stand up against the likes of the teams above them.
It's true, yeah. LFO definitely been struggling. You know, we said at the start of today that there are kind of 3 teams, LFO, Rhythm, and Rufflecopter, all at the bottom of the standings. 3 newest teams in the league, and all of them seem to be struggling. Sometimes, though, teams do catch even some of the strongest opponents off guard. But Hayward has been pretty on fire today, as he has been, I would say, all year long. Maybe stage 1, I think he had a little bit of a quiet time, but overall, I've just really been impressed by Hayward and overall Knights' form. They have had some slip-ups. It hasn't been perfect, but they are well poised.
No, we don't. I don't want by any means anyone thinking that we're bashing LFO. You know, I think that that's... Oh, Hayward, I thought that was him doing the damage as Josh, who was already placed in a perfect position for that kill. But anyway, back to the point. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that this is just, you know, unfortunately the nature of the beast. There always is at least 1 or 2 teams that are going to be in a position where it's going to be a lot harder to compete.
I mean, this is...
And they have shown promise.
This is Stage 1's #1 team against Stage 1's #8 team, so anything LFO can do is impressive. They found the first kill for their side. Sage is just dueling, but struggling to find anything. Enigma is trying to get information, but he really has to put a bit more pressure on. That he does as he starts to go in, but Sage can actually take him down! And the second! What a play! Once again on the Ella, once again Sage, and LFO left reeling.
Speechless now. Wettables and Deptra. Try they may. They've got too many to find. If Deptra's in a position to trade there, there's a small moment of belief. Quickly turns into nothing.
15 seconds to go.
Now, what has he got to offer?
Oh, no.
Oh, you hate to see it. Well, you're going to hope for a very lucky shot and then some intense skill. It's not going to happen, and quite frankly, this is just Knights really showing what happens when you are even remotely wounded.
That's it. I mean, we've talked a lot about Enigma, but hey, Picnic is playing for Knights as well, and they don't seem phased at all by it. Harking back to what we said on the pre-desk, Knights are just really good on Coastline. They beat Invictus recently 8-6. They demolished Fnatic 7-4 in the APAC playoffs for Stage 1. And they even beat Mercenaries as well in the same playoffs. So Knights have beaten some of the best teams in the region. And I just think that Knights are really, really strong on this map. I don't know whether to criticize LFO's veto phase, because I haven't done in-depth research into perhaps where LFO could have taken the Knights. But there is no doubt that this was always going to be a challenging match for LFO. Now, we have seen Coastline start to bear a bit more weight on the defense these days. So, you know, it used to be that you really should be hoping for a 4-2 attack half for Coastline. And I still think it's a bit up on the air on whether that's still the case. I think LFO could make some progress on defense, but Knights just look so clinical. They look so well put together. And individually, they're also popping off. Like, look at Sage, right? 8-1.
That's a show. That is an absolute show that he's putting on. Now we have seen Enigma swap off of the shield and onto the ace. And again, I'll say it, the lower the IQ, the higher the impact on those frost mats. Just throw everything but the kitchen sink, see where they land. It's like throwing pickles against windows in McDonald's, right? Some will stick, some won't. Just try your hardest.
I've personally never done that, but it sounds like something you've quite a lot of experience with.
No, I'm a good boy. I don't do that.
If you say so. Well, LFO are trying all kinds of things. And this is the first round that Enigma's had a gun in his hands. And Wettables has been pretty good for LFO. He's really the only one who's made an impact. The only player on the team with more than 1 kill. And Josh, though, has replied, Sushi once again shut down. It has been a struggle. Wettables might be good for a second, but Juicy does win the fight. And Knights, once again, in control. So much map control and the numbers advantage once again. They know exactly where LFL are pushing from.
Enigma goes big here. You watch. He's about to have a huge impact. Oh, Juicy.
What you were saying?
Has just literally shut me up real quick. And I wasn't saying anything, Deb. Oh my god.
Jesus. Yeah, well, lambs for the slaughter, it seems. Poor Hills, man. So close to landing a lot of shots here, but I mean, Knights are just hunting for it. They do not care. They're just having a good old time. And they continue to harass him until he is in the dirt. 4-1 lead for Knights, and Rob, I mean, this could not look more convincing.
You can see how calm they are. I think I just saw a smile from Juicy. Oh my goodness.
Imagine.
Imagine. Knights look really comfortable right now, Dev. This is a position of power and a position that... The other thing is you do need to show your class when this kind of thing happens, right? Picnic, I would say, would be a much better player than Enigma. That's just facts. But then, obviously, Knights are the better team. However, the last thing you want to do is come into this game and kind of take it with a grain of salt, right? You don't just want to be looking at it thinking, oh yeah, like it's just another game. You really need to use this opportunity to showcase the kind of dominant form that you can show. And right now, Knights are just doing that. Knights are, you know, I like to say that they're putting on a clinic. They really are. There's nothing between, or sorry, there's not nothing. There is complete daylight between the two rosters right now. The big talking point will be, as you said, Dev, when we see LFO on their defense, because that might actually give us a little bit more hope.
Yeah, the thing is, Knights have built up such momentum here that when we do switch over to LFO on the defense, like Knights, I think are just going to be so clear-cut and decisive with their attacks. I think it'll be a lot to bear. Now, LFO once again bringing this ace instead of the Monty. I think this is a good choice, especially if Knights decide to play this as they did in the previous defense of Blue Bar Sunrise, which it looks like they are. LFO actually could very well do a nice little Sunrise execute. You can dismantle the position where Sage was playing on the shield in Sunrise using the ace. Like, you just breach the hard walls next to him and you can really put the pressure on him. So I think, like, LFO got some ingredients here. Let's see what they can do with it.
Well, fortunately enough, they can have all the ingredients, but Dino isn't there to put a glass plate over the top and explode everywhere. So I think we're in safe hands with Knights now. And
not wrong. Knights are not known for their cooking abilities.
They certainly are not.
Good map control, though.
Yeah. Very good.
Sorry, you're going to keep bantering, were you? I'm sorry for bringing it back serious for a second.
No.
Good.
Sorry at all.
Well, once again, good map control. Let's see what Wedables can do with it. He has been the shining light, and he's found the opening pick once again. Sage goes down, and Wedables has as many kills as his foe, but Juicy's like, yeah, I can refrag that one. I can probably get one more. I can probably get a couple more.
Hello, Juicy. 3 quick ones, and just like that, it's all onto Enigma. Oh, surely we hype him up here. Surely we give him.
Revving up the Mercedes. He's so good! Look at him! How does he win that? He's just built different!
I wish I could go back 10 seconds and not even preface that.
You're asking, I will deliver. Hi, Rob. How's it going? What, you wanted me to bring it in, did you?
Yes. Did you not hear me say that?
I did not, actually. So welcome to OCN. As the night gets later, the casters start to become more and more delirious. I legit did not hear you say that, Rob. Straight up.
Well, that's okay.
When?
I'm not biting on that.
What?
I'm not biting on that.
When did I?
No.
When did I
I'm
ask?
not biting. Guz, Michael Gurry, I'm not biting on that.
So let's have a look for a second at the operator lineups. Right, let's start with defense. Old mate Enigma back on the shields. He's lost his gun license despite actually finding a kill. But onto the attack. We got the Glazzy boy. We got Amaru. We got all the goods. We got everything you could possibly want here. The Flores to just make the defender's life hell. Knights are having fun with it, and I love to see it. Not to say that Glaz cannot be a legitimate pick here, but I mean, come on, look at the context, right? Like, Knights are just having a bit of fun. Time to send it, I reckon.
I hope. Imagine just hearing those shots. I mean, it wasn't 6 pick, was it? Was it?
Well, we were on the ad at the time, but I will go back and have a look. The Amaru was 6 pick, and the Clash was.
Okay. I was going to say it'd be a nice little surprise, but maybe the Amaru might just be the surprise that the doctor ordered. Hello, Sage. Double digits he's hit just on the opening of the second half. And, you know, it's just insane that, like, Picnic is not really, in terms of the frag department, hasn't had to do anything whatsoever.
Has he
literally,
seen
like...
Has he seen a single player? Like... Has he had a single engagement all game? I don't know, man.
Oh, there, we saw it. It happened.
Man's on the ash. He's unleashed. Just look at him go. He's hungry. Look at that movement right there as he vaulted over the couch. That is pristine.
Yep. Stuff you can't teach.
No.
It's just clinical. Oh, no, you're not going to peek this. Who is that? Oh,
it works! The Mad Lad does it with the C4! Haywood is out.
Oh, Sushi, you really made me eat my own words there, didn't you? I thought surely you were not even thinking of it. Picnic now leading the charge forward onto site. It is Sage that's down in Aquarium, but Enigma is quickly traded. And Hills from Aquarium. 1 versus 2. Diffuser down, Dev. It's possible.
It is. That said, diffuser being planted right now. Picnic's got a cover. We've hyped him up. Subbing in. He better hold it out now against Hills. Bit of a pre-fire explosive position, but that mag's too small. Picnic uses all of his. Let's have a look at this pristine spray. Just get him out. And straight up looking at the floor. That's another round in the bank for Knights and match point.
Can I say it now?
You can say whatever you like, my dude.
Before 12!
No, you can't. That's the one thing you're not allowed to say. All right, I'm sorry, Knights, but we are on for a full 5-round comeback. As soon as Manic says we're done before 12, you know we ain't.
Hey!
Either that or we have like
Fist.
a full rehost. What, Monkey Fist? Like, Warden? You know that like the 3 viewers in the chat who get that will really appreciate it, and no one else will.
I know. Oh, surely there'd be more people than 3 in the chat.
No, there's probably quite a few. But shout out to the OGs out there. If you've been watching since the good old Monkey Fist Pro League days, and you recognize that beautiful moustache, you're a real one.
Yep. Now, I do like the Warden being brought in all seriousness, you know, countering in a way the Glaz, but I still think that I'd probably favour Glaz on Coastline. Those long lines are going to be pretty gnarly.
Oh, I like it. I mean, Sushi didn't even need the Warden to look through smoke to kill Glaz last round, but he's like, yeah, I may as well take it, you know? Hype it up a bit. I'm keen for it. I do wonder whether that we'll actually see that Glaz versus Warden engagement. I would love it. They're the only 2 ops in the game that can look through smoke. Of course, bar, you know, Evil Eyes and bulletproof cameras. But it could be a fun little engagement. If it does happen, I'd probably bank on Sushi to win it because just the Warden is better at looking through smoke than the Glaz is. Surely this is like a cheeky little upside down rappel. There it is.
Waiting for it, honestly. Come on, surely. Sushi v.
Oh, yes.
Haywood. Oh, this is not fun.
Oh,
he spots him. Or don't you dare repeat that. Surely someone jumps out the window right now.
Oh, what are you doing, Enigma? Bro! I mean, I know that, like, it's smoke, but there's a glass! You know there's a glass, bro! Oh, I mean, in the heat of the moment, right, like, these things just happen, but woof!
Yeah.
Enigma better be careful.
We'll have to tread with caution there. Now, I mean, maybe the Warden ghosters. Maybe the Sushi tries to outpeak the Glaz.
Yep, for sure.
Because he is in position to do it.
The thing is the perspective, right? Like, the thing about the upside down rappel is you can see their feet when they can't see any of you because of the way that, like, camera is actually located on the player model's forehead. Oh, there you go. So much for the Warden.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is there's no more flashes, no more smokes on the side of Knight, so, you know, the Glaz just essentially becomes a run and gun it.
Oh! I just realized we have a second sniper. I literally wrote it down on my spreadsheet, but we got Sniper Team 6 right here. Juicy. Oh, he has the angle. The refrag to come through. Can't turn it. It's Picnic versus Deptra. Picky's got to clutch up for the game.
How fitting would this be? The coach in a 1v1 to tie up the game and give Knights all 3 points. Deptra gets absolutely deleted with a fresh new haircut. And that is the Knights securing all 3 points. And now I'm going to bring it down a notch because that was an absolute shellacking.
That was the Knights. Put on a show for us tonight. 7 rounds in a row to cap it off 7-1. No Dino, no worries.
Yeah, Dino who?
Is Hayward asleep? Like, is he literally asleep?
Please leave him alone. He is sleeping.
That was a game, Rob. I mean, you might have blinked and you missed it, but that was a game.
Might be one of the quicker games we've had. I think that's, we almost started at 11. It's only like half an hour that we've been playing the game for.
Did you actually say, like, oh, in half an hour we'll know what these teams, I mean, in an hour and a half or something, you, like, corrected yourself? Like,
yes.
That was straight up just a half an hour game.
It was a straight up half an hour game. That's a quickie if I've ever seen one. So I think that Knights have really shown us what we had hoped to see from them. All things considered, Enigma did absolutely shocking, horrific display from him. Get him off the team.
Yeah, well, a bit of a shame, but man, there were some highlights. Like, that play from Sage was just phenomenal. Sage really had a great game. Love seeing him on the LR. And here again as well. Like, look at this. Boop. And then
that second
follow up.
How does it go?
So nutty. It's just a bit of a ball.
Well,
I said one day we're gonna do the quadcast with all 4 of us, and I'm just gonna do sound effects.
Yes, please.
We'll mute the game sound.
I mean, we could do it right now, surely. Really, like that was absurd.
Time and a place.
That was absolutely absurd. Yeah, time and the place is replays on a game where Knights have really just done the dirty deed.
Yeah, I mean,
done the dirty deed.
You know how many times can we say that Knights absolutely destroyed the look at Picnic? Yeah. I wonder if that was after the 1v1 at the end of it.
I think,
look at Wettables actually pulled his weight there.
Yeah, Wettables went absolutely massive, all things considered. I think even you could mention Hills in that category, but it was... Oh, hang on a second. Enigma did better than Sushi and Deptra. Oh, that's a discussion. Boys, we're going to have some words after this broadcast, I'll tell you that much. Dev, have you ever seen such affairs?
Look, poor Deptra, I'll tell you what, he had a tough one. He got spawn pigs, he got just first death so many times. And he was one of the talking points of LFO coming into the season. We said, wow, Deptra's made a great transition over from Rufflecopter. So, and a bit of a shame for him. Wettables definitely held his own, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. It is a team game after all. Knights were the better team. It wasn't just they were better individually, it was straight up that they were the better team.
They certainly were. We got Juicy standing by to have a chat with us, and hopefully get a bit of a perspective as to what's going on there. Juicy, I mean, that was one of the quicker games of Siege I think we've seen in a long time. I just want to get your thoughts on that one. Was it, this is going to sound bad, was it as easy as it looked?
Yeah, there's no nice way to say it. I don't think. I don't know. It kind of was. I don't know. We got Picky standing in for Dino, obviously, in this game. We just want to, run around, have some fun, and just try to shoot him in the head. I don't know. It's as simple as that for this game, honestly.
Yeah, well, it works, man. So good strats. I like it. I'll try and take that in my own games.
Lovely.
So yeah, look, it's been a bit of a hard season so far, especially because there's just so many competitive teams right now in OCN. You got teams like Bliss and Chiefs really doing well. Now you've taken a great 3 points home tonight, but you have some tough games to go. You still got Wildcard, and you already played them in Apex South, and you've also got Order to go. How do you feel like you'll polish off this season, and do you think it's possible for you to get back up into one of those top playoff spots?
Obviously, I think it's possible. I think that, as I say every week, we go into these games, expecting to play our best, and as the weeks go further, we just get better and better. I think as previous games have shown. I think it's just we change a few things, whether the meta's changing or you look at the game in a different way. It just takes a little bit longer to get through it, and the more and more play days that go past, it's you're only going to get stronger in theory. But yeah, I don't know. Looking forward to those next couple of games. It's always fun versing those couple of teams, and just look forward to it.
Yeah, theory and practice is a little bit different, isn't it? Look, I would like to ask you very quickly, the picnic. How come we're not seeing Dino tonight? Just a personal commitment?
Just a personal commitment. So Picky stepped in for us, in a few massive games before. So it's always really comfortable for us when Picky plays. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, he's an absolute beast. Dev, very quickly, any last questions?
I just want to say, what was the reaction when you hyped up Picky after that 1v1 to close the game?
I don't know. I'm just shouting at him that he's literally 1 HP. Like I don't want to tell him you can't lose this, but I don't know. It was going through my head, but he clutched up. He's a king.
He did indeed. Well, Juicy, we'll cut that one short. I hope you enjoyed the game as much as we did, mate, and I have no doubt we might see you next week.
Lovely. Thanks for having me. See you, boys.
Good bit of intel for us to take away, I guess, Dev. It was an enjoyable match to watch, no doubt, and it's good to see that, it's good to see the fun side of Knights, because obviously when they're the full roster, it's very suit and tie, it's business in front and also business in back. There's not really, we don't get to see that line being drawn, whereas tonight, obviously, it was all about the fun.
It's a really great point. We always talk about Order and Chiefs is super lively on the camera, always having a bit of fun, really high energy. Knights, they're known to be really good, ridiculously high skill cap, but they are just so cold and determined and clinical. You say that word a lot. I think if any team it applies to, it is Knights. But yeah, we got to see a bit of character out of them. We got to see a bit of character out of Juicy in the interview. He was clearly having a bit of fun. And I just adore that completely. They have some big games to go, so I'm confident that they can hit their stride, but I don't think it's going to be easy.
No, not by any means. They've got a long way to go before we start talking about the playoffs, that's for sure. But let's have a look at the results from today's matchups and just recap for everyone what we've seen. 2 7-1s and 2 8-7s.
I kind of forgot about
Yeah,
I just forgot about that first game. Wow. 2 7-1s, 2 8-7s. Yeah. Good stuff. I think we pretty much summarized it in the pre-show. It's those two middle games are going to be super tight. Did this pan out how you expected? Were there any outliers to you?
This is exactly how I expected it to go, honestly. From start to finish. That's literally when you start a broadcast, you always want to make sure that you're not downgrading any game or any team in particular. Obviously, you want to lift some games up, but very much when we started this, if you'd asked me what today was going to look like, I would have said that exact result in front of you. Maybe the rhythm Roffle copped the game a bit closer, but that is literally replicated what I saw happening in my head. So the symmetry of it as well, it's absolutely gorgeous. You're going to be absolutely laughing about that. Tell me, Dev, what's your favorite game of the day?
Oh, Bliss Order was so good, but Chiefs Wildcard was also so good, so I can't toss up. They were just both so good. So if you're just tuning in now, maybe you just saw the last game, you've got to go back and watch those two, be it on the Twitch VOD or on Rainbow Six ANZ YouTube. You just got to, because they were so damn good. And yeah, I'm so keen for the coming matches. The big one, of course, will be Chiefs versus Bliss on that final Playday to determine #1 spot. Rob, oh, I'm so pumped.
It's going to be absolutely massive, that's for sure. Let's have a look at the predictions and see how poorly all the experts are going so far. Actually, all things considered, it's not too bad. I'm really disappointed that Guz and Xenox once more are out on top. However, this is a lot more of a clearer cut prediction timeline, if you will, because Ducky is just absolutely atrocious at this.
Yeah, it totally would be. And imagine if Sky hadn't been too edgy with the wildcard pick, then he would be up there with Guz and Xenox. So yeah, it is what it is, I guess. And I mean, overall, like, our predictions this week were really boring. So hopefully we get some more interesting predictions next week instead of everyone just picking the same thing. And yeah, I mean, well, we'll see how that pans out.
Well, guess we'll have to wait for another week, I guess you could say. We'll just have to see. One thing we're going to have to see, Dev, is the MVP. And it's none other than Jigsaw, the absolute animal from Bliss. Went massive in the game against Order. And that is not to discredit anything that his teammates did, because the top 3 players from Team Bliss equaled 46 kills in total. But Jigsaw has just been this player that consistently shows up and shows incredible form.
Yeah, totally. And look, Jigsaw has been such a big talking point in the past. He has really just come in as a young gunner and just done amazing things. Here we get to see his face cam as well for the highlights of the Order game. And that 90-degree flick from him against Jack Daddy was massive. And you see his reaction as well. He really did draw Bliss over the line in this 8-7 marathon. And I think that Bliss couldn't have asked for a better pickup. You know, they were so good in Stage 1, but they picked up Jigsaw and doubled their prowess in Stage 2.
Yep, the crazy thing is their roster is going from strength to strength. And even, oh, look at him go. Oh, I love it. Literally every week, this roster continues to surprise us. And, you know, Jigsaw is not an exception to the rule. In fact, he's kind of the shining light out of all of the incredible features of that team. You've said it perfectly. He really has just had such a great stage so far.
Yeah, totally. I'm sure he'll continue to do so. He is definitely the Rookie of the Year for 2021 so far in OCN. Really punching above his own weight. And yeah, I mean, I have a chat to him during the week. Every week we get the winner interview, or the MVP interview, I guess. And that gets posted up on the Rainbow Six R6 Esports OCE socials and the Rainbow Six ANZ YouTube. So I highly recommend you go and keep your eyes tuned. It should be out on Thursday. Usually we publish them on Thursdays. So I'll have a chat to Jigsaw. I'm sure it'll be really interesting because I don't really know him that well. Like, I haven't spoken to him in the past. So it should be a good chance to get some of that passion to seep out and figure out what makes him tick.
Maybe just so. Let's have a look at the standings, Dev. See where we lie after play day 5. It is Team Bliss all the way out on top. 14 points. Undefeated. Chiefs come narrowly underneath them with 11 points, and it tapers down where there's a big gap between 7th and 6th. It's a very curious looking table at the moment, because you've got to remember, top 5 go through.
Yep, very much so. So at the moment, Wildcard have been leapfrogged by Rufflecopter, thanks to Ruffle's game today, and Wildcard losing the Chiefs despite them getting 1 point wasn't enough to keep their playoff spot. Of course, Wildcard still have a chance to get back in there, but Rufflecopter and Order in particular will be doing their best to lock them out. Up in the top end, Bliss, I think it's very close to being confirmed that Bliss is going to make it in. Like, this is what I think is most likely to happen, right? Bliss and Chiefs will win their games next week against these lower level teams, and then it'll come down to Bliss versus Chiefs on the final play day, and they'll be 3 points apart, which means Chiefs needs to win without overtime. If they do, they'll take first. Any other result, Bliss will take first. I'm pretty sure it's not possible. I haven't run the complicated maths yet, but I'm pretty sure it's not actually possible for Knights to come first at the moment, because I think that no matter what, they should be behind either Chiefs or Bliss. That said, I haven't run the numbers on that. There might be a cheeky scenario where, like, if all the stars align and, like, Chiefs and Bliss lose to, like, you know, these lower level opponents, then maybe Knights can make it through. But nonetheless, I think they'll have a pretty good shot into the playoffs.
Now you got to remember, Chiefs are coming up against their arch nemesis LFO next week, so who knows what's actually going to happen.
Yeah, it's scary.
It certainly is. But you know what, ladies and gents, that's all we have for tonight's episode installment, of course, of OCN. It's been an absolute pleasure to run you through all of the action. From Dev, myself, and everyone out the back at ESL, we'd like to thank you. We'll see you next week. Take care. Oh my god, Worthy. Theo gets flushed out. Forced into the long vest. Look at this from Digital. Needs to be careful. Both players are going to swing him right now. No. What have they done? They've just given one. Oh my god! The Chiefs have just capitalized there. Oh, what?
All the lads are in. Saturday night.
What is going on?
They just don't stop, but there's a double.
Cautious, major push through here. It's exactly what that is. What? Oh no, wait. Hell.
Also take down that castle barricade.
No.
Bailey's going to catch him though.
Oh,
what?
If Team Bliss are making this work, Nico gets taken down. A quadra for Jigsaw.
Oh.
Becca shuts him
down.
Oh my god. That's it.
Is trying to get information, but he really has to put a bit more pressure on. That he does as he starts to go in. But Sage can actually take him down!
Oh.
And the second!
Oh, no, you're not going to peek this. Who is that?
It works! The Mad Lad does it with the C4! But Rhythm seem to have everything they need. A nice shot there from Bouncin makes it the double. And now a 2-on-2 is very, very winnable on the retake here for Rufflecopter. Bouncin wins it again! How does he do it? He's just so damn good. And now Leb has to try and clutch, but he cannot. What a play from Rufflecopter. What a play from Bouncin.
I'm running out of time. I'm running out of feeling so. I'm running out of time. demise should leave it all behind. Help me see the rainbow. I can't find the walls and it's getting cold. Help me see the rainbow. Stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. Look into my past and I count the numbers of the dreams that I left behind. I don't even care now that I've discovered a new kind of peace of mind. Up above us, looking down on us, there's an angel I know. We don't need to worry or discuss much. It's time for me to hit the road. I'll take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night. And I take it all or nothing at all. Driving through the night till I'm at your door. Go outside, stay up all night, sleep through the sunrise.